Roosevelt back 85, 90, somewhere around. I got down here.
I wonder where they got that from.
Yeah, I didn't put his name because he's on point for all of them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Arcadia Ballroom at the Higgins Hotel. Please find your seats. Please do find those cell phones. We've got a fourth camera in the room today, and we're going to spotlight those of you that are scrambling when your phone rings, so everybody will know who it is. We're going to begin in about 2 minutes, so let's find our seats and cell phones and set them to stun. Thank you.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see all of you this morning. We're going to continue with the 18th International Conference with an amazing session to start out on special agents. And this session will feature two remarkable figures of World War II espionage that are really navigating the murky world of wartime Europe. And Clare Mulley, Bradley Hart will uncover that hidden world by featuring two remarkable figures of the Second World War. Clare is going to talk about Agent Zoe, the only woman to serve as a courier in Poland's underground army and the SOE. We got a little hint of that yesterday. And Bradley is going to share the story of Baron Edgar von Spiegel, a German diplomat and spy. Now, chairing the session, we're rejoined by Dr. Leah Garrett. Had a wonderful conversation yesterday to close out the symposium. She's the author of 5 highly acclaimed books of history and literature, holds a PhD from the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, and is the director of Hebrew and Jewish Studies at Hunter College, the City University of New York. And of course, the author of the critically acclaimed X Troop, as we heard about yesterday. So I'm going to turn it over to this cast, and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you everyone for attending this extraordinary conference. I'm going to very briefly introduce our speakers because there's more information in the booklets, and then they will each speak for about 20 minutes. I'll ask them a couple of questions, and then we'll open it up for the audience. So Clare Mulley is an award-winning historian, author, and broadcaster who's shed a very important light on the history of women during World War II. She's written multiple books, including The Spy Who Loved, The Secrets and Lives of Christine Granville, Britain's first female special agent of World War II, and her most recent book, Agent Zoe, The Untold Story of World War II. And I'm also going to introduce Bradley Hart, who's the senior historian at the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. And he wrote a very important book called Hitler's American Friends, The Third Reich's Supporters in the United States.
Thank you. I should have some slides. Yeah. Thanks. Maybe I'll do this. It's not. Well, thank you very much. Oh, well done, Leah. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me back after yesterday. I can't have done too badly. Thank you. So I am here to talk about Agent Zoe, my latest book. Here's the American cover. So who was Zoe? Zoe was the only person during the Second World War to parachute from Britain to Nazi German-occupied Poland while wearing a dress, because she was the only woman to parachute in that direction. And of course, on top of that dress, well, that dress had military value because she had to disappear into the clandestine resistance as quickly as possible, and most women were not wearing trousers at that point in Poland. But on top of the dress, she was wearing a tightly knitted cardigan. It was September 1943, already cold in Eastern Europe. She had an old overcoat of Polish make. On top of that, she had her parachute drop chute, which had a belt full of gold coins to give to the resistance. She had a spade, a torch, searchlight, and she had a little tiny, she had 2 revolvers, of which she was very proud, and she had a little tiny thing as well. She had a cyanide pill, a poison pill, sewn into one of her hems in case it all went terribly wrong. Now, I'm afraid in the just 20 minutes that I've got, it's impossible for me to tell you all of her missions and her achievements. What I'm going to try and do is give a flavor of her character and explain why she's such an important figure. She was actually one of the very first women to serve in the Second World War. She was sleeping on an airbase on the 1st of September 1939, and she was shaken awake by a series of explosions at 5 o'clock in the morning, and she immediately leapt up and stepped into action. She had orders in the eventuality of an invasion to immediately step into action. And so she just flipped on the Polish radio to make sure this was an invasion and not Allied tests or something. And she heard a radio broadcast, an emergency, letting the Polish people know that this was what we now call the Blitzkrieg, the start of the Second World War, with German troops invading Allied, in this case, Polish territory. And the last words on that radio program told the Polish people, as of now, we are all soldiers. And Zoe took that very much to heart. Here she is. She's the lady in the middle. She's appropriate. She's always in the middle of danger, of trouble, in the middle of action. And you can see she's already in uniform. This is the Polish Women's Military Auxiliary. They're not officially part of the Polish Armed Forces because women in the Polish Armed Forces, as with the Brits and Americans, were not allowed to bear arms. So they're with a very highly trained, independent military auxiliary. So she's got all the training that she needs. And her first role was to go to a city called Lvov to coordinate the defense. That city is now called Lviv in Ukraine, and it's once again under attack. So she went to Lviv, and she was involved in setting up anti-aircraft, machine gun nests, providing the shells and ammunition supplies, and then working in a factory to create what we call Molotov cocktails, petrol bombs, which were the most effective homemade weapons to throw against invading enemy tanks. So quickly, a map. I do love a map. Poland is invaded on the 1st of September from the west by Germany. You can see the swastika arrows coming in. But just 17 days later, they are invaded for a second time from the east, from the Soviet Union, the Red Army. And Stalin said they were just coming in to protect the ethnic Russian population in that part of Polish territory. No more comment needed, I think. But in fact, we now know that there was an agreement between the Germans and the Poles under the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. There was a secret protocol always saying they would divide up the country down that black dotted line that I put on that map there. And so Poland now knew they couldn't continue to fight on effectively on two fronts. They never capitulated, unlike many countries. They kept fighting on, but they decided to evacuate their armed forces, their treasury, and their government. And in fact, some key people like the Polish Enigma decoders, the first people to break the Enigma code, with whom Zoe had studied maths at university, she knew them. So they got their armed forces, 35,000 troops, out through Lviv, the city that Zoe is defending. So you can see she's right at the center of the action. She could have left with them. A lot of Polish women did. They served as clerks and secretaries and as drivers, sometimes under fire, such as at Monte Cassino in Italy later, where the Poles played a key role. But Zoe decided to stay and help organize the fledgling Polish resistance. So why was she so determined? Here she is, again. She's actually the baby in her big sister's arms at the back of this photograph. She was born in 1909. She was the 7th of 8 children in her family. And she used to say that she sucked in patriotism with her mother's milk. I love that imagery. She was born in a traditional, beautiful garrison town called Toruń in northwestern Poland. But when she was born in 1909, that part of Poland had been annexed into the Prussian Empire, an earlier German empire. Poland has this history of centuries of being invaded, occupied, and annexed off, but also centuries of defiance, resistance, and liberation. So when she was born, that city was part of the Prussian Empire, so legally, she was actually German. What an irony. And the Prussians were very keen to suppress any Polish culture and heritage in that area. So Polish language was suppressed. Her first language was German. Even her name. At home, her parents made damn sure she knew she was Polish. And she was called Elżbieta, which is Elizabeth. But in public, she had to be called Liesel, the German version of Elizabeth. Now, what the Prussians didn't realize, what the Germans didn't realize they're doing, is they are training the perfect woman to serve as an agent against them. They have given her perfect, fluent Polish. They've taught her to have a double identity since she was knee-high. So she is perfectly primed to fight against them. And she's determined to defend the freedom that comes at the end of the First World War for Poland. So here she is. In the war, she immediately after Lviv falls, the Red Army come in and take that part of Poland. She has to hide her uniform, and she serves the rest of the war in civilian clothes like these. And the first thing she does is set up a military intelligence gathering network in Silesia. That's an area about the size of Wales. I should have thought of a state of America, sorry. And she's gathering this information. Within a week, she's recruited 50 people to gather information for her. Within a month, she has 200 people, all organized into cells of 5 for security purposes. And they're a very diverse group of people, but they've all got one thing in common. Of course, they are all women. And this is specifically because women had the skills I was mentioning yesterday. They were not suspected, particularly by the very sexist Nazi regime and personnel, of having the initiative, of having the nous to gather military intelligence, to know what was worthwhile. So she recruited secretaries, translators, even the cleaners who worked in the occupying authorities' offices, who could look at the maps where the pins are going, look at the information on the tables, overhear conversations, women who worked at the post office and telephone exchange, of course, even women who worked in bakeries and laundrettes who could look at the changing garrison bread orders across this massive region, or the different uniforms that are coming in to be washed and mended. And that gives you a really good idea of where troops are going to be next sent. So they gathered all of this information, but none of it was of any use at all unless she could get it to the Home Army head office. The Home Army is the Polish Resistance Armed Forces. And being a courier taking information around is one of the most dangerous roles at this point in Poland. So Zoe, of course, volunteers to do it herself. And amazingly, we still have some of her spy kit. So most of the information she keeps in her head, but she's got changing statistical reports every week. So she writes a little aide memoir on a slip of paper and slips it down her clothes brush. So you can see the back comes off and could slip back on. And I love the fact that women traveling around Nazi German-occupied Poland on train or on bikes, it wasn't considered unusual. They carried a clothes brush, obviously much better dressed than me, much neater. Quite soon, they developed microfilming, and this key, you could wind the microfilm around the pin in the center and put that down the shaft of the key. Everyone is carrying house keys with them. Very hard for them to stop and search everybody's keys the whole time. Nonetheless, it is incredibly dangerous. Very soon they have developed forged papers, which Zoe makes good use of. Here are just some of her ID photographs used through the war. And you can see, first one in uniform, the rest of them, she's changing her appearance, different haircut, different clothes, glasses on, off, and so on. She's taking different identities to be as safe as possible. And in this last photograph with the spotty shirt, that's from 1940, late 41, and she's traveling as a German oil company secretary, Elisabeth Kubitzer. Oil was a more important industry. Women were working as secretaries in those roles, so that gave a reason for why she could be traveling around. And this is because by late 1941 and through 42, she is serving as their most senior courier, bringing information not just into Warsaw, but from Warsaw right into the heart of Berlin, the heart of the Third Reich, which seems insane, the most perilous route she could do. Why? Because they have a friendly contact at an embassy there who is putting her information into the diplomatic post and getting it to London. After the fall of France, that's where the Polish government in exile set up, and that, of course, is where the British allies are based. And so this is the fastest way to get military information to London to share with the rest of the allies. So she's going in and out of Berlin. I just want to give you an example of the danger she's facing. She goes in on her last trip because it goes terribly wrong, and she hands over her microfilm at the embassy, and they give her a wad of American dollar bill notes to take back to Warsaw to fund the resistance, to pay for bribes, to pay for weapons, and so on. And she thinks this is pretty dangerous to carry. She's nearly been caught with a wad of money previously, but managed to escape. I don't have time for all the stories. She thinks this time she's going to be more cautious. So instead of going straight back, she goes to a friend. She takes a risk, goes to a friend in Berlin, and the two of them stay up all night, pasting these dollar bills inside the lid of her battered old suitcase. And then she sews the lining up over the top of it so they can't be seen. She thinks this is the safest way to smuggle this large amount of money. As soon as she's done that, she's one day late, but she throws her few clothes and things into that suitcase and off she goes. And she always varies her route, so she's harder to trace. And this time she was due to spend the night before, as soon as she crossed into Polish territory, with her younger sister, Clara. So she goes to Clara's a day late. They've got a little system where she throws a pebble up to a side window. Clara twitches the curtain. She knows all is okay. So Zoe throws the pebble up. Nothing happens. And she knows immediately something's wrong. There's actually been a betrayal. So she, instead of calling at Clara's flat, she goes to a neighbor, bangs on the door, and they open the door just a crack, and they hiss at her, "Go! Clara's been arrested. The Gestapo are waiting for you in her apartment." So Zoe had this appalling moment of knowing there's nothing she can do to help her sister. She just has to turn on her heels and try and save the money, save the information that she has. So off she goes, and she actually spends a day. She could have just disappeared immediately, gone to a safe house, but she risks everything to go to the train station to warn the people in the resistance coming in the morning, for which she is given a high honor from Poland. So she manages to issue a few warnings, and then she catches a train to Krakow. I can't do the whole story, but she is then followed, and she realizes the Gestapo are tailing her. And eventually she thinks she's shaken them off, and she takes the last night train from Warsaw up to from Krakow to Warsaw. Would have been an old steam train like this. That's her, of course. And then while she's sitting in the carriage, she thinks she's okay, the door opens, and a man she recognizes, clearly the man who's been following her, gets on and sits down opposite her in the train carriage. What is she going to do? She thinks, I'll have to kill myself. The only reason he probably hasn't caught me already is because he's waiting to see if anyone meets me. And when I get to Warsaw, probably other members of the resistance will come and welcome me. So she waits. She doesn't really want to die. She waits until the middle of the night. He seems to be asleep. And she slipped off her shoes and quietly opened the carriage door and padded down the corridor. She looked back and she saw his face lean round. He was still watching her. She looked out the window. This is an express train travelling through the night. It's not going to slow down. There's no other stops. And she just sees telegraph poles whizzing past the windows. So she just walks on towards the toilet compartment. And when she gets to the passenger door, she just takes her life in her hands, opened the door, and threw herself out from the moving train. It's just one occasion. She's a hair's breadth from being caught by the Gestapo. One of the things I love about her is she's got a great sense of humour. Later, she told her friend, because she does survive, she told her friend that in moments of mortal peril like this, I thought of my childhood books that I loved just to give me some comfort as I'm going. And she said she loved cowboy and Indian books, the American Wild West. And she said these chaps, she remembered, they like to jump up in the air to kind of slow down their momentum. So she said, I pretended I was coming off a horse and I jumped into the air. She said, I just fell down really hard. But she hadn't smashed her head open, she hadn't been caught by the Gestapo, and she hadn't betrayed her colleagues. So that's just one example. After that, she knew she was burnt on that route. Her name and her face are now known. But she knows she's got a lot of experience, and the commander of the Polish Home Army thinks we can still make use of her. So at this point, she becomes the only woman to be an emissary of the commander of an Allied army. So an emissary is the personal representative of an Allied army commander. And she is appointed to go all the way from Warsaw with 2 vital microfilm and 2 orders to undertake in London over nearly 1,000 miles of enemy-occupied territory. I said I loved a map. This is her route. She starts in Warsaw. The first place she has to go to is back to Berlin. Now, that is the route she is known on, the most dangerous section, but it's the fastest way, and this is time-sensitive information. So she manages to get through Berlin, gets to Strasbourg. I can't do all the stories. She's caught in an Allied air raid in Strasbourg, but she makes it, gets across the border to Paris in northern occupied France. I'll do the Paris story. She arrives in Paris. She's again traveling on very well-forged papers as a German oil company secretary. And as a German worker, she has to report at the Reich Ministry in Paris for all German workers coming into the territory. So she waits till the evening, hoping that they will be a bit more cursory in the way they give a check to her papers, and she hands it over her papers. And they take them, they say, there's just something about these papers. I don't know what it is, they look right, but just something a bit different. She's going, well, okay. And they say, but it's late and we want to get going. And then they say, you get a room in that hotel and we'll have a proper look in the morning. So she has to go and wait in this hotel. Apparently, I don't think she slept much because she told a friend of hers exactly what the wallpaper looked like. It's quite a nice little detail to put in the book. She must have been pacing that room. And in the morning, she just steeled herself and had to go back to the bureau. And they said, yeah, we recognize you. Can you come round the side, please? So she went round. They said, are these your papers? She said, yes. They said, oh, here you are. They're such good quality. We wanted to keep them, to compare them against these possible forgeries over here, but thank you. So she couldn't show any relief, of course. She just had to take them and off she went. So that's a kind of example. She gets to Paris. She has to get across. You see the white line into southern Vichy, France. That's the demarcation line. Again, she hides on a train. She has a terrible time with trains in the war. She hides in the water tender of the collaborationist Prime Minister of France's personal train, knowing there'll be less checks on his train. And she thinks, oh, no one will think of hiding in the water tender, you know, the big steel tank that carries the water to make the steam. So she goes in the middle of the night, climbs into this tank, and she meets 7 members of the French resistance already hiding in there. But, anyhow, they're nearly drowned when they fill up with more water, but they make it. Eventually she gets through France. I can't do it all. She gets to Tarascon, a little town up in the Pyrenees on the French side, and she pays a guide to take her across the Pyrenees mountains. They are actually shot at in the freezing border passes, but eventually she gets to Gibraltar, hitches a ride on a troop ship, and she gets to London on May Day, in fact. She gets to Liverpool on May Day 1943. Here she is in the London, all her papers are now in the London archive because of the work she undertook there. So she's got this 2 microfilm, that's incredibly important information, and she is interrogated in a rather nicer way. The interrogation port, she's given a cup of tea. It's not like German interrogation. The SOE are so impressed with the level of information she's brought so quickly that they propose her for the OBE, a very high British honour. She's got 2 missions to undertake in Britain. The first one involves this rather handsome chap. This is Kazimierz Bielski. His code name, he named himself after one of his favourite things. His code name is Rum. He is a fantastic man. I do love him. He is organising the London end of the land courier routes. Zoe is involved in organising the Polish end. Now, obviously, they send as much information as possible by radio, but you can't send anything too sensitive in case it's overheard. You can't send maps, you can't send documents. So that's what they're sending on this land courier route. But there's loads of problems and delays at the London end, so Zoe's been told to sort it out. And Rum, he's a man of his era. When she arrives, he didn't realise Zoe was going to be a woman. He doesn't know whether to salute her or bow and kiss her hand. He doesn't like being ordered around by a woman. And he thinks perhaps the best way to deal with this is to flirt with her. So one morning, about a week after she's arrived, they're walking through St James's Park in London. There's bluebells and birdsong, and I presume some American GIs making out with our girls on the lawns there. And he thinks this is the right moment. And so he suddenly reaches into his pocket and he pulls out some silk stockings and flourishes them, sort of like an amorous magician. And she is, well, he says her response was shocking. She's appalled. The only women in Nazi German-occupied Poland wearing silk stockings are the mistresses of the Gestapo. You can't get them. You can't get enough food. They are starving to death. All of her family have now been arrested by the Germans. Some of them do survive, thank goodness. And she realizes what the problem is that Rum has no idea what conditions are like in occupied territory. He is a brilliant military officer, but he got out during the campaign. He went out through France, he served again in France, he's serving again in Britain, but he hasn't experienced occupation. And so that is what the problem is. They think conditions are rather like the ones in London. And on a Friday, they clock off at 5 and they start work again on Monday at 9. That's not how it works in the resistance in war. And so she manages, they sort it out between them and they make huge improvements. Her second mission is to secure the legal military status of women as soldiers in the Polish Home Army. Unfortunately, by the time she arrives in London, the commander of the Polish Home Army has been betrayed and arrested. And nobody believes that this is his command in London. And she's got the papers, but they just can't get their head around it, neither the Brits nor the Poles in London. And, the commander hasn't done that. He's not an equal rights employee. He's not a progressive. He knows that not having military status means that the women can't have rank. They can be more experienced than some of the men who perhaps escaped down pilots or escaped prisoners of war, but they can't discipline the men. It causes problems with security and recruitment because the women can't be paid, so they can't support their families, so they can't serve as much as they would like to. There's loads of issues, there's inefficiencies. So that's why he wants it. It's military reality. But no one believes her, and the files are full of papers like this one saying, Elizabeth, as you know, is inclined to take the militant female dictator view of things. So they say absolutely not. She doesn't take no for an answer, and she writes the military legal decree herself. No one signs it yet, but it will save many thousands of lives. So from there, they say, thank you very much. You've been brilliant. Where would you, we'll get you a flat. Where do you want to spend the rest of the war? She's like, what are you talking about? I'm going to go back, serve my country. They say, well, you can't, I'm afraid, because, you're a lady. You can't, the only way to go back is parachuting. So she becomes the only woman to get her parachute wings from Poland, and she is parachuted back on a very perilous Halifax 4-engine bomber flight back to occupied Poland, where very quickly she takes place. She serves in the Warsaw Uprising. This is her uniform, and she played a key role. And at the end of the Warsaw Uprising, when they are finally forced to capitulate, partly by Russian betrayal, she manages to get the new commander to sign the decree making women soldiers in law, which means in the only time in history, the only time in the Second World War, Nazi Germany set up prisoner of war camps for women. There were so many who served, 12,000 in the uprising alone, that they had to set up 2 prisoner of war camps for women, saving the lives of around 10,000 women. Extraordinary work. So she is demobilized as one of Poland's most highly decorated women. These are just some of her medals, but she didn't see any of them for another 40 years, because when we are celebrating peace and freedom, Poland is left with a Soviet-imposed communist regime. And the great irony of Zoe's story is she is a hair's breadth. She serves from the very first minute of the war right to the end, constantly just manages to evade capture by Nazi German forces. At the end of the war, she is arrested by the communist Polish government. She is sentenced to 10 years in prison on trumped-up charges. And she is tortured for names of her colleagues, but she never speaks. In the peace. This is the history we need to remember. So I just want to end on a quote from Zoe. She said, "In the social consciousness, a soldier of any military organization is a male soldier, and women's participation is perceived as simple, ordinary, and properly unnoticed." Well, I hope this book brings two things to greater notice, both the role played by Poland, so important today, we see so much of that resonance today with the current war, but also I hope it helps us to rebalance our view on the effectiveness of the women that served and their contribution to the Allied war effort. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for being here again this morning. That groaning you hear is everyone thinking, oh, we hear from this guy again, after everyone heard from me yesterday. But thank you for joining me this morning. What I'm going to be talking about is a very different story from what Clare and Mulley just talked about, and a story that doesn't necessarily have a clear end. It's a story that is an outgrowth of my previous project, Hitler's American Friends. And one of the questions I asked in that book, and I was asking myself as a researcher, that book is all about pro-Nazi groups in the United States. One of the questions is, what was their relationship with the German government itself? And that turns out to be a more complicated question than you initially might think. After the war, many of the people, including the person I'm about to talk about, denied there was any connection at all between groups like the German-American Bund, who just happened to be super pro-Nazi, and the actual Nazi government. And whether or not that's true is still something of an open question. But today I want to introduce you to a man that you have almost assuredly never heard of, the Baron von Spiegel, who, unless you are an enthusiast for World War I U-boat novels or late Weimar Republic films about U-boat novels, you probably have not yet heard of him. So let's meet the Baron von Spiegel and talk about his role in Nazi espionage. His full name is Edgar von Spiegel von und zu Peckelsheim. Doesn't get much more German than that, I suspect. The Baron von Spiegel is, this is a double-barreled last name, as they say. He's the descendant of two Prussian noble families, born in 1885 in what is then East Prussia. And the Baron von Spiegel comes from sort of a naval family. So he actually joins the German Navy prior to World War I as a junior officer. And of course, wartime is good for getting promoted, especially in the German Navy when you go to the unrestricted U-boat campaign. So in 1917, the young Baron von Spiegel, and there he is actually from the frontispiece of the book I'm about to talk about, actually gets promoted to the captain of U-93. So this is in 1917, April of 1917, when the unrestricted U-boat campaign is really gaining steam. This is the period where the Germans are indiscriminately firing on ships that they believe may be supportive of the Allied cause under many different flags, not just necessarily Allied flags. So Baron von Spiegel is apparently quite a successful naval officer. Again, he's risen to captain in just a few years. U-93 is actually an experimental U-boat. It's the latest in U-boat technology, if you will. And according to both the Baron's own account under interrogation later on and the British account, which is based upon more reliable evidence, he sinks more than 10 ships in 2 weeks using U-93. So this is a pretty impressive record, using a combination of the deck guns and torpedoes, apparently mines and things like that. So this is a very impressive reign of terror, actually, in the English Channel. But the Baron von Spiegel's luck runs out at the end of April 1918, again, only about 2.5 weeks at sea, when he approaches a schooner that appears to be in trouble off the coast of England. So he approaches this schooner and actually surfaces the U-boat, and he begins to approach it. Now, one other aspect of the Baron's early career that's interesting is that he is actually a known figure even before what I'm about to describe takes place. He becomes known, actually, as the most compassionate U-boat commander of the war. Because the Baron, apparently, there are stories circulating already in the British press about this commander who, when he fires on a ship, actually does the right thing and surfaces and allows everyone to get off before he actually sinks it. So he's actually being talked about already. So on this particular occasion, the Baron von Spiegel, and he'll also rescue especially British officers and bring them on board his U-boat and drop them off in neutral territories and things like that. So pretty remarkable, supposedly. The Baron von Spiegel, so on this particular occasion, sort of surfaces, fires on this apparently already crippled wooden schooner, and begins to move in for the kill. And he actually sees them sort of strike their colors. A lifeboat descends from the side of the boat and begins to sort of sail away as if they've abandoned ship. And so the Baron believes that he is about to strike and sink his 11th or 12th ship. As he approaches and gets within a few yards of the ship, actually, the structures on the top of the ship collapse to reveal deck guns. It's a British Q ship. So the Q ships were a British tactic late in the war to try to sink U-boats. They would effectively disguise former civilian vessels, or actually, in this case, a captured German vessel, as if they were merchant ships. They would mimic being crippled, and actually part of the crew would get off the ship while there were people manning the guns. And then they would fire on these U-boats and in some cases sink them. So the Baron von Spiegel is taken by surprise, understandably here. The Q ship opens fire. He is actually standing on the sort of conning tower, and the first shell fired by the Q ship smashes into the conning tower and blows him into the water, and actually kills several of his other officers. U-93, actually, they think they've sunk it. It sort of limps away and then disappears underwater. It actually hasn't been sunk yet, but the Baron von Spiegel is blown off, and he's actually rescued, ironically, by this Q ship, which is the HMS Prize. So the captain, according to the Baron, treats him with all of the respect due to an officer, actually returns him to Britain, and the Baron von Spiegel will sit out the rest of the war in a British POW camp. While there, though, he doesn't waste his time. He actually writes a novel called U-202 about his experiences as a U-boat commander. And this actually becomes, very oddly during the war, a best-selling novel written by a German U-boat commander. A best-selling novel not only in Germany, but also in Britain. This is bizarre. So it's actually translated into English later on in the 1920s by the head of British Naval Intelligence, a guy named Sir Barry Domville, translates this book. So Baron von Spiegel, he cooperates with his British captors. I've actually seen his interrogation documents. He, according to his British interrogators, is a close friend of the Kaiser. So he's seen as a high-value prisoner. He gives limited information about U-boat capabilities. At one point, the British ask him, how many U-boats do you have? And he says, I prefer not to answer. So a good answer if you're a POW in adherence with the Geneva Conventions and things. And he's released at the end of the war. This is actually, again, publicized in the press, even at the time, that they've captured this very high-value target effectively. The Baron goes back to Germany in the interwar period, already a famous author. He actually then writes a series of romance novels in the 1920s, which I have not read, but involving romance in the South Pacific and things like that. And then again, his novel is translated, I think it's 1922, by Barry Domville, becomes a bestseller in both the UK and the US. So this is a pretty famous German figure, effectively. Apparently he speaks very good English with an English accent, which presumably he had been taught as a child, an aristocratic child, and then refines during his time in British custody. Now this is where the Baron's story turns truly interesting, as if it wasn't interesting enough already. 1933, the year that Adolf Hitler takes power, there is already a film deal that's been made for the novel U-202 based on the Baron's experiences, and actually becomes one of Adolf Hitler's earliest favorite films. It gets made into a movie called Morgenrot, which means the morning red, referring to the red of the rising sun, which obviously has a lot of lure in sort of nautical circles. And the Baron von Spiegel falls into Adolf Hitler's inner circle, effectively. Goebbels and Goering see this as a positive piece of propaganda for the regime. It is a really bad film, I have to be honest with you. You can find it on YouTube. It is not very good, but it is very popular. So this appears to be the Baron's first entrance into sort of the new regime of Nazi Germany. He cultivates a relationship with apparently Hitler's inner circle, which will be suggested by his later activity, and certainly within the diplomatic corps as well. 1937, the Baron von Spiegel is sent here to New Orleans as the consul general at the consulate just about a mile and a half from here on St. Charles Avenue. Now, what's interesting about this is that the Germans have an interesting approach to consular affairs. Traditionally, these are roles that would be held by career diplomats. The Nazis, and this is a fascinating part of my current research project, appoint celebrities into many of these roles. And the Baron von Spiegel is one of these sort of celebrity diplomats. And they also, of course, have careers as intelligence agents as well. So the wider German consular system, of course, goes back to throughout the entirety of German-American diplomatic relations, back to the unification of Germany in 1871. But there's consulates all over the country. It's kind of odd for us today to imagine having a consulate in a city like New Orleans, although the German government still has one here. In this period, it makes a lot of sense for a couple of reasons. Number one, large German community here, of course, going back many, many centuries, actually, but also a major port city. And so part of Baron von Spiegel's above-board activities as the consul general is issuing visas, meeting with the captains of ships docking here at the port of New Orleans, dealing with trade issues and things of that sort. And when the Baron arrives here, he actually uses his celebrity to gain entrance into the highest echelons of New Orleans social life. He actually hosts opulent parties in the garden of the beautiful consulate on St. Charles. He's written up in the social columns. He hangs out at the Deutsches Haus, which is the local sort of German cultural organization here. And he becomes a sort of larger-than-life figure. His little dachshunds, he walks around the French Quarter, right? So the Baron von Spiegel becomes a sort of very popular figure, effectively. And this is all, of course, before the war. So 1937 to 39, the Baron von Spiegel has this sort of larger-than-life personality. He also travels up and down the Gulf Coast in his automobile that he purchases while he's here, because his district extends all the way to Florida and actually all the way to Puerto Rico as well. And so he becomes known for his sort of weekend automobile adventures, again, written up in the local press. It's only after the war that this begins to take on a more sinister tone. So 1939, of course, the invasion of Poland, tensions begin to rise among sort of the American public. Is the U.S. going to intervene in this war? Baron von Spiegel, of course, already established himself as this major sort of cultural and local political figure here in New Orleans, has an opulent and presumably boozy dinner one night where he's invited a reporter from the Times-Picayune. One of the things the Baron tells this reporter, later claims that it's an off-the-record interview, is that Germany will not forget those who have sided against it in the Great World Conflict. The Times-Picayune reporter prints this remark, and this sets off a firestorm that extends between New Orleans all the way to Washington, D.C., and ultimately all the way to Berlin. The Baron is summoned to the State Department to explain his remarks. Is this a threat against the United States? Seems like it is. And he actually gets merely a slap on the wrist, actually, from the Secretary of State. But even the governor of Louisiana is involved. The governor actually sends down state troopers to take, or state police officers, to take a sworn statement from this Times-Picayune reporter. He swears a deposition. This is what the Baron said late one night in the consulate here. So June of 1940, the Baron is now attracting some unwanted attention, let's say. And of course, this attracts the attention of the FBI. We heard last night from Nicholas Reynolds, our excellent keynote speaker, that the state of U.S. counterintelligence in this period is fairly limited, actually. There's disputes, effectively, as to who has authority for policing the U.S. against foreign spies. The FBI thinks it's their job, kind of, sort of. The Navy thinks it's their job, the Office of Naval Intelligence, kind of, sort of, and, of course, New Orleans is a port city. And the State Department also thinks it has a role in counterintelligence, kind of, sort of. So all three of these organizations descend on the Baron von Spiegel and the German consulate simultaneously. And this is a document I found in the National Archives just a few months ago, actually. This is a Department of Justice / FBI report that's sent to the State Department because the State Department's asking for as much information as they can get. And it is absolutely a fascinating document. It goes on for about 3 pages, and it not only names names, it names places these people hung out here in the city of New Orleans, all of which still exist. So it's absolutely fascinating. So numerous investigations seem to definitely establish the fact the activities of the German consulate in New Orleans under Baron Edgar von Spiegel are of a nature inimical to the best interests of the U.S. Then they go on to enumerate what they think they're up to. A close watch on the attaché, agents, and other employees leads to the conclusion they are probably engaged in laying the predicate for a systemic campaign of sabotage to take effect if and when the U.S. should become involved in the war. He has liaison with agents throughout the southern states and Mexico. And then this is one of my favorite things, skipping down to bullet point 8, possibly through fear of wiretapping, those attached to the German consulate seem to prefer telephoning from a public pay station booth located 2 blocks from the consulate on St. Charles Avenue. I haven't yet found the pay station booth, probably doesn't exist anymore, but all of the bars and restaurants named are still around. Actually, they have different names now, but you can hang out in the same bar as Baron von Spiegel's agents, supposedly. So what the Baron von Spiegel is up to, according to the FBI, is that he's engaged in two things. He's engaged in collecting information about the ships sailing down the Mississippi. His primary technique in doing this is holding those cocktail parties I mentioned. So people show up, he gives them a few drinks, and they start mentioning, oh yeah, you know, my cousin's sailing out on this ship heading to Europe next week, right? The Baron has a wireless transmitter, supposedly, in the basement of the consulate on St. Charles Avenue, transmitting this information about shipping going through the Gulf. The other half is revealed after the war is that he has what the local press terms a wrecking crew. And this is the sabotage aspect of it. One of the Baron's favorite hangouts, apparently, is a watchmaker's shop on Magazine Street, about a mile from here. What's going on, according to the FBI, in the back room of this watchmaking shop is they're making timed fuses that can be potentially used on bombs that are planted on ships, especially cotton ships, sailing into the Gulf. Now, whether or not this plot is ever executed, I'm still trying to establish, but the idea, you know, this is a pretty robust surveillance network, so something is certainly going on here. And the other places the Baron hangs out are similarly very plausible as sort of nests of various agents. So this goes on pretty much unabated. The FBI maintains close watch, and after the war, there's actually a Times-Picayune reporter, I think it is, who claims that he himself had been enlisted in this sort of surveillance activity and was told by the FBI not to reveal it too soon, because they were afraid that if the Baron knew he was under this kind of surveillance, he would simply change his approach to setting up his network in New Orleans and the wider area. And oddly enough, there seems to be a French nexus with this as well, that the French consulate was trying to spy on the German consulate just as much as the FBI was. So New Orleans, as a nest of spies and agents, very much the case in the early years of the Second World War. One part of history that we often overlook is that FDR actually takes action against this. So in August of 1941, President Roosevelt orders the expulsion of most of the German consular staffs from across the country. This is well before Pearl Harbor. And this is only, by the way, impacting Germany. It doesn't expel the Japanese consuls or their diplomatic staffs. And so this causes a crisis. Now, FDR does this after months and months of lobbying from the State Department, based largely, it seems, upon the Baron von Spiegel. That the Baron's activities have become so egregious, at least in the perception of the State Department, that the Secretary of State goes to President Roosevelt and says something must be done. There's simply too much espionage going on in these consulates. And again, there's a network of these. The other main one for espionage purposes was in San Francisco. I'll come back to the San Francisco consulate in a moment here. But August of 1941, Roosevelt orders the closure of the consulates, the expulsion of the consul generals. Fascinating bit of history. The State Department actually takes great steps to adhere to the letter of the law with these closures. So they take all of the furniture from the consulates and lock it away in storage units run by the Swiss, actually. They take the diplomats and put them in West Virginia at a resort and then arrange a diplomatic transfer that actually takes place after the war has started. And they put them up in this sort of luxurious resort and also like wiretap their rooms at the same time, of course, right? So it's kind of interesting. And after the war, there's an immense amount of paperwork. This is the most bureaucratic State Department thing ever. Immense amount of paperwork about what should we do with their property. And they actually give it back to these Nazis. They give it back to these Germans after the war and make them pay for the storage costs at the end. So, you know, a little bit of a bureaucratic wrangling even in the midst of the greatest war in human history. So Pearl Harbor happens. The consul generals have all been expelled at this point. There is still a limited consular staff in Washington, D.C. Incidentally, we actually have diplomatic exchanges with the Nazis during the war. We actually, through Swiss back channels, we're negotiating for the release of Americans, American diplomats or American civilians who have been caught in various parts of Germany or in occupied Europe, in exchange for people we are either expelling from the United States, people who have German citizenship who are being expelled for various reasons, or for German diplomats. This actually takes place throughout the war on these sort of neutral ships that are flagged with crosses on the side so they won't be sunk. So the Baron von Spiegel essentially disappears from the United States. But after the U.S. enters the war, many of you will know, the war comes home to the Gulf pretty quickly. There are more than 50 ships sunk in the Gulf following Pearl Harbor up through 1943. This is a pretty intense bit of combat, and there's hundreds of ships sunk off the coast of the United States, a story that we often don't think about. So the U-boat war very quickly comes home. And rumors begin to circulate here in the Gulf area that the Baron von Spiegel has returned. U-boat commander in World War I, remember all those trips he made up and down the coast? He knows the Gulf Coast better than anybody else. Oh, and also he had a passion for photography, apparently. So the rumor begins to surface that the Baron has returned to exact revenge upon the city of New Orleans and the United States government itself. This is a quote from the Tampa Tribune. These stories began to circulate, by the way, because apparently just outside the mouth of the Mississippi, there is I think it's an oil tanker that is attacked by a U-boat. The U-boat surfaces. People are getting off this tanker. And apparently in perfect English, the U-boat commander says, "Oh, sorry about that. Hope you make it home safe." And the crew does. Doesn't this sound like the Baron von Spiegel in World War I? So these rumors begin to circulate. This is a great article. Baron von Spiegel is boss of German U-boats in the Gulf, is the headline, Tampa Tribune. Recently, a man who knows and hates him suggested the Navy might get on his trail and sink him. For, as he added, quote, "Von Spiegel is the sort who would want to do something drastic in the Gulf to get back at those who tried to run him out of the United States long before the U.S. got in the war." So these rumors begin to spread. My favorite aspect of this is that in I think it's the same issue actually of the Tampa Tribune, a reader contributed a little ditty that they had constructed about the Baron. And it goes something like, "The glamorous gangster Baron von Spiegel is just another gangster to the American eagle." I assume not an award-winning poem, but still an indication of how interesting or how interested the American public is in the fate of Baron von Spiegel. Well, as it turns out, the Baron has not returned to exact revenge on American shipping in the Gulf. He has actually been sent to Marseille. So in 1941, following an exchange via neutral Lisbon, the Baron von Spiegel is actually attached to the German consulate in Marseille, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Marseille is a very similar city to New Orleans in a lot of ways, largely French-influenced city, in fact, in France, of course, but an important shipping center. So the Baron von Spiegel, and this is where the story gets a little bit murkier, is attached to he's the German consul general, actually, in Marseille, seems to become attached at some point to the SS, whether or not that's a rank bestowed upon him by the SS against his will to try to keep control of him, or whether he had been involved with the SS previously, not yet clear to me. Of course, Marseille becomes a center of not only mass deportations of the city's Jewish population, it's largely destroyed during the war. And so the Baron's activities in Marseille are a bit opaque. And at the end of the war, after Operation Dragoon, Marseille is captured, and the Baron again sort of disappears for a period of time. Turns out he is captured initially by the French resistance. Yay for him! I'm sure that was a lovely experience. The French resistance, capturing the German consul general, and then he's handed over to the British and handed over to the Americans. And he actually shows up in a number of Nuremberg trials later on. He actually appears to have given evidence involving French collaborationists. He has not tried at Nuremberg for any types of war crimes. He's never tried actually for anything. And I can find no record, in fact, of him being interrogated at Nuremberg at all, as some of the other consul generals are. And this article appears in the Shreveport Journal in December of 1945, reflecting upon this mystery. The Baron still exists in the local memory here, which is somewhat fascinating when you think that this is the end of the war. And it says, while not comparable to the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Adolf Hitler, this is still the period where there's dispute over what's happened to Hitler. Of course, we know he's committed suicide, but there's still dispute over the disappearance of his remains into Soviet hands and things, whose death has been reported but never proved. Considerable curiosity in this country and in Germany as to the whereabouts of Baron Edgar von Spiegel, once German consul at New Orleans and later attached to the Nazi intelligence department. That does seem to be true. When Allied forces broke through in the south of France in late 1944, it was reported von Spiegel had been captured by the French, sent to a concentration camp. Following VE Day, reported by the Associated Press that he was being detained for questioning by the Allied Control Commission interrogating POWs, and so far as we recall, never anything printed about his release or escape from custody. And so there's speculation as to what's happened to this man. And his story, again, becomes a little bit opaque here. He dies in Bremen, another naval city, in 1965. So he survives well into the post-war period, never really writes anything further that I can find about his experiences. He presumably was denazified, though I can't find evidence of his denazification record. And I return to the question, and I'll shamelessly promote our podcast again, because these are the types of questions that we're dealing with here. Who was the Baron von Spiegel working for? Was he working for the German government? Obviously true. But think back to his story in that POW camp in 1917, right? Again, answers all of his interrogators' questions very willingly, as he seems to have after the Second World War as well. Book is translated by the head of British Naval Intelligence in the 1920s. And interestingly, Barry Domville himself will be interned for his pro-Nazi sympathies later on, which complicates the story even more. Baron von Spiegel obviously very heavily surveilled by the US government and appears to have run some sort of intelligence network out of here in New Orleans, which would make perfect sense. But in fact, how does the Baron von Spiegel get himself off the hook? Ultimately, is this a story of a man who not only operates as an intelligence operative in some senses, but also plays a role in sort of securing the status of fellow intelligence officers like himself? And incidentally, in closing, The consul general in San Francisco, we can talk about this more in the Q&A if you want, is Hitler's former commanding officer in World War I. It's a man named Fritz Wiedemann. Fritz Wiedemann turns state's evidence in Nuremberg and saves his own skin. And very similar to Baron von Spiegel, dies essentially anonymously in the 1960s, having essentially given up the Nazi intelligence networks over to the Allies at the end of the war. And so is this a story of potentially someone, again, who has essentially made a contribution to both sides of the war? So that being said, very happy to take your questions, and thank you again for being here this morning.
Thank you. Those were wonderful papers. It was very interesting to hear about agents, so that this young woman on the right side of history could have such a profound impact on the war. And it was also wonderfully interesting to hear about the Baron and his ties to New Orleans, which was a story I'd never heard about before. So I'm going to ask a couple of broad questions to both of the speakers, and then we'll open it up to the audience. My first question is my curiosity from both of you about how you discovered these incredibly interesting figures and decided to write about them.
Shall I kick off?
Please.
Go ahead, Claire.
So, as I think people know, I'd written a few books before. I'd written a book called The Spy Who Loved, and it's about a Polish-born countess who served the British. And when that book came out, I was very honoured, literally honoured by the Polish government. They gave me a cultural award, a medal. It's really lovely. I never know when to wear it in bed, obviously, every night. Anyhow, so I had to go to the Polish embassy to receive it. And when I arrived, there was me, and there were 4 quite tall chaps who were also getting awarded. And at the back, there was a little elderly lady sitting on her own. So obviously, I made a beeline for her. I said, "Oh, are you with one of these gentlemen? What brings you?" And she said, "No, dear, I'm a veteran of the Second World War, so they always invite me." And she said, "The wine here is very good, so I always come." And I knew I really liked her immediately. So I asked about her service, and she, just very briefly, she was a 16-year-old. She served in the Warsaw Uprising and knew Zoe from that time. As a 16-year-old, I mean, she didn't have a gun in hand. Some did, but she was going out to get medical supplies across the city. And she said one day she managed to get to the university and she found 10 glass bottles full of methylated spirits, which could be used as antiseptic. So she was running back. She put them in her rucksack, was running back to the field hospitals, which are in cellars and basements to give them some protection. And she was caught in an incendiary bombing raid and a fire bombing raid. And she just ran faster. And suddenly she felt something smash into her back, shrapnel, really hard. But she was luckily protected by these glass bottles. Just one of them broke. And then she kept running, and she said she had this strange sensation of suddenly feeling freezing in a burning street because the meths had soaked through the bag and her shirt and was evaporating off her back. And she looked me straight in the eye, and she said, "I knew then that I was going to die because I was a petrol bomb." But she just kept running, and she made it back to the field hospital, and all they said was, "You've broken one of these." That's what conditions were like. And so I felt really humble. She said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, I'm not a veteran, I've never served, but I just wrote this book about Christina Scarbeck, wonderful agent." She said, "Oh, yes, she was fantastic, Scarbeck. For goodness sake, though, why didn't you write about the real hero? Why didn't you write about Zoe?" Wow. And that was the first time I heard her name. So that lady's story is in the book. Many stories are woven through it, and it was a real honor to then find out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I've not gotten any medals, so I can't claim that. But as I mentioned, I mean, this is kind of an outgrowth of my book on Nazi sympathizers in the U.S. and this question of, what was the real role of Nazi intelligence in the U.S. For decades, many historians had sort of assumed that the so-called Brown Scare, this idea that there are Nazis all over the U.S., Nazi agents everywhere, that it was merely that. It was just a scare, exacerbated by Hollywood and sort of post-war memories and things like that. It's not really true. There were Nazi agents all over the U.S., and what's fascinating is a little bit of that has been written about, the sort of Nazi spy rings type thing, but the diplomatic side of it really hasn't. And the consulates were incredibly important because they're operating under diplomatic cover. The State Department doesn't really know what to do with them. And so for every consulate, I think there's 8 or 9 of them across the U.S. In this period, they all have this sort of similar level of sort of espionage nexus, seemingly. And I'll give you a good example, or an example of why I find this story so interesting. I was in the National Archives at College Park flipping through the State Department decimal files, they're called, which is literally just the State Department's central file. And I found this, this is mostly a paper archive, but I had this piece of cloth. It was right in the middle of a file. And so I'm flipping through, reading about, the Baron von Spiegel documents similar to what I showed you earlier. And I open up this sort of cloth pouch, and it's the German diplomatic pouch. And it actually is the German diplomatic pouch sent from Tokyo to New Orleans. And it had been sent to the State Department because at customs here in New Orleans, they'd actually broken the seals on it and opened it and found Nazi propaganda inside. And so the State Department seizes it, and the Germans, Baron von Spiegel himself, took this and sent it to the State Department in protest of them taking their Nazi propaganda from them. So when you see objects like that, I mean, that's what fascinates me about these stories, the physicality of it, and especially living here in New Orleans, this stuff all happened a mile from here. Right, you can walk past the watchmaker shop I mentioned, or walk past the bar that Baron von Spiegel met his agents in, and that to me is what makes history real in that sense. It's that local aspect, and this is again true in communities all over the country.
Thank you. And I'll ask one more question. I'm curious about the sort of research process. I'm assuming you had to probably work with Polish documents, you had to work with German documents, or were you able to use British archives? How did that process work to uncover both of these untold stories? Claire?
All of those.
Right.
All of those things. I spent a lot of time in Poland, did 3 trips to Poland. It's a bit closer for me from England. I had incredible interviews. I interviewed a woman who shared her prison cell. I interviewed President Lech Wałęsa. Lech Wałęsa, because Zoe kept fighting, and she was actually involved in supporting Solidarity to finally bring freedom to her nation.
Right.
And at that point, Lech Wałęsa, the first democratically elected president of Poland, presented her with the Order of the White Eagle, Poland's highest award. But he said she wasn't that bothered. She got a lot of badges by then, And then he realized what she'd really appreciate, and he promoted her from captain to brigadier general, retired, only the 2nd female general in Polish history. So that really meant a lot to her. But I also interviewed a guy, in fact, Lech Wałęsa's press secretary, who had recorded interviews with her in the 1980s, before, when Poland was still under the communist regime. And it was considered seditious. He wasn't allowed to interview people like her. And you weren't even allowed to have blank tapes in Poland to record on. But he had found, he put on this tape in a tape deck and played this interview, and I could hear her striking the table with her as she talked about her movements and laughing. She was fantastic. And then the tape came to an end, and this martial music blared out. And so I had to say, Andrew, I'm sorry, I didn't think you were a marching band kind of guy. What's the music? And he said, because it was illegal to have blank tapes, he found you could put a bit of sellotape over the tab and record your music on top. He had put sellotape over the tab of the highest quality tapes that would last best, and they were the tapes of the communist regime. So he had literally recorded the testimony of a freedom fighter over the propaganda of the regime, which ended in martial music. It was just perfect.
Amazing.
He gave me 27 tapes, so that was good.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, all of the above as well. I think part of this story when you're dealing with spies and espionage is you have to get a variety of sources. So some of the material I use is personal material relating to these people, or personal material relating to people who knew them as well. Official archives, obviously State Department, the German archives. Fortunately, much of the German archive was microfilmed at the end of the war by the Allies, so it's available both here and in Britain. But I think as well, interestingly, Baron von Spiegel has an oral history with the Imperial War Museum, where he only talks about World War I. So I wonder what's in the rest of that. But I don't know why they would have not asked about anything in World War II. There might be good reasons for that. But I think this is all about a variety of materials. The other archive I'd mention is the OSS archive. Has radio intercepts, and the British, actually, GCHQ, has radio intercepts for not only the Germans, but also for the United States in the 1930s and 40s. And so we can actually see the traffic that the British were intercepting and get a sense of what's going on with these wider networks. And the British, incidentally, also intercepted Gestapo traffic. So there's direct intercepts of Gestapo stations in places like Mexico talking about their agents. Of course, you have to decipher the code names and things like that, but it's super helpful.
Amazing. Thank you. So interesting. So we will now open it up for questions.
Great. Round of applause for our wonderful morning panel.
So good.
Please raise your hands, and Connie and I will come to you. We'll start with Connie to your left, towards the back, please.
This question's for Bradley. Maybe we can discuss this at the Baron's Bar later. Was there any connection between German consulates, spy rings, all that, and the, I should say, established connections with the groups like the No Foreign Wars Committee, the America First Committee, Charles Lindbergh, all of them?
That is a great question. That's kind of the big research question historians have been trying to piece together ever since the 1940s. Of course, the America First Committee, No Foreign Wars Committee denied that there's any connection at all. As far as we can tell, there's not much of a formal one. There are agents of influence, many of whom get indicted under violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act later on, who are operating using German money, supporting those groups either by speaking there or possibly financial support as well. And that's the question with groups like the German-American Bund, too. Fritz Wiedemann in San Francisco, who I mentioned, the consul general there, Hitler's former captain in World War I, when he testifies at Nuremberg, they ask him this question. He says, I didn't give them any money, but my predecessor did. Now, this would be the Bund in the pre-America First Committee era. So I think we don't really know the answer. We probably never will. There's certainly German agents who are involved with those groups, without doubt. But would someone like Charles Lindbergh have known that? Probably not. I think Lindbergh, we can talk about Lindbergh for hours and hours, fascinating guy. But I think if Lindbergh had known there were actual Nazi agents in there, he would have been deeply uncomfortable with it. That was kind of the red line for him. Thanks for the question.
Next question's all the way to your right, towards the front.
This is for Clare. I apologize if you explained this, but how long did the trip take for Zoe to get from Europe all the way to Liverpool? And by the time she got there, was the information still timely, and was it used?
Yeah, it's a good question. It took longer than she wanted. She actually had to return from Paris because there was a betrayal and some issues. It's all in the book. Had to return, but that worked out quite well because they updated the information. So these two microfilms she got, one of them was largely military information. It included some troop movements, and some of that information was dated, but it also included other information that was still very relevant, like key industrial targets to take out in strikes and so on. So most of that value was still kept. But the second microfilm was rather different. It contained not the first, but still early information on the Holocaust. So the emissary before her was a man called Jan Karski. He brought out the first eyewitness testimony of the Holocaust. He thought he'd been in a camp. He'd actually only been in a transit camp, but that was so bad, he assumed that was one of the final camps. And she brought out the second, and then she worked with Jan Karski in London. So that was information on the ghettos, on Auschwitz itself, which of course is in Nazi German-occupied Polish territory, but also the greater network of the Holocaust, and that became very vital. So yeah, thank you.
Next question's with Connie to your left, towards the back, please.
Thank you for two great presentations. My question is for Brad. In the interwar period, there was, of course, the Army, the Navy, FBI, and state all wanting bits of the intel business. There was another claimant, the FCC, in the signals intelligence business. Yeah. Is there anything reflecting their activities or their success in the illicit broadcast problem?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, the FCC is the other counterintelligence player we often don't think about, right? Because they have authority over radio transmissions. Yeah, so you'll see documents where the FBI says, hey, FCC, can you pinpoint the location of this radio? Right, and one thing they're concerned about is less so, I mean, obviously wireless radio or shortwave radios in consulates is one thing they're trying to monitor, but that's all coded. They're also trying to monitor propaganda broadcasts coming in from across the border with Mexico. The Germans actually do have radio stations down there that have the capability of broadcasting into Texas and places like that. So the FCC tries to jam some of those signals. The other interesting thing about German intelligence in this period is everyone talks about the wireless transmitters because that's all glamorous and things. Often they would just transmit messages using Western Union. They'd actually just code messages, take them to the telegraph office, and they'd be just in numeric code, and they just send them that way. And there are actually laws against intercepting Western Union messages in this period. And so when they ask people like Fritz Wiedemann, how did you transmit things to Berlin? He says, we just send them to the telegraph office. So it's not covert necessarily at all. Couldn't read it, but they're just sending it essentially through the mail or through the telegraph.
Staying to your left, halfway back, please.
Another question on Hitler's supposed friends in the U.S.
Yeah.
Do you know if I know there were several Nazi sabotage missions on U.S. territory. Yep. Do you know anything? Did any Hitler have any domestic help on that? I'm thinking especially about Station 42 in New York.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the big one is Operation Pastorius, which is 1942. It's two teams of saboteurs. One lands in Florida, one lands in Long Island. The idea is they've been trained in rudimentary sabotage. They have explosives. They have American clothing. They're very diligent to cut the German labels out and put American dry cleaning labels in there and things like that. And so their mission is to get on the beach, change clothes, bury your explosives, blend into American society, come back, dig it up, and blow up bridges, dams, critical infrastructure, things like that. It's actually a major terrorist plot. It fails because the leader of the Long Island team decides to call the FBI rather than face potential execution. And in fact, the FBI rounds up that whole ring within a few weeks, and 6 of the 8 are actually executed and buried in an anonymous grave outside of D.C. It's a big case, Operation Pastorius. You asked on local help. Absolutely. Most of those guys had either some connection to the U.S. or were themselves German-American. So it's people who had been waiters in New York City, people who had relatives here. And in one case, the guy's plan was to go back to his girlfriend and hang out with her until he was activated as a terrorist sleeper cell. So it's a very scary plot. And again, this goes to the commentary I made earlier of, a lot of historians used to think this was, it was a Brown scare, it wasn't a real thing. You couldn't have embarked on an operation like that without the local nexus. Right, you couldn't have attempted something like Pastorius unless those people knew enough about the United States and had enough local ties to try to blend in. A number of them have been involved in the German-American Bund as well.
We're going to go to the center aisle here.
There was a wonderful book a few years ago by Leo Marx, Between Silk and Cyanide, that talked about code breaking by the Germans against the British SOE. Can you talk a little bit about how effective the Germans were with respect to the Polish codes that the SOE was using?
Yeah, of course. It's one of my favorite war memoirs, actually. If anyone doesn't know Between Silk and Cyanide, it's absolutely fantastic. He was serving on the home front. He is incredibly witty. His brain is amazing, slightly sexist, but it's amazing, amazing book. Yeah, so he was head of coding. He called it the deadliest of parlor games. He's got a really good line as well. The Germans weren't particularly, I can't really speak about the US, Bradley's your man, but in Britain, they were pretty ineffective, really. Agent Garbo ran, I think he had 17 Germans supplying him information around the country that he would then feed that back to to Germany. They're all fictional. He is an Allied spy who just has this fictional network. Agent Zigzag, he has a network. He's feeding information back to the Germans. Again, he is British. He's a double agent. He's working for us. There are no known spies who succeed, German, that are sent over to Britain. Some of them are picked up. And the code breaking as well, they do have our code breaking of there is absolutely extraordinary. The work that Bletchley Park did, 75% female staff, many of them not just clerks and secretaries, but were the decoders, the cryptanalysts as well, were women. But they were just given job titles like translator and so on. But yeah, we're very effective. They also had their own bases, and they are trying to work on us, but pretty ineffective. They don't get a lot going the other way.
Next question is going to be to your left towards the front with Connie, please.
Sorry. This question's for Brad. A lot of the post-war literature about German intelligence in the United States just paints it as absolutely abysmal, and these are bumbling. Did they get any viable, any worthy intelligence in the United States? And any of that come through diplomatic associations?
That's a great question. Yeah. So Nazi Germany is really bureaucratic, right? This is one of the facets of it that we often overlook. And there's actually competing intelligence agencies who are all trying to vie for the same turf. So Baron von Spiegel, he's obviously in the Foreign Office, but he's also part of the Nazi regime in that sense. And so the Nazi Party has its own intelligence network. You have the Abwehr, that's military intelligence, and then you have the Nazi Party's sort of own intelligence networks. The party tries to insert its own agents into these consulates over the objections of the consul generals. And there's a great meeting that happens that the FBI surveils, either with human intelligence or electronic surveillance, where the consuls all meet in New York and say, hey, can we tell the Nazi Party to stop inserting their agents in here because they're useless and they're getting blown all the time. So the big Nazi spy rings you hear about are the Abwehr networks, military intelligence. They're pretty inept. But the Foreign Office guys, people like von Spiegel, actually say this in post-war interrogation. They told the Nazi Party, stop doing this. We have better intelligence just by living here. And so it's sort of like the line from Dr. Strangelove where the Russian ambassador knows about the doomsday device. Our source was the New York Times. And that's what they actually say is, read the newspapers and we'll just transmit the information from that. And that's going to be better intel than you can get by trying to infiltrate the Navy base because there's a free press.
We're going to go towards the back to your right, please.
Hi, this question is for Clare. I don't know if you can answer this question, but why wasn't Maurice Buckmaster removed from his position after the destruction of the Prosper Network, even though code words were given out by the agents saying they had been compromised?
Yeah, I mean, it's still, the whole betrayal there is very much debated. It's a live issue still, in fact, today. So Maurice Buckmaster was the head of SOE's F section, so that's the French section, had no contact with Zoe or the Polish story I've been telling today. But there are a lot of examples of his weaknesses in post. So he sent out agents like Noreen Yet Khan. When her wireless set was taken off, she was arrested. The Germans played a game of sort of cat and mouse, sending information, pretending it's from her, to send out various other agents. Now, she didn't use, they had a true code and a bluff code to say whether they'd been captured or not. They used the true code, but they didn't use the bluff code because they weren't Nor. He ignored that. Various people were saying to him, you know, she's not done the right security checks. We can't, this is compromised, we can't use it. He just went with it, overruled them, sent agents out. They were collected and arrested on arrival. You know, this is a man who made, that's just one example, numerous errors. Prosper, that whole area is still live. But again, looks like very difficult calls were made quite poorly. I mean, sadly, I never got to interview him, but I interviewed several of the people that worked alongside him, and they were saying, look, he was the head of the largest section of SOE in France, considerably the margin of the largest. And this had never been done before. He is breaking boundaries. They are taking risks the whole time. He made some bad calls, but overall the results were magnificent. So you have to give this some sort of leeway. There was collateral damage, but there are other calls he made that were right, that made big impact. I find him a really difficult character, and I know a friend of mine is working on a book in that area, but I can't place the call on that particular question right now.
Next question is in the center aisle, a little to your right, please.
Hello, Claire. It was a brilliant talk that you did today, and your brilliant talk yesterday. My question is twofold. First of all, do you know where the hotel is in Paris that Agent Zoe was? Is it still there? And do you have any plans for more brilliant books? Because your book is excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that question. I couldn't see who called it. Was that Jo? No, because she's a tour guide, and so she'd be asking about where the hotel is. We don't have the name of the hotel, but we know it was near a particular metro station, so it might be possible to work it out. I didn't actually get that detail. We know where a number of the women were kept. We know where Avenue Foch is. We know exactly the cell where Nor was, and so on. So there's a lot of information in the area, but we don't have the name of the hotel that Zoe was sent to. The other book, am I doing more books? I am under contract now to do another book. I've got 4 books. There's an extraordinary story about, we were talking about there's not enough stories of what was happening inside the Axis. So I've got a book on the only 2 women who served as test pilots for the Third Reich, one of whom was a fanatical Nazi and tried to save Hitler's life. The other one was secretly part Jewish in the resistance and tried to kill him. There's only 2 women in this role. It's amazing. I'm answering it by talking about a past book because I haven't finished chapter 1 of the next one, which I'm extremely excited about. It's something rather different again, but it's too early for me to talk about yet. Thank you.
We have time for one last quick question. It's going to be to your right with Connie, please.
Great presentation. 2 questions, 2 quick questions. When Agent Zoe jumped from the train, did she have the money with her, or did she just jump without the money? And the second question was, you said she was sentenced to 10 years. Did she do the whole 10 years?
Yeah, both good questions. If I'd have had more time, I'd have told you about the money. One of the first things she does when she realizes that Clara has been arrested is she manages to stow that very battered but incredibly precious now suitcase in the left luggage station lockers, and she takes a ticket for it, and she manages to pass that on to what we call a drop box, a dead drop box, so a place where she knows the resistance will pick up the ticket for it so they can get the money. So the money is safe. She doesn't have to jump from the train with it. So she's already taken care of that. What was the second one again?
Did she How long she served?
Oh, yeah, her serving, yeah. So they arrested her on horrible trumped-up charges. They did torture her rather horrifically. But she only served 6 years She was quite damaged in her time there, but she became a beacon for resistance inside the prisons. There were a lot of young women. She was held in a women's prison. Most of the women were younger than her, and she set up education in there to sort of keep their morale going, and suicide rates went right down when she was in there. Amazing to interview one of those women who were there. But after Stalin died, there was a bit of a thaw, and she was released after 6 years. But she was arrested again a second time in 1976 on Operation Historian. She was under surveillance. She was harassed. They prevented her from having, I mean, she did set up the Polish equivalent of the Open University, so long-distance learning. She's amazing. But they harass her, and eventually she had a heart attack. Her career was completely ruined by them. But she kept fighting. What she did was she interviewed everyone from the war, because she realized that the communist narrative was completely different to the narrative we understand of the Second World War. They actually call it the Great Patriotic War, and it starts in 1941. I know the American War starts in 1941, but they disregard anything inconvenient of them being actually Hitler's main ally at the start of the war. That's never mentioned. It starts when they join the Allies. And so she rewrote the narrative, and she kept thousands of testimonies of interviews with veterans. And this archive is one of the most important in Poland now. So she was still continuing her work.
Ladies and gentlemen, Leah Garrett, Clare Mulley, and Bradley Hart. Thank you to our panelists. Leah and Clare and Bradley will all be outside at the book signing table. We have a few books left of Leah's and Clare's, and unfortunately, Leah's going to be leaving us soon today, so you better get them signed now. We will have a just under 30-minute break, and we will be back at 10:15 for our next session. Thank you very much.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5 and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead-up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
In the dead of night on June 5th, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in two. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American air armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mère-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone.
We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who've been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours. And the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot. You know, what's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell am See in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave, and you know, that last night is always, man, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Please do find your cell phones. Let's silence those cell phones. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning. Continuing on this next session, Changing Tides, the U.S. Navy's World War II transformations in people and systems as we shift gears. This session explores how World War II reshaped the United States Navy as an institution, both socially and technologically. Trent Hone examines the Navy's rapid evolution in organization, innovation, operational systems that really define modern naval warfare and the Navy's service culture today. Historian Frank Blazich will highlight the service and legacy of Black Seabees and the implications for America's integrated military today as well. Now, chairing our session is Dr. Sean Scanlon. Sean joined the Jenny Craig Institute in summer 2004. Of course, we put him to work on a number of things, but in particular, on our Arizona State University Masters in World War II Studies, but also as the lead for our Normandy Academy program, where we, with Nicholls State University, take college students to Normandy as part of an incredible opportunity there. So at this moment, I'm going to turn over to Sean. Sean, over to you for the Navy in transformation.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much, Mike. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. It's a pleasure to be back here at my second international conference. I'm really excited for this panel because I think it provides a unique window into how the U.S. military fought World War II. Usually, when we talk about the Second World War, we focus on combat, military commanders, important units, and specific individuals. And certainly we've seen a great deal of that today and yesterday. Seldom, however, do we think about topics such as personnel policy, where U.S. officials have to determine how to best utilize the United States manpower resources in order to achieve success in the battlefield. That becomes even more complicated when that personnel policy has to contend with the U.S. military's history of racial segregation. Likewise, when we talk about specific battles or campaigns, we seldom stop to consider how military leaders absorb the lessons of past campaigns and turn them into successful future operations. We're going to explore these themes today through the lens of one military branch, the U.S. Navy, with two excellent panelists who have studied and written extensively about the development of Navy personnel policy and combat doctrine during World War II. Collectively, their work reminds us that the United States Navy was not a static institution, but one that adapted and learned over the course of the Second World War. Our first panelist will be Trent Hone. Trent is the Marine Corps University Foundation Chair of Strategic Studies at the Marine Corps University in Quantico. His most recent book is Mastering the Art of Command, an analysis of Admiral Chester Nimitz's leadership during the Pacific Theater in World War II. He is also the author of Learning War, The Evolution of Fighting Doctrine in the U.S. Navy, 1898 to 1945, a work which I think is particularly relevant for our discussion today. In addition to these works, he has published numerous articles in journals such as the Naval War College Review and the Journal of Military History. His presentation will analyze how the U.S. Navy drew upon its pre-war doctrine and battlefield lessons to refine its combat and logistical capabilities during World War II. Trent will be followed by Frank Blazich. Frank Blazich is a curator of military history at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. Before that, he worked at the U.S. Navy Seabees Museum and received his PhD from The Ohio State University in 2013. I did say The Ohio State University. I went to Nebraska, so go Big Red. Frank is the author of An Honorable Place in American Air Power, Civil Air Patrol Coastal Patrol Operations 1942-1943, published in 2020 by Air University Press, and is the editor of Bataan Survivor, a POW's account of Japanese captivity in World War II, published by the University of Missouri Press in 2017. His presentation today will explore how wartime experiences of two construction battalions illustrate the Navy's shifting policies around what role African-American sailors would play in World War II and the Navy at large. Ladies and gentlemen, Trent Hone and Frank Blazich.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Sean, for that delightful introduction, and thank you all for being here this morning. It's a pleasure to be back at the International Conference and as part of the World War II Museum's effort to ensure that we keep the war in our memories and that we understand it. I'm going to talk about 3 U.S. Navy systems today, systems that challenged pre-war assumptions about how the Navy would fight and how the Navy would win, and that forced a level of adaptation, as Sean alluded to. I'm going to start with the lowest of scales, individual ships, and then eventually zoom out to an entire theater. So we begin with the Combat Information Center, a new means of processing information aboard ships that was instrumental in ensuring that the U.S. Navy forces could operate effectively in combat. Now, many of you who are familiar with the history of the war, particularly its naval operations, will be aware that the U.S. Navy experimented with and was starting to integrate radar into its ships, its tactics, its force structure before the war. There was an assumption that radar would lift the veil of darkness and allow the fleet to operate more or less as it did in daytime. But this did not work out well. And nowhere was this more evident than in the fighting in and around the Solomon Islands in the fall of 1942. As the late James Hornfisher has described in his book, Neptune's Inferno, there were 5 major night surface actions fought off the waters around the island of Guadalcanal. Savo Island, Cape Esperance, first Guadalcanal, second Guadalcanal, and then the Battle of Tassafaronga. And in these battles, the U.S. Navy did not perform as well as it had anticipated, and radar was not used as effectively as it might have been. We can see here the results of some of this. This is the ship named after this city, USS New Orleans. She was damaged by a salvo of torpedoes launched by the Japanese at the Battle of Tassafaronga. And I'm not going to assume that each of you are familiar with the layout of this ship, but in the bow, ahead of what you can see here, there was another turret. And there was more length of the bow, and it was shorn off by the impact of these Japanese torpedoes. A cruiser line, of which New Orleans was won was disrupted by that salvo at the Battle of Tassafaronga. And one of the things that is interesting about these fights is that there is information that is available. Radar makes information available. It was possible to fight more effectively with that information. And as action reports come back to Admiral Nimitz and his staff at Pearl Harbor, he's the commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet at the time, they discern that the information should be used more effectively, but it's not. Radar, rather than lifting the veil of darkness, is providing more information than can be processed aboard ship at the time. So ship captains and formation commanders are overwhelmed by the information that is coming to them. They can't make sense of it fast enough. But this is discerned. And so Nimitz, in November of 1942, when the fighting for Guadalcanal is at its height, issues a new tactical bulletin. And in essence, it's orders to the Pacific Fleet. The focus is Pacific Fleet radar doctrine, but its subtitle is establishing a combat information center. So essentially what he says is every ship needs to create one of these, a combat information center. It's going to take in information from all the various sources. It's going to analyze it, synthesize it, and then provide it in an actionable format to the ship's commanding officer and the ship's weapons systems. And what I think is very interesting about this bulletin is Nimitz explains what the CIC should accomplish, but he does not explain how. And what he's doing is he's triggering this broad base of parallel experimentation. This is something that the fleet had been habituated to in years before the war. So different ships start trying different things, start working out different approaches to establishing a combat information center. Now, from this distance, 80-some years removed, we may think to ourselves, well, isn't that inefficient? All these ships are going to try different things. Some of these things aren't going to work out. And in terms of the effort expended, it may have been less efficient than allowing some shore-based command to work out how best to organize a CIC. But Nimitz's greatest concern is time. How fast? We need to work this out. We need to work this out as quickly as we can. And so a broad base of experimentation allows different approaches to organizing a CIC to be experimented with very quickly. And so ships begin to work things out. And officers, as they return back to port in the combat zone, share ideas. Hey, what did you try with your CIC? What worked? What didn't work? And they begin to learn quickly. And meanwhile, Nimitz and his staff harness the best approaches that are emerging based on action reports and promulgate new instructions in terms of how to do this. So it has an advantage of speed. It has another advantage. Different ships need different things from their combat information centers. Carriers have to be able to perform effective fighter direction to intercept incoming strikes. Battleships have guns that can range as far as radar can detect targets, so they have to be able to engage immediately. They need to integrate their CICs with their gunnery departments. And destroyers have to be able to track subsurface, surface, and aerial targets in order to address all of these threats. And so the solutions that emerge not only emerge quickly, they're very contextual. Different ships set up different standards for how to organize a combat information center. And so less than half a year later, you start to see the emergence of effective techniques. But really, it's about a year later, in November of 1943, where the CIC starts to really prove its effectiveness. And you see this, at least in the Solomons, in the fighting around Bougainville. And so there, in November 1943, there are two battles. One is fought at Empress Augusta Bay by Rear Admiral Aaron S. Merrill. And he uses a distributed formation, something that wouldn't have been possible a year before, uses combat information centers to maximize the effectiveness of his ships, sends his destroyers in to attack the Japanese, holds his cruisers at a distance to use their guns. It succeeds. It prevents a Japanese effort to disrupt the invasion force. But it really is at the end of that month when Captain Arleigh Burke, a future chief of naval operations, wins his decisive victory with Deseron 23 at the Battle of Cape St. George. And you can see some of the things that he said about the combat information centers of his ships on this slide. At no time was there confusion or lack of knowledge. The battle went better than most drills. And at the end of the action, we could overlay the track charts of one ship over another. And so it has, the Combat Information Center has enabled radar to live up to its promise. Now, US ships can operate not exactly as they might in daylight, but much more effectively. And so from this moment on, late 1943, the Japanese are outclassed. And they're not only outclassed in night combat, they're also outclassed in the skies, because now the raids that they try to conduct against US carrier forces are beaten back by much more effective fighter direction procedures operationalized by combat information centers aboard the carriers. And we see the results of that off Rabaul in November 1943, at Philippine Sea in June 1944, and it continues. It drives them to introduce the kamikaze. So the Combat Information Center is a crucial system. Now, in the Atlantic, there's a need to develop a similar system, but oriented slightly differently and at a much higher level. This is a system for anti-submarine warfare to combat the German U-boats. And the answer here will be the 10th Fleet. You see, one of the challenges, and this has been alluded to by some of the prior panels, there's an intelligence war in the Atlantic. Gross Admiral Karl Donitz is using German submarines in a way that allows him to capitalize on intelligence information. Insight into British shipping codes and other information allows him to route his U-boats to interception points to try to make the most of the limited strength that he has to destroy Allied convoys. And in 1941, before the United States enters the war, the US Navy gains a false sense of security because there is sufficient insight into the German enigma by Poles and others, as we heard in the last panel, to be able to understand how Donitz is maneuvering his submarines and to route convoys around some of these interception points. But this is intelligence being used defensively, right? To route convoys away from danger. One of the things that Admiral King, the Navy's commander-in-chief, commander of the Atlantic Fleet during this early time, is interested in is hunting German submarines. How to take this intelligence information and use it offensively. This becomes much more difficult. One of the challenges that Admiral King faces early on in the war, after the United States enters it officially, is that he tries to leverage techniques like Admiral Nimitz did in the Pacific. That is, capitalize on the ability of US Navy officers to learn and to experiment. The problem is, in the Atlantic, it has the opposite effect. Because there isn't a sufficient constraint, Nimitz can channel his actions against victory in battles against the Japanese. There's a very quick feedback loop there. You can decide whether you've sunk a Japanese ship or not. Here, against the U-boats, it's quite different. The feedback loop is much more distant. It's hard to tell whether you've attacked a submarine. And so there's this proliferation of techniques, and many of them are poor. Different Atlantic commands try different things. King tries to constrain it. He starts to bring Atlantic commands together. Every 2 weeks, there's a conference in the Navy Department, starting in October 1942. They talk about techniques. They talk about technology. They talk about how best to combat the submarines. And this begins to integrate things more effectively. But to some degree, it is insufficient because shipping has become the major constraint on Allied fighting power. And the combined chiefs of staff, the US Joint Chiefs and the British chiefs, recognize this when they meet at Casablanca in January 1941. And they agree that, quote, the defeat of the U-boat must remain a first charge on the resources of the United Nations. King wants to figure out how to use intelligence information, how to develop better tactics, and how to fight offensively. And one of the things that he has in mind is a knowledge that the major Allied navies that are fighting in the Atlantic are going to take slightly different approaches because of their dispositions, their orientations, and the way in which they like to employ their forces. So rather than unified command, which is something that we typically hear about as being quite valuable in World War II, King seeks unified effort. And in a conference held in March 1943, he establishes the foundation for this. So he's going to allow the US Navy, the British Royal Navy, and the Royal Canadian Navy to employ different techniques and be responsible for different areas of the Atlantic. What he wants to do is unleash US naval forces to act offensively, to take the war to the U-boats, to use intelligence information. So he establishes an umbrella organization, a coordinating organization. That's the 10th Fleet. It's not a fleet like the Atlantic Fleet or the Pacific Fleet. It is a fleet that is designed to develop the best techniques, tactics, and employment of US naval forces to sink and destroy U-boats. King makes himself the 10th Fleet Commander, and he puts Rear Admiral Francis Lowe as his Chief of Staff, a very talented operations officer. And they begin to employ U.S. forces offensively. They build hunter-killer groups around escort carriers like Card, pictured here, and they route them using a plot of all the Atlantic and where the U-boats happen to be based on Enigma decrypts, signals intelligence, and other information to areas where they can intercept U-boats. And they target the supply U-boats because Donitz has introduced larger submarines that can refuel the smaller ones and keep them at sea for longer. And here, this is a pair of submarines. One of them, U-117, is one of those resupply U-boats, one of those so-called milk cows, and it's refueling U-66, and it is surprised by Card's aircraft in August 1943. And the attack is photographed. You can see one of the pictures here, and in some of them, as in this frame, the submarines are so close together, you can see them both. The aircraft concentrate on U-117 and sink it. U-66 escapes. But the campaign against these resupply submarines is very successful because King and Lowe know this is a way to reduce the radius, reduce the effective fighting strength of the U-boats, attack their logistical lifeline. In the spring of 1943, Donitz had 10 of these submarines. By the end of October, he only has one left because hunter-killer groups like Card's and other efforts of the Allied navies have sunk all the rest of them. And then King and Lowe turn their attention to the rest of the German U-boats. And these hunter-killer groups are so effective that by the midpoint of 1944, roughly 60% of the German submarines that are being sunk by these groups, routed by the 10th Fleet. So the system here is one that allows intelligence to be used offensively. Not just route convoys around submarine concentrations, but identify the submarines, hunt them, kill them, and thereby ensure the safety of convoys across the Atlantic. We asked some questions in the earlier panel. Where was intelligence used effectively? This is one excellent example. Finally, the last system, Pacific logistics. But the Pacific covers roughly half the world. And so being able to ensure that the material that is coming from the industrial capacity of the United States is where it is needed to be able to take the war to the Japanese and win quickly is crucial. And in the Pacific, according even to the Army's official history, joint logistics reaches its highest point. Those of you who have studied the Pacific War, particularly the US Navy's preparations for it before the war, the famous War Plan Orange, Orange being the code name for Imperial Japan, know that certainly by the late 1930s, the US Navy is planning a campaign in the Pacific, a sustained advance that will capture bases along the way and ultimately take the war to the shores of Japan. But consistently, if you look at the records, if you look at the preparation, there is an eye toward logistics, but they underestimate exactly what will be needed, the quantities of material, and how exactly to take it to where it's going to be needed in the Pacific. The US Navy plans an ability to package up advanced bases and ship them overseas. This is the Lion, that's the code name of large base, the Cub, logically, small base, and an Acorn, I'm not sure where they got that name, is an air base. The problem with this is, as they discover in the South Pacific, if you package up all the pieces for a base and ship it overseas, that's not how you build a base. You build a base incrementally. You need certain material at certain times. And so when you package up the whole thing and send it overseas, a lot of material sits and a lot of material rots in the South Pacific sun. So there needs to be a flow of material. There needs to be a more sophisticated approach to managing it and managing base construction. And one of the things that the Navy hits on is, we're very good at mobility. We're very good at sort of scrapping things together. But our colleagues in the Army, they have a more centralized planning approach. There might be some advantages if we marry these together. And one officer who realizes this very quickly, is Admiral William Halsey. He becomes commander of the South Pacific area in October 1942. And he understands that one of the challenges with winning at Guadalcanal is logistics. And so he has attended the Army War College. He knows about their capabilities, and he installs Brigadier General Raymond Williamson as the head of the port of Noumea on the island of New Caledonia. And this is a vital port, not just for Guadalcanal, but also for General MacArthur's Southwest Pacific area. And Williamson transforms the port using the Army's expertise at supply. 50,000 tons of material flows through that port in November 1942. Williamson increases that fourfold, 210,000 tons by January 1943. That's enough not just to ensure victory at Guadalcanal, that also creates the ability to use that island as a base for further advance toward Rabaul through the Solomons. So now you see a marriage of Army and Navy approaches, the best of both, emerging. Admiral Nimitz, for the Central Pacific Offensive, capitalizes on that. In September 1943, he establishes this new joint staff structure. It's preparation for the Central Pacific Offensive that will be unleashed in November of that year. And one of the things that he does is he takes an Army general, Edmund Levy, and makes him the J4, just there at the bottom below the text that I've inserted. So now you have an Army logistician who is in charge of the division that is responsible for the Central Pacific, or for the Pacific Ocean Areas Theater and the Pacific Ocean Areas Offensive. And what Levy does is he introduces a system of automatic supply, right? We're not going to package up big bases. We're going to send material when it's needed in anticipation of offensive operations, base construction, and all the like. And so this is an enabling capability that allows the offensive to move quickly. The other thing Nimitz has to do is he has to ensure mobility. He's getting pressure from the combined chiefs of staff. Extend unremitting pressure against Japan. Well, it's difficult because you've got to seize a base, at least this is an assumption. Truk in the Caroline Islands is targeted as a potential base. The Palau Islands is targeted as another potential base. But the Japanese have fortified these areas. And so trying to seize them and fight for them is going to bog the offensive down. It risks culminating the effort. Nimitz cannot afford to do that. So he has to ensure mobility. What's the way to ensure mobility? Well, the automatic supply is one. The other is, well, let's keep the base afloat. And so Service Squadron 10, a mobile fleet base, is created. And this initially operates from the Marshall Islands at Majuro Atoll. It moves to Eniwetok later, and then finally to Ulithi, the famous atoll beyond those. And the headquarters eventually moves to Leyte in early 1945, Leyte Gulf. But these ships serve as a mobile base to resupply the fleet, to repair the fleet, to ensure that it can continue to mount this pressure upon Japan. But it's not enough, because the offensive still moves in pulses. The carriers have to come back, they have to replenish before the next strike. What is necessary is an ability to keep the fleet resupplied and fighting under the umbrella of Japanese aerial attack, under the edge of the Japanese home islands. So Service Squadron 6, a mobile replenishment organization, is created in December 1944. It's going to integrate with the fleet, bring material and supplies to it, keep the fleet fighting. It's tested with Operation Detachment, which captures Iwo Jima, but it is really an Operation Iceberg, the capture of Okinawa, where this formation comes into its own. And so, starting in March 1945 and continuing for 2.5 months, the carrier forces operate within 350 miles of Kyushu, protecting the assault on Okinawa, but also harassing the Japanese home islands. The carrier groups themselves spend 47, 62, and 77 days at sea. Service Squadron 6 brings 8.7 million barrels of fuel oil, over 21 million gallons of gasoline, and all kinds of other material. And this is what allows the fleet to come to Okinawa and stay. And it's what's going to allow the fleet to continue to harass Japan until the surrender occurs. So each of these systems is itself the product of another system. And that was the ability that the Navy introduced before the war, to learn systematically, to condition officers to deal with challenges, to experiment with creative approaches, and to devise new tactics, techniques, and doctrines for dealing with those things that they faced. And one of the things that I try to impress upon audiences is that Yes, adaptation is going to happen in wartime. It's crucial to be able to do that. But if you do not build the muscle memory, or the mental memory, as it were, to do those kinds of things, to experiment, to explore before the war, learning in the wartime itself can put you at a disadvantage. You need to capitalize on routines, habits that have been inculcated beforehand. That, I think, is one of the major lessons when we look at the US Navy and its operations and its learning in World War II. I thank you for your time and attention. And I look forward to your questions.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all for attending this panel, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on something that's a wee bit different than what Trent just spoke about. Okay, there we go. Now, the United States Navy had limited organizational culture with black sailors in the first decades of the 20th century, and it had zero experience working with large numbers of black sailors. In fact, from 1913 to 1940, black representation in the ranks varied from 1.2 to 2.3% of the total enlisted strength, and almost all of these black personnel served in the messman branch, which had uniforms and insignia different from other enlisted sailors to emphasize their lower caste. Messmen were often referred to as seaborne bellhops. But with global war and an election year in 1940, the black press, influential black voices, and organizations like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP, increased demands on President Roosevelt for increased opportunities for blacks to serve in the armed forces. In the summer of 1941, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox, seen here, established a four-man committee to investigate if the Naval Service enlisted personnel adequately represented the nation. Hint, they didn't. The majority report concluded that enlisting blacks for anything other than mess attendants, quote, leads to disruptive and undermining conditions. Whereas the minority report argued that, quote, a man's right to fight for his country is probably more fundamental than his right to vote. Roosevelt endorsed the minority report, and Knox asked the General Board to provide a plan for placing 5,000 blacks in non-messman billets. Now, concurrent with this new development, there was a new organization within the Bureau of Yards and Docks, or BUDOCS, which also took form. In late December 1941, Rear Admiral Ben Morrell, seen here, Chief of BUDOCS, wrote to the Bureau of Navigation stating the need for military construction forces of uniformed personnel under direct military command for advanced base construction in combat zones, as Trent just discussed, and these would be organized into self-sufficient battalions commanded by Civil Engineer Corps officers. Now, early on, Morrell saw no reason whatsoever not to accept black personnel. Quite frankly, the demand for skilled workers outweighed any issue about race. Now, addressing Knox's request, the Navy's General Board thought of nothing and concluded black men could only serve in the messman branch. Roosevelt, unsurprisingly, went, guess again, and sent it back to the General Board. The issue then passed to the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Harold Stark, who suggested we have these new construction battalions. Black personnel could serve in those, they could serve in shore stations for general labor purposes, or perhaps they could man yard craft. And on April 7th, as we can see in our press release, the Navy Department announced that black volunteers would be accepted for general service in the reserve components of the Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. In less than 2 weeks after this announcement, Morrell outlined BUDOCS's plan for black Seabees. He intended to establish one or more battalions if sufficient volunteers could be obtained. He also said all the leadership for these black construction battalions, the commissioned and warrant officers, the chief, and the first-class petty officers, would be white. Without any experience training or commanding large groups of uniformed black personnel, BUDOCS said, we'll reach out to the Army. They have such a happy experience with black Americans. And they asked for guidance, and you can see the summation of this exact guidance here on the slide. Think of this as gentlemen's agreement. The Army said, treat this as confidential, never share this, don't let anyone see this. But this guidance would govern the personnel policies for the first two black construction battalions with racial friction and conflict all but preordained certainties. Now, the first of these battalions, the 34th Naval Construction Battalion, organized in September 1942 with over 1,000 black volunteer recruits, which included 52 college graduates or men with college education. This, quite frankly, is the largest assemblage of black sailors in the entire history of the United States Navy up to this time. Now, butocs, as I said, will place white officers and white petty officers in charge, predominantly from southern states because, quote, they knew how to handle black Americans. The battalion commander imposed segregation, and he enforced Jim Crow policies. I have a choice quote from him here on the slide. The Black Seabees, in turn, reached out to the NAACP about this situation, and they requested an investigation. But nothing was able to happen prior to this battalion shipping out to the Pacific in January of 1943, at which point the 2nd Battalion, the 80th, would form later that month. Likewise, all the officers and chief petty officers were white and predominantly Southern-born. Now, after completing its training, it transferred to Advanced Base Depot, Gulfport, Mississippi, prior to assignment outside of the continental United States. The racial tensions in the deeply Jim Crow community, together with the Navy unit segregation, proved unbearable for these Seabees. Again, they contacted the NAACP, specifically the New Orleans branch of the NAACP, requesting an investigation. And the Navy investigated itself and went, we're fine, no problem here. And nothing then happened until this unit shipped out in mid-July for the Caribbean. But in terms of actual field results, by mid-1943, we have to remember the 34th had now been operating in the Florida, Russell, and Solomon Islands for months. They had taken enemy fire, they had taken casualties, they had worked side by side with white construction battalions, particularly preparing airfields for the new Georgia campaign. And this structure of white leadership and segregated personnel, on the surface in written reports back in Washington, seemed to be working. Now let's add another dimension here. In February of 1943, blacks only represented 2% of the Navy's total enlisted force versus 10% of the national demographic. And this became an issue, particularly for the United States Army, who said, well, how come the Navy's not carrying their load of enlistees? So to address this, President Roosevelt issued Executive Order 9279 in late December of 42. This would terminate all voluntary enlistment in the armed forces for the duration of the war. Selective service via the War Manpower Commission thereafter became the source to obtain personnel for the needs of the armed forces. Now the Navy, having to take more black sailors, said we don't want to resort to mixed crews, so they said, well, let's increase the construction battalions. We'll add 3 more regular naval construction battalions of black personnel, and we'll even take non-rated black personnel and we'll put them into 24 new white construction battalions. And this plan was taking advantage of a new Seabee development, what was known as the Special Naval Construction Battalion. The Seabee Specials were actually stevedore units, authorized in fall of 1942 to address the challenges of unloading cargo ships expeditiously in operational areas. I defer back to Trent's talk. Beginning in July of 43 and continuing until the end of the year, there would be 7 of these black Seabee Specials commissioned. But what about the 3 construction battalions? The Navy did attempt to organize them, but they couldn't find sufficient personnel and decided to break them up and push all the personnel into Seabee Specials. Also, I hope everyone appreciates the beauty of containerized shipment, because back in the day, if you notice, you have to hand fill all the individual boxes onto your pallet, sling your pallet out, then unpack that pallet, load it onto trucks, and move the supplies. Logistics are our friend. Meanwhile, the 80th has found itself in Trinidad by August of 43, and their focus is building this massive steel, lighter-than-air hangar for Navy blimper operations there in the Caribbean. In their camp, which was isolated from the white units on the island, racial discrimination ruled the day and impacted the construction progress. There was increasing racial tension between the white and black Seabees. In September, the battalion commander said, geez, I need to solve this problem, so he invited the, quote, best educated, i.e. the college graduates or college-educated black Seabees, to meet with him for a simple off-the-record conversation. It was a very frank conversation, but the black Seabees who attended thought maybe we've turned a corner here. But within a week of this meeting, 19 men found themselves deemed attempted mutineers, among other charges. And by the end of October, they were back in the United States with undesirable unfitness discharges, having never received a hearing, a court-martial, or any sentencing whatsoever. The Army racial policies for these first 2 battalions, quite frankly, were problematic. and some in the Navy did recognize the faults. The Navy is learning. I defer back to Trent. That same October, the 5th Naval District convened a confidential conference to address matters relative to black personnel in the district. And the commander of the training camps for all the black Seabee battalions, Captain John G. Ware, seen here on the slide, spoke rather candidly and essentially is saying, look, the Army policies didn't work and we've discarded them. Long story short, unsurprisingly, then and now, preconceived notions about black personnel were harmful. If you treat individuals with respect, respect invites respect, and you have harmonious, effective military units. And by late 1943, the Navy is now also contending with this need to bring on more black personnel while facing the repercussions of its own race policies. The news of these discharges of the 19 Seabees are now nationwide news, particularly in the black press, and black America has a uniformly negative view of the United States Navy. Knox and the Navy leadership are not helping the situation. After the discharges, the men actually promptly went to the NAACP offices in Washington to report their story. The NAACP then turned to the Navy and said, we want details. What happened here? Knox said, well, the commander and the battalion, all this again is based on hearsay. The battalion says, I threw the men out and the battalion's operating better, so the ends justify the means. The Navy's not going to change the situation. But this matter does not go away, largely because of the Seabees themselves, especially Isaac McNatt, as we can see here, publishes an article in the summer of '44, I was a Seabee. This gets serialized and picked up nationwide, and it keeps this incident in the views of the American public. As 1944 progresses, we'll see 7 more of these black Seabee construction battalions come online and ship out to the Pacific. Meanwhile, the 80th had completed its work in Trinidad in May, and by June they're in Port Hueneme, California. What about the 34th? Their commander refused to give them any R&R, so they continued to operate in the South Pacific. After 21 consecutive months, they returned home in October 44, and now essentially were ineffective as a unit due to personnel losses, either from malaria or other tropical conditions. But that same year, the Navy does begin substantial shifts on racial personnel policy. In May of '44, James Forrestal will become Secretary of the Navy after the sudden death of Frank Knox. Forrestal is not a racial crusader, but he does believe, in terms of efficiency and fairness, black sailors deserve equal opportunities with those of whites. He will use his position as Secretary to act on internal Navy guidance, and he'll use this to actively experiment with the Navy's policies. We'll start to see black sailors in small numbers integrate into ships at sea. Men and women will receive commissions, and he'll slowly move the service towards full integration. In both May and July of '44, the first 2 black Civil Engineer Corps officers, Edwin Swain Hope and Joseph Banks Williams, will commission and find service with Seabee units. I should note for Hope, he is commissioned outright as a lieutenant, not as an ensign, so the Seabees have the highest ranking black officer in the entire Navy. Now, through a blend of Forrestal's shifts on racial issues, as well as increased awareness of racism's corrosive effects on unit cohesion, changes will materialize for the first 2 black battalions. After an internal Budox investigation of the 80th's command climate, they will reorganize. They will receive all new white officers, 60 new volunteer white chief petty officers who specifically volunteered for this assignment, and changes will be dramatic in the morale and the output of this battalion. That same summer, the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, better known, as we can see, as the GI Bill of Rights, will become law. And within this legislation is authorization for the Secretaries of the War and the Navy to establish review boards able to change, correct, or modify any discharge or dismissal. And this will provide an opening to try and bring some justice to the 19 discharged Seabees. By August, the NAACP, with its special counsel, Thurgood Marshall, will join legal forces with the CIO's National War Relief Committee, as well as the American Civil Liberties Union, to obtain a joint hearing before the Navy's new Board of Review, Discharges, and Dismissals to examine the cases of the men of the 80th Construction Battalion. Now, I should note that established and trained under more enlightened racial policies, the Black Seabee Specials are going to demonstrate the future of the naval service. On the morning of 15 September 1944, 777 Black Seabees of the 17th Special Naval Construction Battalion land on the island of Peleliu 2 hours after the 1st Marine Division come ashore. The ferocity of the fighting that first day left the Marines asking the Seabees that evening for volunteers for combat. At least 200 of these men immediately joined up, Others hauled mounds of ammunition to the front line, so much the Marines went, stop, we're good, we have enough. They'll carry back wounded Marines. They'll also take over manning anti-tank guns to free up white Marines for operations, and by many accounts, many white Marine accounts, many of these Seabees fight as infantry, side by side with white Marines, until the Japanese airfield is secured. And this will earn very high praise in white press from the white Marine Corps leadership. Back in Washington, on December 11, 44, the Navy Review Board will convene to hear the petitions of actually 15 of the 19 discharged men. Arthur Garfield Hayes, Sr., who's the co-founder of the ACLU, will speak as the collective representative for the Seabees attorneys. The black and the white press will attend these hearings. It will be covered nationwide. And Hayes and the other attorneys, in their closing statements, you can see some of them here, really make an emphasis to say, look, this is not about race so much as injustice. Injustice that any person, white, black, northern, southern, would take umbrage with. What's happening on the other side of the country? Well, back in Port Hueneme, you have the 34th and the 80th. The 80th has new leadership. Their morale is improved. But the 34th, worn out after 21 months in the Pacific, are still languishing under the same uninformed racist leadership. We would start to see this river, really a flood, probably shouldn't say that in New Orleans, of correspondence inundate the offices of the NAACP in New York City, calling for an investigation. The Navy again says, okay, we'll investigate ourselves. Yeah, we're fine here, no problem. Tired of this same playbook, the NAACP launches its own investigation. And they find that the Black Seabees are correct in their claims of discriminatory practices and unfair treatment. The NAACP investigators say this unit is on the brink of mutiny. And since the news headlines are here, it gives it away. In 2 days at the start of March of 45, approximately 1,000 men will voluntarily conduct a hunger strike lasting 2 days in protest to the battalion's racial policies. This strike will make headlines coast to coast, and it brings numerous inquiries from Congress to the doorstep of Morrell and Forrestal. By the end of March, the Navy Inspector General has examined the situation and confirmed, yes, we have segregation here, promotions are being denied, there's extremely low morale in the battalion. The men of the 34th will soon receive new leadership, new chief petty officers, and by mid-April, the Navy sends them back out to the Pacific, particularly to Okinawa, as a reborn unit. At the beginning of that same April, it'll be announced that Forrestal has approved the decision to upgrade the discharges of all but one of the men discharged from the 80th back in September of 43. Why does this matter? These men can now access the GI Bill of Rights benefits. It will also bring belated justice, and the black press does take notice of this. By mid-May, the 80th will now ship out for the Philippines. So by summer of 1945, we have 14,237 Black Seabees in uniform, just over 4,000 regular units, and about 10,000 in the specials. It's 5.8% of all the Seabees then in service, which is slightly higher than the percentage of blacks in the US Navy overall. The black press is now publishing increasingly positive stories about the Navy. Black Seabees are finally achieving the highest ranks of Chief Petty Officer, as well as Petty Officer First Class. They're assuming leadership positions previously held by whites. The Navy also is experiencing increasing integration in 1945, and it's the Seabee Specials leading the way. As the war ends in the Pacific, the Black Seabee Specials are often taking in white personnel, as other men, because of the point system or their units, are rotating home. What you then have, as you can see here, are black and white Seabees living together, eating together, working together as professional equals in uniform. Several of these battalions are almost exactly 50-50 black and white personnel. Post-war, the Seabees will dramatically downsize, along with the rest of the armed forces. By August 1st of 46, you only have 139 black Seabees still on active duty. These men return to civilian life. Their individual wartime contributions fade from memory. I doubt you'll find a single one of these photos anywhere in this whole hotel, for example. But their collective service in this new naval organization is a critical catalyst in overturning decades of racial policy and misconceptions in the United States Navy. These Black Seabees not only help forge the enduring Seabee culture of can-do, but they also teach the Navy that racially based personnel policies could make or just as well break an effective unit. Furthermore, as we all know, quality leaders are essential to success, whether of a construction battalion or of a warship. Quality leaders ensure sailors are rated on their skills and ingenuity rather than on the color of their skin. These lessons learned will aid the Navy in the forthcoming overall desegregation of the armed forces, but particularly in recruiting and retaining personnel for the growing threats in the Cold War. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for two fantastic and fascinating presentations. I'm going to give you guys each sort of one individual question and then throw some sort of big picture overarching questions for you to talk about, and then we'll throw it open to the audience. But to start, Frank, I wanted to ask about something you made, a point you made at the very end about the coming sort of overall integration of the armed forces. Do you think that the Navy's experience in World War II made that process of integration easier than it did for other military services? Did the Navy's experience here sort of smooth that transition process and make it more better than the Army, maybe?
I would argue it absolutely smoothed the process, and forestall is a key component, but to tie into this, which I think Trent will back up, Forrestal could have the vision, but he needed the Navy's uniformed leaders to support him. He was able to get Admiral King to join him in this, and because King supported him, King was able to influence the other uniformed leaders and say, back the secretary. It probably doesn't hurt that Forrestal also becomes Secretary of Defense, at least for the initial chaos of that process. And so Forrestal has positioned the Navy that they realize, yes, we can be professionals here, we want the best people, and we're able to move, we're gonna smooth this process. This isn't to say that we don't see problems, particularly the Vietnam War, with racial issues in the United States Navy, but we're not gonna see nearly the same problems that the Army or the Marine Corps will somewhat experience with the desegregation process in the late 1940s.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
And Trent, I'm wondering, especially given your current position and some of the processes you talked about in your presentation, what's the role of education, specifically professional military education, in sort of preparing the Navy and sort of putting these Navy officers in the circumstances where they can adapt to these changes?
Oh, I think it's extremely important. So the Navy revised its professional education system in the interwar period. It starts, or the seeds for that are laying in the immediate aftermath of World War I. There is an influential report comes out that King is part of as a younger officer. It's called the Knox-Pye-King report. So Knox is Dudley Knox. Pye is William Pye. He was the interim commander of the Pacific Fleet in the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, and then, of course, King. And they recommend that an officer's career should be divided into 4 major stages, and each one of those should have an educational component. So the Naval Academy, and then there should be a line officer's course, which familiarizes officers and prepares them for command. There should be a junior war college course, which gets them to think about how to analyze situations and begin to impart doctrine, and then a senior war college course, which prepares them for high command. And eventually, all those are introduced before World War II. And when William Pratt is the Chief of Naval Operations in the early 1930s, he establishes a precedent requirement that you have to go to the War College in order to be a flag officer, in order to be an admiral. It's not just the Naval War College, which is why Halsey's able to go to the Army War College. But that, I mean, when you talk to naval officers today about that, you know, because there's a significantly lower percentage of flag officers that have been to the Naval War College now. I think at the time of Pearl Harbor, there was 1 flag officer who hadn't been through one of the war colleges. So education is instrumental, and they are intentionally using it as an indoctrination mechanism. Like, you will think this way, you will think about these kinds of things, and it's not a constraining indoctrination so much as it is you need to be able to encourage subordinates to employ their initiative and their creativity. You need to know how to do that, and how you frame orders, how you frame instructions. Those are all part of that. And that's what the War College would teach officers to do.
Thank you, Trent. That's fascinating. So two big questions that I'd love for you to both sort of think about and chew on. One of them is that you've both outlined different sort of mechanisms of change. But to what extent are the changes that you both observed top down, and to what extent are they bottom up? That's the first question. And the second one has to do with a theme I think that came up a lot yesterday, and it's come up again today, which is this idea of individual agency. We've heard a lot about individuals. You both mentioned specific individuals playing important roles in these, but I wonder if we could talk a little bit about bureaucracy. Certainly, individuals have agency in history, but how important is bureaucracy in the histories that you both have studied?
Okay, I'll go first. I'll touch upon agency first. What's really amazing, the NAACP papers in the Library of Congress have a wealth of personal letters from Seabees to the NAACP outlining the situation. And as I emphasize the issue in college education with a lot of these men, because had they been white, with their degrees, they would have had commissions. They likely would have been chief petty officers. They likely would have been petty officers first class, not petty officer second class, or seaman second class, things like that. They would have had higher positions. Hence a source of resentment with the racial conflict. They use their education to build grassroots support with the NAACP, with their local communities. They'd often identify who were the civil rights leaders in a community, and they begin a dialogue. And this is where ideas begin to come from. An idea of a hunger strike, for example, a nonviolent action where they refused to eat, but they didn't refuse to work, to find a gray area in the Navy rules so that they couldn't be charged. And so it avoided mass conflict by doing it this way. So there's a great degree of agency from the Seabees themselves and their communities with then larger either branch or national organizations to apply pressure then on the top level of the United States Navy, particularly people like Secretary Knox, Secretary Forrestal, Admiral Morrell, as well as Admiral King. That pressure, and you again can see the correspondence, they're the ones, even though you have lower tiers saying, charge these men, court-martial, and they go, nope, nope, we're not going to make a scene out of this. It's clearly they've learned, they realize, aha, we are at fault, but instead of openly saying the Navy's at fault, we're just gonna let the issue go down. We're gonna lower the temperature, so to speak. The strike leaders for the hunger strike were removed from the brig, transferred out of the battalion, left at Port Hueneme. They were all given honorable discharges. 3 came back and served during the Korean War, in fact. So a very different attitude than, say, the Port Chicago mutiny, when we look at like the massive the massive court-martial as well as discharges and jail sentences for a lot of these men. The Navy takes a different approach, and from the media perspective in particular, the Navy will emerge from this slightly better in 45 than what they emerge in 44. The other group that really, people always ask you, what about the civil rights movement? What about the impact on the civil rights movement? Not many of these individual black Seabees necessarily become prominent civil rights leaders, but for an organization like the NAACP, they have also learned and they've figured out a method to work with bureaucracies, figure out the grassroots movements, develop agencies, the need for planning, and they will put this to great effect, of course, into the 1950s and 1960s. I think that answers it all. And on to Trent.
Thank you, Frank.
Yes. I am so pleased that you have used the word bureaucracy. I bristled a little bit in the prior panel. In a discussion about German intelligence, we heard that the Nazi regime was very bureaucratic, right? So it's a shorthand for inefficiency, and we all expect that. But I think if we look back, not just 80 years, 100 years, at the United States and the U.S. Navy particularly, there is a sense that bureaucracy, that is how we organize to execute, how we organize to get things done, can be an advantage if we do it the right way, right? Because if you organize individuals, and those of us who have experienced an effective organization understand this, whether we call it bureaucratic, military, or something else, right? You can organize people to get amazing things done through that organization, much greater power than any given individual, or amplify the powers of individuals. And so, the secretaries of the Navy and many senior naval officers recognize this. And one of the things that they are attuned to is how to use bureaucracy, how to use organization to not just get big things done, but also maximize the potential of the individuals within it. And so, you've sort of done an interesting thing with your question in that you've juxtaposed these things, individual bureaucracy, top-down, bottom-up. And the answer that I would give is the U.S. Navy doesn't see these things as contrast. They see these things as if you meld them together, if you organize the right way, they work and they amplify each other. So when it comes to top-down versus bottom-up, what do you have? Well, you have a top-down policy that gives direction, orientation. What do we want to do? Well, in the Atlantic, we want to kill U-boats. How do you do that? You set up an organization that then allows the individuals within it to maximize their independence and flexibility and creativity toward that end. You can unleash the competency of an individual with the right kind of bureaucratic organization. And the Navy tries time and again to do this. In my book on Nimitz, this is something that I try to illustrate, is he's adapting his organizational structures, his command hierarchy, his staff organization, and all these other things in order to be more effective. And it repeatedly does it throughout the war. You know, you have to shed the things that aren't effective about a bureaucracy to keep it honed, to keep it effective, and allow the right balance of top-down and bottom-up.
Brilliant. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I believe Connie and Jeremy are out there with the microphones.
A round of applause for Sean, Trent, and Frank. Great job, guys. We'll start all the way in the back right corner with me, please, gents.
I believe you mentioned the Korean War, though. So there was a segregated unit that fought in the Korean War, the 24th, and you mentioned how the Navy did much better in the Korean War than the Army. That unit was pretty controversial. I know Clare in his account basically just throws his hands up and goes, I'm not quite sure how the unit did because there's so much contradiction in sources.
That is correct. I'm not aware at that point that the Navy's having segregated units, certainly not Seabee battalions, but the Seabees shrank so far after the Second World War that when the Korean War comes around, it's, quick, we need the Seabees. What? Because they just don't have them. So they're having to resurrect a lot of these units. I haven't necessarily studied what percentage of black Seabees were in the units at that time, but what I do know is the issues that we saw with the 80th and the 34th, they're gone. I mean, they just don't have that at that point. Also, from the Korean War perspective, one could think of figures such as the commander of the 92nd Infantry Division, Major Ned Almond. If we have any Marines here who know of the Chosin Reservoir incident and what happened there, General Almond's racial policies never really evolved pre-war, during the war, and certainly not post-war. The Navy, on the other hand, very much issued guidance, particularly for officers, and they realized, too, that you had to educate enlisted personnel to essentially say, look, you may have grown up with all these misconceptions. They're just that. They're misconceptions. They're not true. And instead, this is what is true. And by educating people and explaining differences, so to speak, or perhaps different cultural aspects, the Navy found that this eliminates, or if not eliminates, at least greatly attenuates and reduces the number of racial problems that they would have in units, particularly among individual personnel. That's a really wordy, long answer, and I do apologize.
Great. Next question's going to be in the center aisle, straight ahead.
Did Eleanor Roosevelt play any role in having the president accept the Minority Report?
I haven't found any evidence that that is the case. Curiously enough, she did visit the 80th Construction Battalion on Trinidad. That's the one piece of evidence that I found the connection directly with First Lady Roosevelt and the Seabees, so much so the Seabees wrote her, actually, in the summer of '44 when they were back home saying, basically, please God, help us with the situation that we face. From what I can tell, it was President Roosevelt directly when the General Board came back to him and said, we can't do anything. They can only be messmen. God forbid, we have black sailors in anything other than messmen or the world will disintegrate. Roosevelt, to his credit, he usually would write these very short memos, like, see me, or come talk to me, or I want to discuss this. He actually wrote a long memo back to the General Board, outlining all the areas they were wrong and then apologizing. Sorry, your commander-in-chief wrote you a really long memo. But what he emphasized to that is you guys mean the General Board admirals, you mentioned politics. He said, that's not your job. I'm the politician. politics is my realm. So let me handle the politics, and you all need to look at this objectively and say, where can we put the best talent in the armed forces? The best probably emphasis, I would say, of Eleanor Roosevelt is with the Tuskegee Airmen, for example, of getting black aviators into the armed forces. But as far as with the Seabees story, I've never found any evidence of Eleanor Roosevelt really directly influencing the president or Admiral Morrell, for that example, to get black Seabees in.
Next questions with Connie to your left, please.
Fantastic presentation. At what point from ship design, or is actually spaces start getting dedicated? Like, you know, the New Orleans is a pre-war cruiser. At what point do they say, well, we need a room here to put all the equipment? When does that kind of evolve?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, it starts happening really in 1943. They start trying to figure out where do these things actually have to fit. And there's some question of, you know, where's the best place to put it. Reading through action reports is quite fascinating because, you know, some of the ships that don't have a combat information center will set it up near the bridge, you know, and then there's an easy and effective exchange of information between the commanding officer of the ship and the combat information center. Others put it below decks, and there is actually an incident during the Battle of Empress Augusta Bay where, you know, destroyer commanding officer has to go down to the CIC to understand what's going on, loses track of the action, and it causes that destroyer to not perform quite as well. So it starts finding its way into ship design in 1943. But even, you know, later in the war, ships that have already been built, you see sort of different approaches to, you know, where is that CIC going to be set up? How is it going to be organized, et cetera? So there's a continuing evolution. But by the ship designs that are being, you know, sort of made by mid to late 43, it's part of it's just part of the process. But an excellent question.
Gentleman to your right, please.
This was the panel I was most excited about because I find it incredibly moving hearing about men who were repeatedly told they were not welcome and their Americanness was questioned, who persist in serving and loving their country anyway. So thank you for this. I had two kind of related questions. Were any of the 146 Seabees in 1946 who were left, were any of them able to make a post-war career in the Navy? And then the second question is, you brought attention to Isaac McNall, I think is how I say his name.
McNabb, yeah.
McNabb. Are there any other specific individuals that you learned about in your research, the specific individual Seabees that you'd like to speak more about?
Thank you for the questions. I'll be honest, I don't know the names of who the 139 black Seabees were who were still serving post-1946. That's a story that I, quite frankly, need to look into. But one of the most prominent names that I've come across is Roscoe Carroll Conklin. He was a mailman first class in the 34th Naval Construction Battalion, but before the war, he was the NAACP branch head for Atlantic City. So he's probably the senior-most NAACP member to join the Navy in World War II. What's astounding about this is Carroll was friends with Walter White, who was executive director of the NAACP. And Carroll kept up a correspondence with White during the war, at least when he could, because we have to remember, when the units go overseas, the mail is censored. They can't send back any information about the racial issues. So when the unit does come back in 1944, late 44, Carroll goes back, they're given leave, liberty, and Carroll goes back to Atlantic City. And while he's there, he goes to a talk where White's giving a presentation, they reconnect. What ends up happening is Carroll is actually brought to James Forrestal's office and meets with 4 of Forrestal's staff for a very off-the-record conversation, explicitly to detail what has been happening in the battalion and the racial policies. Now, maybe other folks here know different stories, but it's probably very unusual for a junior sailor to be given the audience to meet with the Secretary of the Navy's direct staff off the record for several hours. And why do I know this? Because Walter White kept a memo on it that's got all these asterisks saying, strictly confidential, do not publish, do not disclose, nobody knows about this. But that was the degree, too, when we think about bureaucracy and networks and how 1 or 2 individuals can really
shift the Navy's perception. And most of all, Forrestal was willing to listen. He was willing to act. There's a war going on. We need the best people we can get. We need the best men, the best women. We need the talent. That's no different today as it was then to win the conflict. And I think that mindset, that willingness to shift, that willingness to adapt, to learn, as Trent has written and published in Trent's book, if it's for sale, that was a good plug. I thought you'd like that. This is really important. We can't not emphasize that enough. As much as we like to talk about the senior-most players, often it's the middle managers or it's some of the junior ranks who, through their pre-war experiences or connections, are able to really implement change. And they're, quite frankly, some of the best stories to be found. And Carroll's is one that I'm very grateful to have come across. And he was a very good letter writer. So I'm grateful that they survive to be able to use today.
Next question is going to be all the way to your left with Connie towards the back.
This question is for Trent. I know the U.S. Army Air Corps used operational research for target selection. Did the Navy use operational research? And if yes, can you explain operational research to people who don't really get what operational research is?
I will try. Yes, they made extensive use, particularly in the Atlantic, of operational research. It finds its way into the Pacific later. In the Navy's experience, it starts out in Boston. There is a command there that is investigating how best to combat German submarines. And they hit on the fact that there are some scientists who can use different theories about what's the best way to patrol around a convoy to maximize your chances with an aircraft, to maximize your chances of sighting an enemy submarine. What is the best pattern of depth charges to drop? What are the best ways to use different weapons? And initially there is some hesitation with this. So what operational research is basically getting people who have expertise in these different areas, scientists, not military officers, and getting them close to the details of how these attacks or other forms of military operation are being conducted so that they can use their scientific background and skill to understand how to maximize the efficiency of these fighting forces. And so the Boston organization starts this. Admiral King, after he becomes commander-in-chief, brings the head of that Boston organization, the military officer, the Navy officer, into the ComEng headquarters that he's established in Washington. And that officer, can't remember his name at the moment, basically begins to say, look, we got these scientists partnering with us. They were doing a very good job. We should bring them to Washington as well and start integrating them with the commands that are fighting against the U-boats. So there has to be some convincing, because King initially and some other naval officers are like, what do these civilian scientists know about Navy stuff? Turns out they know a great deal. So they do this. One of the things that makes it work is the scientists these people who are engaged in the operations research, have to approach the naval commands with a certain amount of humility. They find out that the ones who show up and are kind of like, I know this scientific stuff, you Navy guys aren't doing this with enough discipline, you aren't doing it methodically, I know better. Anytime a scientist tries that, it doesn't work. Obviously, it raises the hackles of the naval officers. But they find officers who have a little bit more of a modest or diplomatic approach, are willing to integrate themselves with these operations, are willing to go on some of these flights, and there is a synergy that develops, and they become very effective. And eventually, it starts to spread to the Pacific as well. The anti-submarine techniques that are used in the Atlantic find their way there. And it has a significant impact on the ability to destroy Japanese submarines. So operational research is a key aspect. At the time that I had, I didn't think I had a lot of opportunities to talk about that, but thank you for raising the question, because that's extremely important. I hope I've done a good enough job of explaining very succinctly what operations research is.
We have time for one last quick question.
Well, I don't know if this one's going to be quick or not. It's up to you. You had a great story about the evolution of systems in the surface Navy and the carrier force. How did that apply to the submarine force? And separately, what did the Japanese Navy do in their evolution during the war also? Thanks.
Yeah, that's not quick, and I see, there's 48 seconds ticking here. So I'll start with the Japanese. I wish I knew more about this because there is, I think, an unfortunate, I'll call it a bias that may be too harsh, in the existing English language historiography. Unfortunately, I do not speak Japanese, that the Japanese did not learn as effectively or as rapidly. And I think that there are challenges with how the Japanese, both the Imperial Army and the Imperial Navy, learn, but they do learn. It's very clear that they do. They try different tactics, different techniques, and I see the shift to kamikaze tactics as a natural and logical response to the increasing sophistication of U.S. task force air defense systems. Right? You can't attack in mass anymore. It'll be intercepted. It'll be broken up. But if you attack with a series of small units or individual aircraft approaching from multiple vectors, the Japanese work out that that can overwhelm an air defense system, the existing one that the U.S. Navy employs. So they are learning. It's learning in a slightly different way. I think it's channelized differently. But I think that would be a fascinating story to develop more. You asked about submarines. I'll try to do that justice in the few seconds that remain. Certainly there is an increasing system of sophistication with U.S. submarine tactics doctrine. One of the challenges that the U.S. submarine force has is that before the war there's an assumption that unrestricted submarine warfare is, well, I mean, it's not an assumption, it's illegal. So the U.S. submarine captains don't practice for it. And when it comes time to actually implement it, many of them have been trained in tactics that are unsuitable. They're used to attacking naval formations that are going to be well screened. And so they attack from submerged positions using sonar and other things. And that's not the best way to attack an unscreened Japanese convoy or merchant ship. So the captains have to shift their tactics and techniques. They're also crippled by a terrible exploder. Frank's museum actually has a Mark VI exploder. It's a fascinating device. It does not work well. We all know that, or at least I assume most of us know that. So the tactics have to change. The weaponry has to change. And also there does need to become a new system of how do we employ these submarines, route them to areas where they can create maximum damage to Japanese shipping, and it becomes increasingly sophisticated over the course of the war. There was an excellent article written by Rich Frank, who I see in the audience here not so long ago, about the number of Japanese soldiers that were killed by U.S. submarines. And it's an enormous number because they're troop ships. They're trying to put different forces on different islands to stem the tide of the advances in the Central and the Southwest Pacific. And code breaking, signals intelligence allows many of those ships to be intercepted, sunk, and Japanese soldiers are killed that way. So thank you for the question. I know we've gone over.
And thank you to our panel. These gentlemen will be outside at the book signing station during this break, which is our lunch break. I recommend you check out our travel table as we have promotions for our springtime symposium on General George S. Patton, but also we have information on next year's international conference. The pre-conference symposium will be on FDR, and we have a couple of the highlighted speakers and topics already identified. Check that out and be back at 12:30 for the next session. Thank you very much.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
In the summer of 1935, the Boeing Airplane Company unveiled a new, massive 4-engine bomber. One Seattle journalist dubbed the plane, which was bristling with machine gun emplacements, a flying fortress. This is the story of the B-17 Flying Fortress. This is World War II in 2. I'm Corey Graff at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the world edged closer to a Second World War, Boeing began building B-17s by the thousands. Each plane carried a crew of 10 men armed with a dozen machine guns and hauled a payload of high explosive bombs. The B-17s were used all over the world, but the plane is perhaps most famous for its large-scale bombing raids over Europe. Flying from bases in England and Italy, American B-17s and other bombers traversed thousands of miles over occupied territory to strike refineries, factories, and key infrastructure in cities like Berlin, Cologne, and Munich. The air war over Europe was brutal and deadly. Despite being heavily armed, the B-17s worked best flying in large groups and when escorted by friendly fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Together, they formed huge formations capable of fighting their way to their targets, unleashing tons of bombs, and then making the long journey home. The B-17 was not the biggest or fastest bomber in the Army Air Force's inventory, but it was one of the toughest. Crews praised it for its ability to keep flying after being mangled by enemy fire. Resilience, often described as flying back on a wing and a prayer, gave crews the courage to brave the war-torn skies over Europe for 25 or more combat missions. Today, B-17s are a rare sight. Of the over 12,000 built, only about 40 complete airframes remain. The National World War II Museum displays a Boeing-built B-17E model that was delivered to the Army in March of 1942. It was nicknamed My Gal Sal and was lost when it crash-landed in Greenland just a few months after entering service. My Gal Sal stands as a tribute to the designers, builders, and brave crews of one of America's most iconic and revered combat aircraft, the B-17 Flying Fortress.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than the Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower at Thorpe Abbott with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at, and you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war, you're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great, brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with the historical and intertwines them.
Welcome to the Boeing Center. There are 4 levels in the building. I became interested in being a volunteer because my love of history dates back to my childhood. Ford also built the B-24 bomber, and the assembly line would look identical to this. I've been volunteering here at the museum since January of 2015. When I saw the collection here, I decided that it was meant for me. You can actually link with someone like the pilot or crew member by getting on the phone and selecting the proper button. Depending on the day and the assignment, it can be simply greeting visitors as they come into the building. Level 2 will give you access to the Medal of Honor winners. On a day like today, I will give directions to both this building and other exhibits at the museum. On level 3, touching the screen will change the vision that the pilot or one of the crew members in each one of the planes had during the war. The thing I like most about volunteering is sharing information with the variety of visitors that come through the door. I've greeted people from Australia, England, China, Japan, pretty much all over the world. You can get details about any battle in the war by touching the table maps. It's important from my point of view to share what I know about the attractions at the museum so that their interest in the museum and the subject of the war becomes more live to them. The man firing and sighting the gun is on the left side as we face the tank. A lot of people that I talk about specific items here in this exhibit are amazed at where I find the information and how accessible it is to them. No, it's all original. Yeah. The tag even gives you the serial number. And they all still run. They're also pretty much awed by the variety of things on display. They had to be able to pull a fender or a gearbox out of one and put it in one that needed repair. If you want to meet great people and have great conversations each day that you show up as a volunteer, there's no better place in New Orleans to be than the World War II Museum.
For those in service with the Army Air Forces, receiving your wings, your aviation badge, was a huge achievement, a signature of service for aircrew, and a right that meant successful completion of training. Downed airmen made up a sizable percentage of the POW population in Europe. Overall, POWs formed a society with a culture unique to their circumstances. They developed their own languages. In Europe, it was a mix of German, 1940s slang, and military terminology. The culture they developed included clubs, patches, decorations, and also insignia. POWs made their own versions of the aviation badges that they wore in their pre-POW days. Some of them, like this one, made by Sergeant Marion Wright haphazard, modified the traditional wings to symbolize their plight as POWs. One side of the wings has been shortened or clipped. It also features a ball and chain with a swastika. There were many variations of these wings. Some were made by melting foil, usually from cigarette packets, and then pouring it into a mold. Others were carved out of wood. And then some were made by altering existing wings. They also featured specific POW camps, but they all became a symbol of survival, of identity as a POW, tethered to the ground. Captured airmen sometimes referred to themselves as caged birdmen with clipped wings. This badge embodies that principle.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Days that changed everything. The dramatic events of April 1945 shook the world to its very foundations and shaped the course of history to the present day. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. By April 1945, the Allies were advancing on every front. The Western Allies had crossed the Rhine River and were moving deeper into Germany. In the east, the Soviets had reached the outskirts of Berlin. And on the other side of the globe, American forces pressed forward toward the Japanese home islands. But the horrors of war were far from over. On April 1st, American forces landed on Okinawa. More than 12,000 Americans would lose their lives in 82 days of brutal fighting. the Japanese would lose more than 10 times that number, including more than 100,000 civilians. In Europe, American troops made a horrifying discovery on April 11th when soldiers from the 3rd Army reached the Buchenwald concentration camp. Radio broadcasts by war correspondents would soon vividly describe the horrors of the camp to the American public. And just a day later, the world was shocked by the death of U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A train carrying the president traveled from Georgia to Washington, D.C. Thousands lined the tracks to pay respects to the man who had been president for more than 12 years. FDR was the only president many Americans serving in uniform could even remember. But the war did not stop for the death of a president. On April 16th, the Soviets launched their final offensive into Berlin. As Soviet soldiers approached his bunker on April 30th, Adolf Hitler himself, the man responsible for starting the war in Europe, took his own life. Hitler had outlived Roosevelt by a matter of weeks, but unlike the American president, few mourned the man responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. Germany would surrender days later, officially ending the war in Europe. But a world away, the Battle of Okinawa still raged, with no end in sight. And the new president, Harry S. Truman, had been briefed about a top-secret new weapon years in the making. Truman would soon be confronted with a decision that would change the course of world history.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
This is an A2 flight jacket. This style of jacket is a classic, worn by Army Air Forces pilots, and it was the garment of choice for aces, rebels, bikers, and heroes. This style of jacket inspired those worn by Fonzie, Arthur Fonzarelli, in the TV series Happy Days, and Henry Jones. You know him better as Indiana Jones. This one was worn by a female flyer, Dorothy Britt. She was a Texan who got her pilot's license at age 21 and joined the WASPs, the Women's Air Force Service Pilots. These flyers operated everything in the Army inventory, ferrying the biggest bombers and the hottest fighters in the United States during the war. This insignia on the left shoulder was created by the Walt Disney Company and shows a female gremlin named Fifinella. She was the official mascot and insignia of the Wasps during World War II. Brit's specialty was advanced single engine. That's fighters like the P-51 Mustang and the P-47 Thunderbolt. Brit was so petite that she had to use pillows to prop herself up in cockpits in order to reach the rudder pedals. After the plane was delivered, she went back for another aboard a commercial airliner. She said she always enjoyed seeing other passengers' faces as she climbed aboard with her own parachute. When the time came to return the jacket to the Army, she decided to keep it, and we have the $25 voucher in Brit's collection of materials, dated December 1944. We are grateful that she held on to it nearly 80 years ago. Now the jacket is an often exhibited part of the National World War II Museum's collection.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour.
The liberators had smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets in cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill addressed cheering crowds on VE Day, saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff. I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where
maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us, and is in fact the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up. I'm through. And she said, "You can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it to pass along your knowledge to successive generations."
I just wonder how this video might be able to reach classrooms around America and around other places in the world, so that other students who may not have that personal tie to the Holocaust can still take what they're learning and apply it to how they look at the world around them and what kind of change makers my generation is going to be. I guess I'm just pondering, as I get the privilege of going through this story and learning about it from the most experienced people and going to the sites where it happened, that's what makes it a reality for me.
In the ruins of war-torn Europe, Allied leaders confronted an unprecedented challenge. How do you deliver justice for the victims of Nazi crimes? This is World War II in 2. As early as 1941, Allied leaders began discussing how to hold Nazi leaders accountable for their crimes across Europe. But the question remained unresolved until after the war's end. In March 1945, the four major Allied powers, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union, proposed trying major war criminals before a special international court, an unprecedented step in international criminal law. Just before Germany's surrender on May 8, 1945, President Harry Truman appointed Associate Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson as chief prosecutor for the U.S. in the proposed trials. Jackson joined representatives from the other Allied nations in drafting the London Agreement and Charter, establishing the legal framework for the International Military Tribunal. The legal process became known as the Nuremberg trials. The agreement set the trials in Nuremberg, Germany, an important site of Nazi rallies before the war. On November 20th, 1945, as seen in this archival video, the first round of trials opened with Justice Robert Jackson addressing the court the next day.
The privilege of opening the first trial in history for crimes against the peace of the world imposes a grave responsibility.
24 Nazi government officials, including Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Goering and Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess, were indicted on 3 charges: crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. They were also indicted for conspiracy to commit these crimes. The first trial concluded on October 1, 1946, with 19 convictions, 12 of which carried the death penalty and 3 acquittals. The executions took place on October 16th, though Hermann Goering took his own life the night before. After the International Military Tribunal, there were 12 subsequent trials with 199 total defendants and 161 convictions over 5 years. The Nuremberg trials set an important legal precedent. For the first time, individuals, not just states, could be held criminally responsible under international criminal law. These legal proceedings reshaped international criminal law, offering the world a new vision of justice, one rooted not in vengeance but in accountability, a legacy that still endures today.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours. And the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot. You know, what's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell am See in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave, and you know, that last night is always, yeah, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
We're looking at the Buchenwald case booklet. In addition to the trials undertaken by the four-power International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, other trials were heard by the individual military governments to bring Nazi perpetrators to justice. The United States carried out military tribunals at Nuremberg and also at U.S. Army military trials at Dachau. the site of the longest operating Nazi concentration camp, located just outside of Munich. The Dachau trials included the Buchenwald cases, which took place from April to August 1947. Buchenwald concentration camp was established in 1937 in the German Cultural and Democratic Center of Weimar. From 1937 to 1945, some 250,000 people were incarcerated in Buchenwald and its subcamps. 56,000 are known to have died there, 11,000 of them Jews. Although the actual mortality figure is likely higher, since not all prisoners were registered by camp administration. An active resistance network in the camp, with key roles played by communists, saved many lives. The incarcerated included Jewish prisoners, political prisoners, Jehovah's Witnesses, Sinti and Roma, and also prisoners of war. They were subjected to forced labor, medical experiments, and other war crimes. When the Americans arrived at the camp on April 11, 1945, they found 21,000 emaciated, traumatized survivors. This booklet, prepared by the prosecution, details the charges brought in the major trial against 31 individuals who operated the camp and who also individually carried out acts of cruelty and murder. The trials began on the 2-year anniversary of the camp's liberation. The booklet contains photos of the defendants, their roles in the camp, and the gruesome charges brought against them. Their duties range from camp administration, to doctors, to gardeners, to guards. The booklet shows not a massive regime, but ordinary people who committed terrible acts. It opens with a solemn note, a dedication. To the unseen millions of a world beyond who watch what we do here today.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know what that is up there?
It's what they use to clean their clothes.
Very good. I'm Lou Schumann. What I do for the museum is I'm a docent, volunteer, and I'm here usually about 2 days a week. And I spend time helping the general public when they visit and special projects when assigned. And the one thing you got to understand, the reason we're all here, those little Higgins boats. I started my career in my hometown of Boston. I was in commercial television there for 25 years and eventually moved here to New Orleans. My background is sports television primarily. In fact, I ended my career with the New Orleans Pelicans. I've been volunteering here at the museum since 2016. I'm about to hit 9 years. The reason I've donated my time as a volunteer is very simple. I wanted to stay busy. My background is history. I was a history major in college, and I thought, where else but in New Orleans at the museum? It would be a nice fit for me, which it turned out to be a great fit. I enjoy being here. I enjoy meeting the old timers when they come in, and I enjoy helping the public understand the war. Brits coming ashore. God bless him right here. Lloyd Lovett himself is coming ashore. My father was my connection for World War II. He was a medic stateside. He was stationed in Carville, Louisiana, where he took care of the sick patients coming back from the Pacific. Also, he ended up in 29 Palms, California. He was working on a project that we all later knew was the A-bomb test site. There's so many inspirational stories of plain, ordinary working men and women who did their job, served their country without question. And that's one of the reasons I like to be here. If I can reach one person, one child, one teenager, and tell them what happened, and they have an interest, it really gives me satisfaction. I would encourage people to seek out and volunteer at the museum. I have to tell you, we have a large volunteer staff. We have doctors, lawyers, broadcasters, professional people. They're all here for one cause, to present the war. And I encourage people to volunteer. All you have to do, go to our website, under Giving, and there'll be a section on volunteers, and we'll give you a call.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom, please do find those cell phones. Please find your cell phones and silence them. Thank you.
Welcome back from lunch. All right, we're going to continue with this afternoon's programming. The next session is Nuremberg, a conversation between Dr. Alex Richie and Dr. Rob Hutchinson. With this year marking the 80th anniversary of the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg trials, and with a recently released feature film titled Nuremberg, we wanted to have a discussion to reflect on the enduring legacy of Nuremberg, the city, the post-war trials, and really the legacy today as it's redefined international justice. Now, the conversation features Dr. Alex Richie. Alex is the author of Faust Metropolis, A History of Berlin, and also of Warsaw in 1944, Hitler, Himmler, and the Warsaw Uprising. But I think most of you know Alex. Her relationship with the museum goes back
a long time.
A little while. She's been an incredible addition to our international conferences, countless educational travel programs, highly, highly regarded, and then certainly as one of the museum's presidential counselors and a voice on the board that helps us put together this program, has been quite instrumental. Joining Alex is Dr. Rob Hutchinson. Rob joins us from the U.S. Air Force School of Advanced Air and Space Studies, SAS, at Maxwell, where he teaches strategy and security studies. But more to the point, he has books on German foreign intelligence, from Hitler's war to the Cold War, but relevant for today, after Nuremberg, American Clemency for Nazi War Criminals. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob and Alex and the conversation. Thank you very much.
I have to begin with the boilerplate, since I am here in my personal capacity. I speak neither for the Air Force, nor for the Department of Defense, nor for the Department of War, if that's your thing. Today actually does mark the 80th anniversary of Nuremberg. I believe yesterday, Robert Jackson would have supervised the reading of the indictments at the International Military Tribunal 80 years ago yesterday. 80 years ago today, he would have given the opening statement, this kind of famous speech about law and norms and justice. And when we think about Nuremberg, it's a town, but it stands for so many things, right? It stands for the US occupation. It stands for kind of the end of the Second World War in Europe and how that's litigated. It stands for our understanding of Nazi Germany, what it was and what it did. And it stands for international law and how we think about it. And so Alex and I are going to kind of chat through some of try to tease out this immense kind of complicated history and kind of pick some areas of emphasis that we think you'll find interesting. So to start off with, from Alex, why Nuremberg at all?
Yeah, first of all, how many of you have seen the film so far? Anybody? Ah, fantastic. Okay, so there's a bit of a buzz around this, and actually, I just wanted to say also, this book is really, really great. We're going to talk about it a little bit toward the end. First of all, why Nuremberg? It's a very, very good question. Hitler loved the city. It's very important symbolically for Germany because it linked very much to Germany's past greatness. The Holy Roman Empire, the holding of the unofficial capital and site often of the imperial diet, and all of this really linked to Hitler's kind of romantic conception of the German past. And it was really, he called it the most German of cities. And he wanted to leverage this medieval heritage and show the Nazis as this logical continuation of German history and national identity. So it was this sort of eternal German heritage, the medieval old town, the castle. This was authentically German. And this was versus modernism and the Bauhaus and everything else. And in fact, so Hitler, as we know, because he considered himself an artiste and an architect and all that, those famous pictures of him looking at Albert Speer's pictures of Germania and all that. And in fact, the concentration camp Neuengamme was created to do the bricks so that Hamburg was going to be recreated in the sort of clinker brick style of the Hanseatic League. But Nuremberg was the sort of epitome of what he thought all German cities should look like. So Hitler had the idea that when he was going to finally invade and kill off the Soviet Union, he was going to level Moscow, level Petersburg, level Minsk, and it was going to be renamed Asgard. Warsaw was going to be leveled and be called New Warsaw. And the idea was then to build mini Nurembergs everywhere. So little cobbled streets, little pointy roofed brick houses and so on. And this was model of Nuremberg. So it was tremendously important for him. And of course, this is one of the reasons he chooses it as the backdrop for the rallies, the famous Nuremberg rallies. The site of the Reichsparteitag, which takes place, these highly choreographed, massive propaganda events. Most of you, I'm sure, have seen Riefenstahl's Triumph of the Will, or at least pictures of it, with this sort of cult personality, the Hitler myth. It starts with Wagner concerts, and then the Blut flag from the Munich, from the beer hall, pushes touch to these other flags, and then the finale is Hitler gets up on this podium with these rows and rows and rows, 700,000 SS and Gestapo and Hitler Youth guys in the 1934 rally, which is the one that Leni Riefenstahl filmed, and so on. And then, so this propaganda was tremendously important. I remember when I did all my interviews in the 1980s, literally hundreds of them with Germans, asking, why did you support Hitler and so on. Many of them cited the Triumph of the Will in Nuremberg film, saying, when you saw that, how could you possibly not be for Hitler? Look at what he's doing. Look at this sort of great man. I mean, when we listen to these speeches, we think this sort of deranged lunatic, but it really, really, really took the country by storm. Also important was this for the Allies was the fact that this was the place where in 1935 the Nuremberg laws were introduced. Nuremberg laws were these horrific racial laws which basically institutionalized anti-Semitism, sort of legalized persecution of the Jews, everything from stripping Jews of citizenship to not allowing racial interaction between Jews and Germans, banning marriage between the two, and so on. And this was really the legal framework that leads to the Holocaust. Other historical events were, of course, the bombing, January 1945, which decimated the center part of the city. And also there was very, very, very heavy fighting. The U.S. 7th Army into Nuremberg between the 16th and 20th of April. They bashed Nuremberg on Hitler's birthday, which was quite a divine justice. But nevertheless, this was all part and parcel of why Nuremberg. And of course, in the London Conference of August 1945, the Soviets pushed for the trials to take place in Berlin. They wanted Berlin to be there. Of course, Berlin was under the Soviet control and so on. But the Americans pushed for this. The SOP to the Soviets was that the permanent seat of the International Tribunal would be Berlin. But the actual trials take place in Nuremberg. And then really another reason was simply that Berlin was just so smashed up that there was nowhere really suitable to hold these trials. The courthouse, of course, it was modified. They had to break down a wall and make it big enough for the journalists and all that. But the courthouse was more or less intact, and also there was a prison attached to it, in which the prisoners could be housed during the trial. So these were the reasons that Nuremberg was chosen.
And if you've seen the film, which I would recommend if you haven't seen it, by the way, there's this great scene that's in all the trailers where folks kind of knock on Justice Jackson's door in the middle of the night, and they're like, "We caught Goring." And Jackson goes, "Well, what are we going to do with him?" And it makes it seem like this is very improvisational. And for all of you in this room who know so much about the Second World War, the story of how these trials come to take place is kind of classic FDR policymaking, right? Where there's a vague idea that yes, something is going to happen, but we're going to play our cards close to the vest and improvise and deal with the details later, right? So as early as November of 1943 in the Moscow Declaration, there had been an Allied agreement because many Nazi atrocities had taken place kind of in the clear light of day and been widely covered in the international press during the war, apart from all of the secret intelligence intercepts that kind of chronicle the activities of the Einsatzgruppen. The British, the Americans, and the Soviets all come to a joint agreement that there will be some sort of punishment of German war crimes after the war in November of 1943. There's going to be lesser war criminals whose crimes are tied to a specific geographic place, who will be tried by the liberated nations under the host laws of those countries. The major offenders is the part that's left murky. Originally, Stalin and Churchill are of the impression that most of these people should just be shot out of hand. It's FDR who's more kind of interested in some sort of legal process for a variety of reasons, not just humanitarian ones. That have to do with establishing international norms about statecraft and conduct and what is acceptable behavior and what is not. And then that's kind of, after the Moscow Declaration of 43, that's kind of put on the back burner as the war takes its course. And then, as Alex said, there's a final agreement in the London Declaration of 1945. And here, Robert Jackson is one of the driving forces of this process. He's not the only one, of course. I mean, the film does center on him. I would put a plug in here for some excellent articles on the World War II Museum website that have been, I think, recently authored from some Institute folks on. There's a really great article on the kind of the women behind the scenes in Justice Jackson's staff working up these issues of international law, and also about kind of what it means, the meaning of that London Declaration in terms of establishing the norms, which were quite novel at the time, that there are limits to international sovereignty. You don't get to hide behind national sovereignty and say, you can't try me for this crime or that crime because I was conducting the official business of the German government. And also, the Declaration is very clear that an apologia, like appealing to superior orders, is not going to be allowed or condoned, right? So there are certain things that you just cannot do. And regardless of whether or not there was a body of law beyond the Geneva Conventions that made this clear before 1945, after 1945 it was going to be very clear. And so Robert Jackson is an instrumentalist figure in kind of cobbling together and smoothing over and haggling through these various disagreements of trying to bring British and French and Soviet and American conceptions of law together in a coherent way, inventing kind of new jurisprudence along the way to make sure that the trials were legitimate. Jackson was always a person who believed in due process under the law. You can see this throughout his career as a justice on the Supreme Court, right into a famous dissent in Korematsu on the case about Japanese-American internment. He has a legacy of saying this is wrong, not just because of kind of the racist implications of all of this, of targeting a class of individuals as a security threat, but because you're denying citizens due process under the law. And so as a matter of legal justice, as a firm principle, he believed that these trials should be conducted under fair rules of evidence, norms of the core, mostly American norms, but also another plug here for Francine Hirsch's book, Soviet Judgment at Nuremberg. If you haven't gotten that one down yet, some fantastic new research on just how much the Soviets contributed to all of this, particularly conceptions of crimes against peace, and establishing the legal norms about that. So I have a bit more we could go into later about like the counts and how what this means and all that. But first, we should probably talk about who's actually being tried and why.
Yeah, well, fascinating, and it's absolutely right. The trial then turns into this idea, really, to prosecute the key leaders of Nazi Germany for crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And we just take these things for granted now, crimes against humanity. We've heard of this before, but actually these were new inventions. This was something that was quite unique, despite the precedents that Rob's already mentioned. People like Hirsch Lauterpacht, who was a Polish Jew from Lviv, came up with this concept of crimes against humanity, which then becomes central to the trials and evolves into a basis of international law, human rights, and the statutes of the ICC, and so on. There are other concepts which are sort of in the wings. Also, a Polish-Jewish lawyer from Lviv, Raphael Lemkin, who comes up with the concept of genocide, which we also take for granted. This influences the trials, although it's not part of the final convictions. But later it's also recognized in the UN conventions in 1948 as an independent international crime. So the trials, the first phase, which is what we're talking about right now, the International Military Tribunal, of course, as you all know, starts November 20th, 1945, and goes until October 1st, 1946. So it's a very, very long and involved process. 24 prominent military and political leaders of the Third Reich are initially charged. The judges, prosecution are of the four allies, the British, the Americans, USSR, and French. And of course, we'll mention this later, the United States holds 12 lesser-known trials later on, and so do the other countries as well. So there are 22 German political and military leaders who end up being tried and sentenced. And again, this paves the way for criminal trials, later Rwanda, former Yugoslavia, and so on. So it's very, very important in world history as well. Of course, just to mention a few of those in the dock, Hermann Goering, most famous, receives the most attention, as he should. He's the most high-ranking Nazi still left alive. Hitler's bumped himself off, so has Himmler, and so has Goebbels. And so he's the head of the Luftwaffe, the director of the four-year plan, creator of the Gestapo, for example. He signed the original document ordering the final solution to the Jewish question, which was the basis of the Wannsee Conference, which makes it completely hilarious that he later says he didn't know anything about what was happening to the Jews. Ha ha. Also, he had a certain charm, sort of bombastic charm, a kind of intelligence. He used to sort of run rings around some of the times in court. Others, of course, there was a cross-section, really, and this is what was so interesting as well, that you can see these sort of different layers that the prosecution was trying to bring in, that it's not just, all of them said, well, it's all Hitler's fault, but they're trying to bring in military and various other planning layers and so on, which are important to show how many layers of people were involved in the Nazi regime. Joachim von Ribbentrop, of course, the foreign minister, diplomatic corps, he was involved in everything, carving up Poland, planning the aggressive war, deportation of Jews from the occupied countries. Again, he pretends he doesn't know anything about that. Very useful. Then we've got Wilhelm Keitel, who's the chief of the Wehrmacht High Command, who is also, of course, planning wars, issuing very brutal orders all the way through the war, including things like the terror flyers, night and fog decree, that comes from him. Ernst Kaltenbrunner, truly brutal thug, absolutely horrific man, highest ranking SS officer still around, in charge of the Einsatzgruppen and the concentration camps after Eichmann and so on. Hans Frank, the butcher of Poland, who infamously says that there are not enough trees in Poland to make enough paper for the number of orders I've given for the deaths of Poles, meaning Poles and Polish Jews. Absolutely horrific. And of course, the German who said sorry, Albert Speer, the Minister of Armaments, who denies the knowledge of the camps and so on, but has a sort of limited apology, let's put it that way. He impresses the trial enough to get only 20 years. He was up to his eyeballs in the crimes of forced labor, for example, locking human beings into Dora Mittelbau and underground production of V2 rockets and many, many other things, but he kind of gets away with it. And then the sort of slightly more controversial Rudolf Hess, who flies off to Scotland and is only given life imprisonment because he isn't really involved in those wartime crimes. But the point being that going through these guys shows the evidence of the record of Nazi crimes, which is so important. I'm just going to touch on something that's you've just mentioned briefly, the Soviet issue. And there's always a question asked by my students, like, why were there no more Nuremberg trials? Well, there were other trials, but why not these big ones? And this has to do a little bit with the Soviets. And as you just mentioned, the Soviets really were the first jurists to actually conceive of a legal framework that treated this as an international crime. And Stalin, as Rob mentioned, had said quite casually at Tehran, yes, we can execute 50 to 100,000 of these Nazi officers, to which Churchill, was appalled, and he left the room, and Roosevelt tried to smooth over the situation, not very helpfully, saying, well, we could just kill 49,000. And it didn't really appease Churchill that much, and everybody had to sort of calm him down a little bit. But by late 1943, Stalin's proposing a real sort of Nazi procedure against these crimes, that they're publicized and so on. And he also wants to draw notice to the fact that 27 million Soviets have been sacrificed. And he also wants to cement the Soviet Union's position as a global power, because he's very much looking to the future. And he has jurists like Aron Trianon, who's really the one who comes up, as you said, with the legal framework against crimes against peace, war crimes, crimes against humanity. There was, of course, another issue that the Allies were worried, the United States was worried that there was going to be some sort of examination of racial segregation. The Soviets were a little bit tetchy about the fact that maybe people were going to start looking at how Stalin treats his own citizens. And so the decision was made to limit the jurisdiction of the court to Germany's actions only. So that gets them all kind of off the hook. But there was also a problem with the Soviets, because the chief prosecutor is Roman Rudenko at the end, but he had to report to Andrei Vyshinsky. And Vyshinsky is just a horrible, horrible, horrible man. He's the one who invents the show trial, effectively, under Stalin's forces. He calls people who were arrested human waste. He said, shoot these rabid dogs, kill these stinking corpses, these dogs of fascist bourgeoisie. He's the one who came up with this sentence, give me the man and I will find the crime. The first war criminal proceedings, incidentally, in this whole era was not against Nazis, but was the famous or infamous trial of the 16 of Poles from the government in exile who were invited to Warsaw to discuss the creation of this new government that was agreed upon at Yalta, and 16 of them are promptly arrested, bundled off to Moscow, and undergo show trials with interrogations by none other than Vyshinsky. So people are a little annoyed by this. People like Roland Friesler has actually gone to Vyshinsky's court to watch show trials in 1938, thinks he's a role model. Of course, Friesler is the one who, as we know after the July plot in 1944, is the one who interrogates and sentences the July plotters in these horrible show trials. Well, where does he get that from? And so this was, led to a lot of skepticism amongst the Western allies with the Soviets. And really we see the sort of nascent Cold War coming through already, particularly, for example, the Soviet role in the carving up of Poland in 1939, and also the attempt that they make during the Nuremberg trials to cover up the fact that they were responsible for the Katyn massacres, and they try and blame it on the Germans. So there are already little sort of subtle hints that things aren't going to be all rosy after the Nuremberg trials over.
Yes, although the Soviets would have been very happy to hold a second series of trials, blaming everything that happened on capitalism specifically. Like that was the plan.
That was the plan.
Yeah, and that's also important to remember. Like when we talk about these processes, right, as the Cold War originates and then kind of moves forward, none of these were intended to be the final word, right? Like the International Military Tribunal was envisioned as the first of a set of numerous ones. The later American Nuremberg trials, the 12 that Alex mentioned, are viewed as the first 12 of, potentially more than that, right? And then these kind of funding issues and Cold War issues kind of intercede themselves. And going back to kind of what we talked about with all of the defendants, there's also this interesting idea that is colored by our own experience and knowledge of the Second World War and Nazi crimes, that what we would assume gets kind of the most attention at the trial, right? And you'd think that atrocities and what we now understand to be the Holocaust would be kind of the forefront of it, whereas Robert Jackson's framework is very much grounded in kind of this joint American and Soviet understanding of violation of the rules of norms of interstate relations or crimes against peace, right? For Jackson, he kind of ports over a US/British understanding of law, the idea of conspiracy, which the French are horrified by because there's no kind of real equivalent of it in continental law, and by all accounts, the Russians are just kind of like, what? That's amazing, conspiracy? So like what you're saying is we can tie a whole group of people together and declare them guilty for something that there's not really a lot of individual evidence for, but collectively we can just, and they're just like, this is amazing. The idea of criminal conspiracy. And so when you look at the counts, right, that these defendants face, count 1, conspiracy of a common purpose to wage aggressive warfare. Count 2, the waging of aggressive warfare, crimes against peace. And then count 3, war crimes. Count 4, crimes against humanity. The Soviet language on that was originally crimes against civilians, but crimes against humanity was later kind of adjusted to get the kind of the scale and magnitude of what we were talking about. But Jackson and the American prosecution team are very much interested more in crimes against peace because they're trying to establish norms in the international legal system, right? Crimes against peace is the first crime. All other crimes follow that one, right? The Holocaust would not have happened if these people had not conspired in a criminal enterprise of common purpose to attempt kind of territorial aggrandizement and to subjugate the peoples of Europe or the world, depending on what the ambitions are at the time. And this also ties into kind of a broader debate about who these defendants are. And this is at the heart of the new film, right? This idea of the psychologist trying to determine if these people are fit to stand trial, and there are debates at the time. Like, are these people abnormal? Or is there something wrong with them? And the answer, I mean, from our standards, is of course like yes. But is there something medically wrong with them, or is there just something politically wrong with them? Right? And so you have these competing narratives that come out of Nuremberg. Gustav Gilbert has this famous book. He's another one of the prison psychiatrists. It's called Interviews at Nuremberg, where he chronicles all the pretrial conversations he's had. And it's very much what you would expect is all of these people, there's something wrong with them, right? Like Rudolf Hess is a psychopath. Robert Lye is an alcoholic. Hermann Goering is a narcissist. They're all deviant personalities, right? Something has gone very wrong with them. As opposed to other psychologists at the time, the film is based around, what's his name? But Douglas Kelly's 22 Cells at Nuremberg, which is a bit more kind of ponderous about thinking, well, there's nothing really different about German civilization as opposed to Western or American civilization. Like, these people were in a system that went wrong and allowed them to do these things. They were making affirmative choices to believe certain things about the world and how it works. They're making choices to be anti-Semites, to believe in a world Jewish conspiracy, to believe that aggressive warfare is a legitimate interest in state policy. And for Robert Jackson and others on the prosecution team, it's about using the law to document these crimes in the words of the perpetrators themselves, so not a lot of eyewitness testimony, just recourse to thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of documents read into the record. The trials were a very tedious affair, despite of how we think of them as like these dramatic, moving things. It's mostly just people reading document after document after document into the official record, while the defendants try to hand wave them away or explain them away or say this word doesn't really mean what you said in this translation, or I didn't know about that. I didn't actually sign that document that it says that you say that I signed, and all the rest. And so as we move through, what is the American team initially more concerned about? It's about proving the intent to wage aggressive warfare, first against through the absorption of Austria, and then through the destruction of Czechoslovakia, and then Poland, and so on and so on. And all of the other kind of war crimes are more left to the brief of the other national teams involved, whether it's the Soviets talking about the Eastern Front or the British and the French kind of taking the lead on continental crimes in Western Europe. For the Americans, kind of setting up, again, going in line with first FDR and then Truman's vision of an international system grounded to institutions like the United Nations, the most important precedent to establish here is that war is not a valid instrument of policy, state policy outside of a kind of a traditional just war framework, right? Wars of aggression are not acceptable and should be outlawed. And by revealing to the German people how their leaders had corrupted them, there's also some work being done for the occupation, right? By redeeming and reforming the Germans so that at some point in the near future they can rejoin the community of nations, having firmly rejected fascism and Nazism.
Yeah, so I'm often asked by my students in my sort of 20th century history courses and so on, why was the Holocaust not more central to the trials? And you've really touched on this, that the impetus of it was a different question. There were requests, for example, by Chaim Weizmann, who was the president of the World Zionist Organization, as well as the Polish Provisional Government of National Identity, requesting participation and the ability to sort of give evidence. And they were in that format not permitted to do so. And the Soviets did allow representation, for example, from the Poles, from Czechoslovakia, from Yugoslavia, from others, who did submit evidence which included evidence of what had happened to the Jews in their respective countries, so the crimes against the German Jews. And there were things like the Stroop report, which was the report made by this SS man Stroop as a gift for Hitler and Himmler to show how the Warsaw Ghetto was destroyed. And there's some very, very famous photographs, which most of you will have seen, with the little boy with his hands up and the little hat on and so on. These things came from the Stroop report. This was submitted as evidence as well. But the Holocaust was not the main theme. Jackson, as you said, was really trying to show that the number one problem was Germany's attempt to wage aggressive war. And the charge of genocide, which came later, wasn't included in this. So atrocities against the Jews were considered as part of that crime against humanity, not a standalone crime. And even so, there was a lot of evidence about the mass murder of Jews, which comes to be very, very important later on, when so much interest is then turned toward the Holocaust. A lot of that initial early research is done because of Nuremberg. So, for example, the American input presented quite a bit about the Holocaust as well. As you said, there were 110,000 captured documents that the Americans went through, and they submitted 4,600 of them into evidence. As you said, reading them because it was slightly boring. 25,000 photographs, huge amounts of film footage, and so on. And they did have information. For example, the Wannsee Protocol was submitted by the Americans, the Stroop report, as I said, and this film footage of the liberated camps, which I'll mention in a second. And they called very important witnesses for the prosecution. For example, Otto Ohlendorf, who later becomes part of the separate Einsatz trial, Gruppen trial. But he confesses that, yes, I'm responsible for the murder of 80,000 Jews. Unbelievable. And then Erich von der Bach-Zaleski, who is head of the anti-bandit warfare in Belarus and then later crushes the Warsaw Uprising, who turns witness for the prosecution. And incidentally, you said the trial is boring, but when Goering sees Erich von der Bach-Zaleski, he goes apoplectic. He says, well, I can read a little bit because it's extremely rude. He says, why, that dirty, bloody, treacherous swine, that filthy skunk, goddamn Donovan, that dirty blank, 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 son of a bitch. He was the bloodiest murderer of the whole bloody blank, blank, blank setup. That filthy Schweinehund selling out to save his stinking neck, and on he goes, purple in the face. So Goering sort of loses his cool over that one. But nevertheless, it's really quite important that these people are brought up with evidence. By far the most evidence about the crimes against the Jews is brought forward by the Soviets. Not just the Holocaust, the destruction also of 27 million Soviet citizens, as I said, they focus on the 3 million plus Soviet prisoners of war who basically starved to death. But there is a lot of documentary evidence. For example, they're the ones who bring forward the documentary evidence of the creation of the extermination camps. All sorts of paperwork showing that this happened. Also, the eyewitness accounts by Jews. 3 Jews are included. Abraham Sutzkever, who was a Yiddish poet, a survivor of the Vilnius ghetto, and witness to tens of thousands of murders, or is able to talk about them. And also Samuel Reisman, who's a survivor of Treblinka, where 850,000 Jews were killed. The thing is that there's some confusion, because the Americans and the Brits liberate camps in the West, places like Dachau and Buchenwald and Dora-Mittelbau and Ohrdorf and so on, Mauthausen. But most of those victims are not Jewish, or many of those victims are not Jewish. About a third of Dachau's 32,000 inmates who are liberated are Jewish, the rest are not, because Dachau is a camp for everybody, from communists to homosexuals to Jehovah's Witnesses, to anybody. And so there was confusion, but the Soviets were the ones who liberated places like Treblinka, Chelmno, Sobibor, Majdanek, and of course Auschwitz-Birkenau. And these were the camps that were specifically death machines, killing machines, only for the Jewish population. So that's one of the reasons that the Soviets have, there's so much more that goes on in that area in Poland and beyond into the Soviet Union. And we talk, and of course in the film there's that key moment when the film of the liberation of the camps is shown, when all of a sudden the trial turns from some sort of almost academic exercise with the documents and so on, to this realization, oh my goodness, look at what they did, and the death and the bodies and so on. Which are really shocking and really changes the course of the trial as well. There were, of course, as I mentioned, other trials as well that the Americans oversee, but because of the split with the Soviets, they do these on their own. They're not under the overall overarching military tribunal anymore, but under U.S. military courts. Things like the Einsatzgruppen trial, the industrialist trial with Flick and IG Farben and those guys, the military leaders like Milch, and the SS trials against people like Otto Pohl, and the Dachau trial later as well. So these are very, very important. They become very important for the American legacy of trying to bring justice to World War II, and there are British and French as well. And coming back to the Soviets, because there were also numerous trials of German perpetrators and local collaborators, and the early ones were actually very effective and very successful. They get worse and worse as they go along, as they get more and more Sovietized. The first trials held in the Soviet Union really do go after the German perpetrators. In places like Minsk, 18 Germans who committed terrible, terrible atrocities in Belarus, for example. Riga, 1946, where 8 officers who were responsible for the murder of Jews in Latvia are incarcerated and killed. Kiev, Vilnius, Chisinau in 1946. Again, the focus is on the destruction, murder of the Jews, and the destruction of villages, just the scorched earth policy. And this really is a documentation of Nazi atrocities. But more and more, these Soviet trials become hampered by what I mentioned before, Wyszynski's need to get pre-trial confessions out of people, for example. And then when you start looking at the trials in places like Hungary and Bulgaria and Czechoslovakia, many of these, of course, there are many criminals who are brought to justice, but there are many show trials as well, and purges of people who are enemies of the new Soviet regimes. Perhaps one of the slight exceptions is in Poland with the Supreme National Tribunal, which is held between 1946 and 48, where they try 49 high Nazi officials, including Rudolf Höss, who was the commandant of Auschwitz, Amon Goeth, for those of you who've seen Schindler's List, who was the head of Plaszow camp, Arthur Greiser, Ludwig Fischer, other very many top-ranking Nazis. And then they also hold the Majdanek trials, the Stutthof trials with 78 convictions. And there's very much an emphasis on those trials on the Holocaust and the specific crime against the Jews, which, as I say, really, really does allow for a tremendously important basis for scholarship later on, because the Holocaust is after the Nuremberg trials and some of those other trials that you've mentioned too. The Holocaust rather fades very quickly from this pressure of the Cold War. And all of a sudden we have to be nice to the West Germans, and the Soviets are now our big enemy, and very much the impetus on trying to get Nazi criminals and get them out of circulation, as it were, really fades very quickly, including emphasis on the Holocaust. And of course, there are many, many people who try and keep this scholarship going. But in terms of sort of international recognition, it's the Eichmann trial in 1961 that really opens the door. In West Germany, it's the kind of not really great miniseries called Holocaust. And then you get that 68 generation of young people who start to question, you know, what did dad or granddad do in the war? And then there's a whole sort of new line of scholarship that explodes in Germany with the Historikerstreit, and this is West Germany, and then into globally in the West. In the East, however, I wrote my doctorate on manipulation of history between East and West Germany, and what was striking is even in the 1980s, East German historiography was very much dominated by the Soviet line, by the Marxist-Leninist line, and that meant there were crimes against humanity, crimes against the Soviet Union, not specific crimes against the Jews. So the Holocaust per se and that word, or the Shoah, they were not used in Soviet historiography, even if they talked about, mentioned, and analyzed crimes against the Jews. But this was not this sort of specific recognition for this crime where every single last Jewish man, woman, and child was to be hunted down and murdered in occupied Europe. So there was a difference, and it's really tragic that that great sort of, if you will, ideological idea behind the Nuremberg trials and that cooperation between the Allies faded so very quickly. That's the subject of an amazing book, which I happen to have here by this guy, Rob Hutchinson, who's now going to talk a little bit more about that, I suppose, that diminishment of the idea behind the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, if like what Alex said about like the kind of how justice peters out in the Soviet Union because of a recourse to ideological definitions of whose crimes matter and whose do not, and what kind of narrative the Soviet Union wants to put forward. On the American side, the ultimate long-term project, I argue, is it has a lot to do with this obsession about fairness and Jackson's obsession with due process yielding to Telford Taylor, who's the head of the 12 subsequent trials that Alex mentioned, his obsession with due process and his successors' obsessions with due process, which it doesn't sound like a bad thing, right? American justice means fairness and equality before the law, but it also gets into this really difficult gray area because international law is so new about how can you appeal your sentences, or can you? Is that a right you want to afford to a war criminal? Like, what is a war criminal, and how is a war criminal like or not like someone who robs a bank or someone who murders their husband or wife in a fit of rage, right? Like, a real discomfort after 1949 in the US occupation authorities with the idea that Nuremberg and the crimes that Nuremberg addresses are unprecedented, right? And trying to put those into a box that makes sense. And so what does that mean? In real terms, it means, well, even though in 1949 we've had fair trials and 180 some officials went on trial and only 140 some were convicted, so another number were acquitted due to, you know, not lack of evidence, but lack of a proven case, right? So the trials were fair, but then the trial sentences are confirmed, but maybe we should let these people file petitions to say, well, new evidence has come to light, and you know, you said I was here on this date, but I have a witness who says I wasn't there, I was here instead, right? And so how are you going to adjust that? And what this becomes is a whole mechanism of bureaucracy where these people in Landsberg prison produce petition after petition after petition, and credible US judges and lawyers continually look them over from 1949 all the way through 1958, and they increasingly reduce the sentences. And they say, well, the trial found you guilty of murdering, I don't know, 1,500 Jews in the East, but based on a re-examination of the records, it looks like you only murdered 800. And so a death sentence doesn't really seem fair because, you know, that's like almost half. And so, you know, and it's it's incredibly frustrating to talk about. It's incredibly frustrating to conceive of, but it all stems from this idea, a very self-conscious idea during the height of the Cold War, that American justice has to stand for something fair and impartial, and it has to be willing to kind of overturn the findings, even the factual findings of the Nuremberg trials, even if there was really no mistakes to overturn. And it's all very rushed and so forth. And it becomes this whole process where you start with clemency petitions and petitions for appeals. And then a clemency board serves to kind of adjudicate these appeals and recommend sentence reductions. And every time a sentence reduction happens, it's covered in the press. And what do average Germans see, or average Americans see? Well, they see, well, the court said this person was guilty and they were sentenced to death, but now it seems that they're sentenced to 10 years in prison. So obviously a mistake must have been made. Obviously, Nuremberg wasn't as just as the Americans said it was, right? Because in these lawyers' heads, they're trying to separate the sentences from the findings, right? Whether you serve life or 20 years or 10 years, you're still guilty. But that's not how people interpret these kind of tinkerings. And so what starts with clemency turns into trying to graft the institutions of the US kind of criminal justice system onto Nuremberg, so you have time off for good behavior. That makes sense, right? Except these people are all mostly middle class. They've never misbehaved in prison like a day in their lives, apart from one or two exceptions. So it becomes, there's an automatic, 10 days per month time off for good behavior. And then, well, what about if they get sick? They can't die in prison. That's not humane. That's not just. And so perhaps some sort of parole system for those who are older or infirm or need medical treatments and that sort of thing. And well, if we're going to grant parole for medical ailments, well, what about just a general parole system? I mean, in the US states, right, rehabilitative parole is the norm since the 1920s and 30s, and it's ever more shifting that way. And so there's a whole system of American and German parole officers whose job is to, and this cuts another third off of everyone's sentence, whose job it is to make sure that these kind of middle-class offenders from the Einsatzgruppen trial, but also people like Erhard Milch somehow are integrating back into West German society in a way that makes sense. And because most of them, again, are kind of middle class, upper middle class, well-educated people who can behave themselves in jail, they're commended over and over again for all of the hard work that they've done in reintegrating themselves into West German society, and how the Nuremberg process rehabilitated these offenders. And so, which is a word that it's very striking, and it was surprising to me, and I talk a lot about that. I'm happy to talk more about that in the Q&A. We want to get to your questions. But when we think about Nuremberg and try and assess like these broader trends of success versus failure, like there is a lot here that is for the good, right, in terms of establishing international norms of conduct, regardless of whether they kind of fell short of their aims during the Cold War, or whether these international institutions ever live up to their potential or not, and like negotiating the questions of sovereignty about that. But that is, the history of Nuremberg really does do some good there. But there's also this more kind of ambivalent legacy about whether justice was actually achieved, and it depends on how you define justice, and justice for whom. As Alex said, justice doesn't often mean justice for the victims, right? Because the victims often don't get to tell their stories in court. Justice often is more kind of bracketed in terms of, well, what would be just for this prisoner? And what would be an unjust treatment of this prisoner? And so it's a big kind of blind spot in the legacy that informs some of the choices that are made into the Cold War.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Richie and Rob Hutchinson. Thank you all. If you raise your hands, we will bring the microphone to you, starting in the back to your right, please.
So in my understanding, Senator McCarthy used the Nuremberg trials or the Dachau trials to further his cause. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, this is his origin story in many ways. Before McCarthy turns into the Joe McCarthy you know and love with the Red Scare, right? Like his origin story, it turns out, and one of the key events that kicks off this American process of wanting to go in and make sure that all of the war crimes sentences were in fact just, has to do with all of these rather sensationalized accusations peddled by Joe McCarthy and others. He's got a very big German constituency in Wisconsin. And so there's a lot of lurid accusations about how Jewish soldiers in particular beat German prisoners and extracted confessions under duress. There's a whole series of House and Senate kind of subcommittee investigations into the veracity of these charges from 47 forward. And this is in the U.S. Army trial program at Dachau. What they found, where the rules of evidence are a bit looser, it's like court-martial rules as opposed to the sorts of obsession with due process that Jackson and Telfer Taylor are interested in. And all of these accusations are found to be unsubstantiated. But it kicks off, the controversy surrounding this kicks off a wider process within the U.S. Occupation Authority in Germany, where first Lucius Clay and then his successor, John McCloy, order their staff to look into every single case to make sure that everything was above board. And there were no irregularities in terms of procedure, evidence, and all of that. And that's what starts this whole process of re-examining the sentences again and again and again and again.
Next question's all the way in the back to your left with Connie, please.
Were there any major differences in the conduct or the processes of Tokyo versus Nuremberg?
I'll start with that one. Yeah, I mean, there were there was quite a different emphasis, and I'm sure you know much more of the details about it. But for example, I mean, MacArthur's influence, this idea that you're not going to involve the emperor, for example. There were all sorts of parameters that were set in place beforehand. And then, you know, when you get the Unit 731, MacArthur says, well, we're going to make a deal. I'm going to get all the, you know, Shiroishi's results from these terrible bacteriological human experiments, and nothing more will be said as long as we can use the results of this. So there were all sorts of parameters that were in place that were really questionable and skewed the trials, generally speaking. There were also Russian trials in the East as well, and the Russians actually did go after the bacteriological research in a different way from the Americans. But you should.
The only thing I would add is that it's a very the name of the book is escaping me right now. If you come up to me afterwards, I can give you like the right book for you on this. But the big difference also is one that has to do with documentation and the nature of how the Japanese government works, where you have a lot of kind of Privy Council agreements by unanimous consent without a lot of contemporaneous record keeping. We have like one diary from the Lord Privy Seal, and this diary, it serves as almost the entire documentary record for the major aspect of the trial that the US are concerned with like proving a conspiracy to wage aggressive warfare via Pearl Harbor and establishing that decision and who was in favor and what that process looked like. So already, because of the difference between kind of Japanese record keeping and how the Japanese government makes decisions versus the incredible paper trail that exists in Germany, right? There's a lot more room for arguments about nuance and lack of evidence that kind of call into question the veracity of the trials for those observing them in the Far East a lot more quickly than Nuremberg. And you also have the matter of judges and dissents. The famous judge from India, Rao, writes kind of a scathing defense where the whole exercise, he says, is just an example of imperialism. And so you have like additional problems there as the legacy of Western European empire plays out in those trials in real time.
Next question is going to be to your right, about halfway back.
Hello. On the subject of paper trails, I know that Adolf Hitler was very studious about not signing any potentially damning documents or anything. So, sorry if I open up a can of worms, but if he had been taken alive, would that have been a problem for the prosecution?
Well, no. I mean, you know, no, it wouldn't have, because I mean, we're able to piece together the orders that Hitler gave or implied and how people picked them up. So we know, for example, about the Holocaust that the decision to go for the elimination, the actual extermination of the Jews happens in that summer of 1941. We know, we can piece it together, we can follow it through with the decisions, the document that we had in the Nuremberg trials that was signed by Hermann Goering, but was actually written out by Heydrich and then used, and all these things. So we can put these things together, and that Hitler didn't actually sign his piece of paper, it really makes no difference. There are a few times when he does. One of the few times that we've got an order, for example, from Hitler is Hitler and Himmler is the order for Warsaw on the 1st of August 1944, when he actually says all people in Warsaw, all combatants are to be killed, all non-combatants, men, women, and children are to be killed, and the cities to be glattisiert, razed to the ground. This is, you know, we have this order from Hitler, and there are a few other examples, but it really doesn't make a difference in terms of the trial. I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, like the two things to separate here, which are good, is like the historian question of like, how do we know that this happened? And to your point, like we have tremendous circumstantial evidence where we can piece together how decisions are made, right? Like Himmler's diaries are very clear. On X date, Himmler has this meeting with this person, he calls this person on the phone, and then, oh, what do you know, the next day this policy document comes out, right? And so you can do that very well. When it comes to kind of the legal question, about whether this would have been a problem if Hitler had lived. This is the magic of that conspiracy for common purpose charge, right? Because you can tie everyone together in a common cause that facilitates either waging of aggressive war or the other crimes. And so you'd have plenty of evidence of Hitler's public remarks and speeches. You'd have plenty of evidence of other documents that his underlings had signed in his name, grabbing his authority to do things. And so likely it would have been fine. But ironically, if Hitler had been alive, the British would have been probably more inclined to say, no, we should just shoot him. Because as we said, it was the lack of kind of Hitler, Himmler, Goebbels already being dead is one of the things that kind of led to a compromise where, okay, maybe a trial is worthwhile.
Yeah, so, and just to add to that, the real problem starts happening when, particularly when those trials come, or the attempt to try more Germans come under German criminal law after the creation of West Germany, and actually the same sorts of fudges are done in East Germany as well. You know, then you've got this burden of proof problem. So you couldn't prove anything that Hitler did in terms of the Holocaust, let's say, because there's no evidence. So therefore, he's got to be innocent. It becomes absurd.
Next question is to your left with Connie, please.
I'd be interested in your thoughts on the validity of some of the defense arguments at Nuremberg. I'm not thinking I was only following orders, but more the Katyn massacre and the British invasion and the American occupation of Iceland, which was neutral at the time. Were these valid arguments from the defense? And if so, did we give them due consideration?
Well, I know, first of all, the Katyn, this was one of the things that was dividing the Allies because, you know, from the get-go, the Americans in particular were pretty well aware that the Katyn massacre had been carried out by the Soviets, and it was just very convenient politically not to start blaming Stalin for this horrific crime. For anybody who doesn't know, when the Soviets take their part of Poland in 1939, about 22,000 Polish officers in uniform are taken to various prisons and they're massacred. And Stalin just denies any knowledge of this. And then, of course, the bodies are found by the Nazis after Barbarossa happens. They start to exhume the bodies and find that they're all shot in the back of the neck, Soviet style, etc. And in fact, even two American POWs in Auflag 64 in Schubin are actually taken completely against the codes of the Geneva Convention to witness these the exhumations because the Nazis are trying to get them to give evidence against the Soviets. It's completely not done. They send coded messages, though, to the Americans saying, we think the Soviets are actually guilty of this. But the prosecution, the German defense says, look, we didn't do this crime. So to your point, in this particular example, they were correct. And in fact, it was the American congressional, the Munzman report, it was 1952, I think it was, that Congress agrees that the Soviets were responsible. But it takes until 1990 for Gorbachev to admit the Katyn was actually a Soviet crime. In 1992, for Yeltsin to hand over to Lech Wałęsa the piece of paper with Beria and Stalin's signature on it, saying they were guilty. So it takes an awfully long time for that one. And Iceland I don't know the legal arguments that were put forward in Nuremberg for Iceland. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, and how can I say this? Because it's an example you didn't mention, but the arguments also to moral equivalency, which I have to be clear both for the room and the cameras at home, I do not believe in arguments of moral equivalency between like the US fire and British fire bombings and so forth. But that's something to your point about arguments that the defense wants to raise. Like how can these be legitimate trials when, as you said, well, you're invading Iceland or when you're bombing German civilians by the tens or hundreds of thousands and all of this. And the argument that whether we find it satisfying or not, but there's a separation that occurs by the historical participants at the time that almost says that's a separate question, right? It is not a valid defense. If any of the other powers have committed war crimes, then then we can address those at a later date if trials are ever convened. So the failure isn't some sort of kind of whataboutism in the trial not being taken seriously. The failure, if there is one, would be investigating crimes only on one side and not another. And that's something that scholarship has litigated since then. But the big problem, as you kind of alluded to, especially in the Tokyo tribunals, was that sort of equivalent conduct where in the immediate post-war period, the European attempt to reestablish its empire in the Pacific looks a lot like the initial Japanese liberation of these zones. And so there's a real tension there all the way through about those sorts of equivalencies that you raised.
Next question is going to be to your left, towards the very back.
I did some research a few years ago on SS General Karl Wolff and the OSS. I wonder if you have any reflections on how he escaped responsibility after the war. This is a man who sat in Himmler's office for years up to 1943, and then after the war he says, Holocaust? What Holocaust?
Do you want to?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately, I mean, there's a pattern there, and to some of the earlier presentations about like special forces in Italy and all the rest, there are real trade-offs that are occurring at the time, and Wolff isn't the only one, right? There are various initiatives, both in terms of OSS initiatives driven towards ending the war early, but also post-war initiatives about intelligence sharing, information sharing on the Soviet Union, where that is looked upon very favorably at Nuremberg in terms of some folks being called as witnesses rather than being relegated to the dock. And even within the defendants, another one good example would be Walter Schellenberg, again, like kind of a close associate, a deputy of Himmler and Heydrich, who somehow ends up classified as a civil servant in the civil servants trial as a diplomat, even though he was the head of the German Foreign Intelligence Service and intimately involved with a whole number of criminal enterprises in that capacity, and he receives kind of a very light sentence, and then he dies in a sanitarium because of tuberculosis shortly thereafter. But it's these, again, I would appeal to this idea of this wasn't supposed to be the final word on any of this either necessarily, right? So even if Karl Wolff doesn't make the initial cut of defendants, the idea is that there are lists later on people who could have been brought forward, but then the program ended in a way that Taylor and others in the occupation didn't foresee.
And just to add to that, there's so many examples of people who fall through the net. And I mentioned von der Bach-Zaleski and Goering going apoplectic, but this man was responsible for the deaths of 800,000 people, directly, indirectly, the deaths of 200,000 people in Warsaw. He turns witness for the prosecution, everything's fine, and to the extent that he's extradited to Warsaw, but protected by the Western Allies, so he can't be taken by the Poles and tried in Poland for the crimes committed there. So none of the people who were involved in those crimes in Poland are actually punished. It's only later, von der Bach only serves a few years in prison. I think it's a sentence of 6 years because he's found guilty of murdering a communist in the Weimar Republic.
Yep.
So that's how they start to get people out of these ridiculous charges. That's the only thing they can start to get to stick in the 50s.
Yeah.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Rob. They will both be outside at the book signing station. As I mentioned earlier, we are selling next year's conference. And as you guys probably know, Alex will be here because Alex is always here because we love Alex. But we're really excited that her new book will be released on Władysław Bartoszewski, who happens to be her father-in-law, but who was a Polish resistor, Auschwitz prisoner, and then the Polish foreign minister. So go out, sign up for next year's conference, and get books and get them signed. Please be back at 2 o'clock for our next session featuring Robert Edsel and Pete Crane. Thank you.
So just wanted to give you a heads up. That was it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats and your cell phones. Seats and cell phones, turn them off. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, we've got another great session for you. So this session, Remember Us. This is a conversation with best-selling author Robert Edsel about his latest work, Remember Us, American Sacrifice, Dutch Freedom, and a Forever Promise Forged in World War II. Now, interviewing Robert is Colonel Retired Pete Crane. Pete's our Vice President of Education and Access here at the National World War II Museum. He's responsible for content, so let's give Pete a round of applause. Before coming here in 2017, Pete was the director of the U.S. Army Heritage and Education Center up at Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania, an Army officer with 3 decades of experience and a logistician, so I was quite happy to hear the comments about logisticians today. Has a Master of Science degree in Logistics Management, go figure, but also a Master of Strategic Studies from the U.S. Army War College. And with that, we're going to let Pete launch into the conversation with Robert Edsel. Pete, over to you.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. So for the last day and a half, we have been talking about a lot of fascinating stories, and we've learned about a lot of people and a lot of adventurous stories, and some of them humorous, some of them not so humorous, and some of them ending in tragedy. But they all ended with an announcement. The ones that died ended with a death, and that was it. That was the end of the story. And so today's topic, or this topic, is not. There will be no humor. There's nothing humorous about this. But this also goes into the what happens next, a piece of the study of military history and a huge part of World War II that really doesn't get looked at and is absolutely fascinating. And Although I know I don't really need to introduce him because most of the people in this room know him very well, but you know I'm going to do that anyway. We have former Board of Trustees member, New York Times best-selling author of 5 books, Robert Edsel, that include, of course, everyone knows of Monuments Men, Saving Italy, Rescuing Da Vinci, The Greatest Treasure Hunt in History, and now Remember Us. You know of the film Monuments Men that came out in 2014. He was also the co-producer of the documentary film The Rape of Europa in 2007. And founder and leader of the Monuments Men and Women Foundation, and also has another new project that we can talk about at the end, the Forever Promise Project. So let's welcome to Robert Edsel. So let's give one big number here. We'll start with that. There were 414,920 Americans that died in World War II. Unlike many other countries, most of ours were service members. Like I said before, we learned individual stories. This is talking about the stories of people that were involved that either fell in Europe, served in Europe, or helped preserve the legacy of those who did. So let's just start off with talking about Remember Us and how it got started. So, you know, Robert, you brought to life the major untold story of World War II and Monuments Men. And now you've done it again with Remember Us. What is Remember Us about?
Remember Us follows the lives of 12 American men, combat soldiers, paratroopers, air crews, a chaplain, and a gravedigger. And their lives converge in and around the Limburg province area of the Netherlands in the very south, a dog-leg portion of the country that is just a few miles away from Belgium to the west, Germany to the east, and just north of France. And it's there that the Ninth Army builds the cemetery, the Ninth Army Cemetery, in the little town of Margraten, which is just 10 miles from the German border in the major city of Aachen. And there, General Eisenhower had assured the troops no one would be buried on enemy soil. So the intent was to round trip casualties back and bury them at the cemetery there, which was done up until the very last part of the war. But the story doesn't end there. At that stage of the end of the war, you're about 2/3 the way through the book, just 2/3, because there I get a chance to tell a story that's inspiring about gratitude, remembrance, and grace. Set against the backdrop of the most destructive war in history is this moment that the Dutch people asked themselves this question even during the war. How do you thank your liberator when they're no longer alive to thank? And they came up with and created a grave adoption program and made a promise 81 years ago that they've continued to honor to this day. And that is the story I tell in Remember Us.
So, and you know, I served in Germany for 5 years in the 90s and was at the 50th anniversary of the Market Garden operation and was there when they reopened the cemetery to bury Lieutenant Utrecht. And was struck by how many school children were there as part of this program. So it was obviously lasting at that time. How did the program come around and you know, what makes it lasting, even to this day?
Well, part of the reason I think we don't know this story, I mean, we see all these World War II movies and soldiers are killed and then it's cut to the next scene. And we don't ever talk about what actually happens to a soldier when they're killed. Think about it. Okay, I get it. You said earlier we won't have a moment of humor. I'll give you one. When I was pitching this to the 68 out of 69 publishers that rejected the book, they said, man, this sounds depressing. And I said, how so? And they said, well, everybody dies. And I said, well, first of all, I haven't written it yet, so you don't know who lives or dies because I haven't decided myself. I haven't picked all the characters. And then I thought, you know what? You must have been that only person that went to go see the movie Titanic and thought everybody was going to get off alive.
I stand corrected.
So, of course, yes, we're talking about an incredibly serious topic. We're talking about our freedom, and I'll get to the point of underscoring that in a few minutes. But the reason it hasn't been told is that part of the story is depressing. I mean, it's bad enough we know our soldiers died, but then to have to witness what actually does happen, for them either to have made it back to the United States or be buried overseas is a difficult, oftentimes gruesome, and in the process of burials, sometimes very dangerous task. But it's the car wreck that we don't want to look at that we do because it hasn't been told. And if that had been the end of the story, it wouldn't have attracted me. But the Dutch were neutral during World War I, and they didn't suffer the horrible trench warfare and losses that their neighbors did. And they declared neutrality in World War II, and Hitler said he would observe it, and he did until he didn't. The Dutch had known freedom for 100 years when they lost it in May 1940. One of the ladies, the key figure in the book, a Dutch woman, mom of 12, she had 7 children before the war, 3 during the war, and 2 after, 37 years old. Emily Michels van Kesnick, we'll refer to her as Emily, had these diaries that she kept from the time her children were born until she died in 1970. And she was recording on May 7th, 8th, 9th, having gone to wedding receptions, having received invitations to christenings on May 12th, May 13, 1940, how much they were looking forward to it. And they were stunned on May 10th to hear German planes overhead, find out there'd been paratroopers dropped at Fort Ebenamel, and so on. And they weren't prepared for it. They didn't have a resistance network. They didn't have a black market. And they were occupied in that part of the Netherlands for 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days. And they didn't like losing their freedom, the freedom that they had taken for granted. And when Americans showed up in September 44, they were overjoyed, immensely grateful. You know, I use a quote in the book from a fellow who was the son of a Jewish doctor who died here recently, but he lived during these years. And I used it because it was so poignant. It was something he wrote in a small pamphlet he wrote for his family, but they allowed me to use it. And he said, you know, today it all seems so easy to understand. We know World War II started in 1939 formally. We know it ended in 1945. We know America got into this war and that the good guys prevailed. But in 1940, when we were occupied, that was the new normal. America was saying, we don't want to get involved in this stuff, and they didn't until they were forced into it. And even then, it didn't look like to us that they might be successful in getting over here. So it's a point well taken. And so it seems easy, like the Dutch were trying to just figure out what date we're going to arrive. The Dutch were wondering, will we ever arrive? Will anybody ever come and free us from the bondage that we're in? And they did. And when they did, they started trying to find ways to connect with these boys. Now, we're an agrarian society. Our guys are coming from farms, and they're seeing countryside that looks like where they came from. These beautiful fertile fields, everything grows, people working with their hands, you know, the different language, but they got it. And they communicated. The Dutch didn't have any food. American Army had food. They cooked it for them. The Dutch didn't have any detergent. American Army's got detergent. They washed their clothes. They let them stay in their barns, in their homes. They got to know them. And this 9th Army, our largest army at the end of World War II, did something armies don't do, which is these combat troops were stationary for a period of almost 4 months because Market Garden had failed. Aachen turned into a house-to-house slugfest. And at this stage, General Eisenhower clearly, wisely thought, let's wait out winter, resupply our lines, get fresh troops, start with a spring offensive. And there they are, tens of thousands of troops getting to know the people in the Netherlands. And that laid the groundwork for what would happen later in the fall, which we'll get to.
Let's come back to Emily for a moment. In a conversation with one of my colleagues about this, I was describing her, and they said, oh, well, kind of like the mother of Normandy. For those that don't know, Madame Simone Renaud, the wife of the mayor of Saint-Mère-Église, became known as the mother of Normandy, and she tended American graves at the cemetery. She wrote back to families. But Margratten's different. And how is it different, and how did that come about?
Well, Madame Renaud is a heroic figure, and no amount of praise, I think, is too great for her. And happily, one of my teachers in my recent years in World War II history, Dr. Nick Mueller, took me aside years ago when I told him I was interested in the subject and said, you need to find out about Madame Renaud. Well, I always listen to what he says. And I went off and I was very interested to know about her. So the big differences come from this. She's the wife of the mayor in Saint-Mère-Église, and she's there watching 101st and 82nd paratroopers drop from the sky in her house, in the town, et cetera, et cetera. And she knew so many of these boys, very similar to what I described happened in the Netherlands. At one point in time, there were 4 temporary cemeteries in Saint-Mère-Église. The cemeteries are a function of where combat deaths are going to occur. So we talk about this, and you can say, well, it sounds morbid. An army needs fuel. An army needs soldiers. It needs ammunition. It needs a place to bury the dead. That's not well, suppose somebody gets killed. It's when they get killed, what are we going to do? And this is a job that befalls grave registration officers. Quartermaster troops oftentimes are the ones digging the graves, but it's a function of war. So wherever there are large casualties, take Market Garden, there's temporary cemeteries in Saun and Molenhoek, because we had a lot of 82nd, 101st Airborne casualties there. The same thing happened in Saint-Mère-Église. There were 4 separate smaller cemeteries there. And then at the end of the war, we had something like 110 temporary cemeteries. So if you think of it like this, set aside the morbidity for a moment, it's kind of like, as the government, you're in charge of building hotels. Well, how many hotels do we need? Hotels being a cemetery. Well, I don't know. It depends on how many guests we're going to have. Well, we don't know how many guests we're going to have till families in the United States make an election about, do you want to have your boy brought home at government expense, or do you want to leave them overseas? We're not promising you which cemetery they'll be buried in, because we don't know how many we're going to have. But we need to know basically what's the total denominator before we can start apportioning and determining how many cemeteries there will be. General Eisenhower was convinced there would only be 2 World War II cemeteries in Europe after World War II. He believed that because in World War I, 61% of the families opted to have their boys sent home, 39% stayed in Europe. And he was convinced that would be even a greater number in World War II. As it turned out, the percentages were almost exactly the same. Margraten was a higher number for reasons we'll talk about. So at that point in time, once they had the elections, the government decided, well, we're going to have 14 separate World War II cemeteries from Tunisia and those in Europe. And there was only 1 in the Netherlands, so they start consolidations. The other two in Netherlands, in Saun and Molenhoek, are closed. Those boys are brought to Margraten. And this consolidation's happened. So Madame Renaud is pleading, leave one of them in Saint-Mère-Église. But for obvious reasons, understandable reasons, the grave registration units and powers that be wanted to make sure that there was proper respect given to what took place at Normandy. And that was the bell cow, if you will, of our overseas cemeteries, especially with that majestic setting along the coastline. And it has more boys buried there deliberately, and they closed these other cemeteries along the Normandy coast. We could speculate that had they left one of them there, she would have had one of the key elements to have the kinds of success that took place in Margraten. That isn't the only reason Margraten was successful, but you have something helping you there that you can't manufacture, which is a cemetery with some of the fallen in it. And that was something that she did not have. But for her entire life, till the day she died, she corresponded with these families. She hosted them when they came overseas. I mean, she was a remarkable woman, and it's a real pity that times were as they were, and Emily and Simone didn't have a chance to meet because they were cut from the same cloth.
Absolutely. You know, along the lines of the consolidations, at its height, I think Margaret had roughly 18,000.
17,800 boys and some women.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting, while there are 10,000 there today, roughly 8,300 buried, 1,722 names on the walls of the missing, all men except for 4 women, 6 Medal of Honor recipients, 6 members of Band of Brothers. There are a number of Bedford boys there, 172 black Americans, 115 boys from the state of Louisiana, 55 twins, none buried there with their twin brother, 40 sets of brothers buried side by side. So a total of 10,000 overall, all of whom have adopters today. At the point in time you're talking about, after the consolidations at the cemetery in May 45 and in the months that followed, the number swelled to 17,800, and all of those boys had adopters. There were 8,000 that were brought back after the war, roughly leaving 10,000 there today. All 8,000 of those, for the 4 years that they were there till they were brought back to the States, they all had adopters too. So there's 8,000 boys buried in this country now who had Dutch adopters for 4 years.
So there are 10,000 Americans there and 10,000 different stories. Now, of course, with you know, I would say it's a no-brainer that one of the people that you feature in Remember Me is Walter Hutchhausen, who was one of the monuments men. And we're going to talk a little more about him in a bit, but of the 12, how did you select those out of the 10,000? And I mean, it's kind of maybe the wrong word to use, but you know, do you have favorites? Is there some that you just can't get out of your mind?
Well, certainly the 12 I wrote about, but dozens and dozens that we just couldn't include in the book. Seth Givens, Dr. Seth Givens, who is one of my closest friends, who is a senior military historian for the Marine Corps by day and is a remarkable contribution to history and teacher. We spent years going through, they call them IDPFs, individual deceased personnel files. Some are thin, some are very thick, jacket covers, but it have induction papers, notification about deaths and things like that, but they sometimes have a lot of family correspondence in them. So, you know, Hollywood's always talking about, you know, we love to tell hero stories. We have 17,800 to choose from. The problem then is, how do you distill this down to convey a narrative arc and tell a story? Because that's what I am. I tell stories. I learned from Nick Mueller, because I didn't have a chance to meet Stephen Ambrose. And we know from Ken Burns and David McCullough and everybody else, tell stories. You want to educate? Tell stories. Don't mention the E word. Just tell great stories. People love telling stories, retelling stories. It's why jokes work. People love to be the star of the stage, to be able to tell it. And we picked these 12, I picked these 12 for a lot of reasons, but not the least of which was I wanted to remind everybody, without ever saying it, we're a country of immigrants. We were, we are, we always will be. And that was a good thing. We set aside our differences to unite and figure out how everybody did what they could do. Some people had more capacity and did more. This is why the Dutch grave adoption program worked. What the wife of a mayor could do, who was 37 years old, Emily, was different than what a young girl, 19 years old, named Frida could do. But they each did what they were able to do, and that made a massive difference. So I picked a guy that's straight out of central casting, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, who was a soldier, born on Fort Sam Houston. His father was an officer also, and he had actually had trained with Lieutenant Colonel Dwight Eisenhower at Fort Lewis. And Eisenhower loved him. He was the hard-charging kind of guy that he liked. The only detriment or challenge for Cole getting into airborne was that they were looking for guys that weren't married who might not know better than to volunteer to be a paratrooper. But he was such a great soldier, they wanted him, and he ultimately would be decorated with the Medal of Honor for his heroism at Carrington, where he should have been killed several times, but he wasn't. I wanted to tell the story of these two twins The Norton brothers, James and Edward Norton, who in the infinite wisdom of the Army Air Corps decided there was nothing wrong with a pilot and a co-pilot being twin brothers. So they were pilots of the Widowmaker, the Marauder. I wanted to make sure that we had a story about a chaplain. We don't read much about that, but this is a remarkable guy, Pat Folks, who was from McLean, Virginia. Now to tie this to the previous discussion with Alex, he was such a great orator that Justice Jackson would drive from Washington out to McLean to hear him speak on Sundays. He wanted to volunteer. The Army at the outbreak of the war was woefully behind on clergy, and he would never have been drafted, but he volunteered. He was 27, and he had a son already, and he would have a daughter while he's overseas. He was in air transport, so he would say goodbye to the guys that were paratroopers and feel like, well, he wasn't doing his job because he wasn't there with them when they were going through the worst of it. And he got asked for a transfer, and he was approved, 17th Airborne. And so he made his first jump during varsity because he wanted to be right there with the boys. That's a great story of this guy that just kept going out of his way to get closer and closer to the danger because he felt that was what he needed to do. And then, of course, because we involve a cemetery, we needed someone that knew something about what was it like burying these guys. And I know we'll talk about that, but that's why I chose Jeff Wiggins, who was from Dothan, Alabama, and was a part of the 960th Quartermaster Troop. And he and his fellow quartermaster troops were tasked with this difficult task.
Well, let's get into that then. Let's talk a little bit about the process. One of the things that amazed me is you gave an example of a soldier who died on the front line in the morning, and by the time the sun went down that day, he had been recovered, transported, processed, and buried in one day. How did that work?
Well, it didn't always work out that way. Some did, some didn't. And of course, if they're in more of a larger battle, then oftentimes the casualties exceeded the pace at which they could bury them. And so there are all sorts of reports written in the field about guys arriving, people showing up at the cemetery and seeing bodies packed up, as they refer to it, like cordwood. And you have to consider the cemetery construction starts in September. They figure it'll take a couple of weeks. It takes almost 2 months because it keeps raining. And this soil there has a heavy clay component, so you put a 5-pound shovel in and it comes out at 10 pounds because so much stuff's stuck to it. These guys were lucky sometimes to complete one grave in a day. They're working in, the temperature's dropping like crazy. Sometimes it's sleeting. You know, doesn't sound that bad because we have different kind of material for clothes today, but think about when you jump in the swimming pool wearing a t-shirt and you get out and it's stuck to you, and then add 3 or 4 pounds of clothes on top of you because they're just trying to get layers, but none of it's protecting them from this, and then it gets stiff from how cold it is. The bodies arrive on trucks, bodies and body parts. The black gravediggers are there to lift the bodies out of the truck and line them up. There's no wood at the cemetery. There's not a single coffin. Everybody's buried in bed sheets. The bodies come, and there's a series of tents called the stripping line, where the grave registration officers are working with these really inconvenient gloves. And they have to do that because otherwise they can get blood poisoning, which will kill them. Very serious. It's a dangerous job because a lot of these soldiers have ammunition, live ammunition on them. Sometimes they come in and their body's frozen and they have a hand grenade in their hand with a pin pulled. So they have to go through and make sure all of this is taken out of the way. Then the soldiers brought in, all the personal objects are removed, make sure that identification's the key focus of everybody. They take the dog tags, they place one in the mouth if there's a head. The other one's nailed to the cross because they don't have time to be stenciling names on. So you can generally tell the time of when a photograph's taken about whether how muddy it is, whether the graves have been mounded yet, if there's a dog tag on the cross or Star of David, or if the name's stenciled. They bring the boys out, and 4 women in this case, so there were more women at the time. They lay them down on the bed sheets. There's crosses laying there that don't have the dog tag on them yet, and then it takes 2 or 3 guys to lift the body up and be able to slip the sack up over them or over the body parts, and then place it on a stretcher, carry them out, get down in the ground where the grave's dug, bury it. There are grave registration officers overseeing all of this, supervising it. There's some sort of service for everyone that's been buried each day. So, you know, you figure you can suck it up and deal with about anything for a day or 2. But what I always was overwhelmed with concerning this task was the monotony of it. When are we not going to have to dig graves, sir? Well, when's the killing going to end? And nobody knew. Day after day, week after week, for the 3136th quartermaster troops that were there before and months after Jeff Wiggins' group was there, it would go on for 7 months. Every day, showing up. They got to shower once a week, sometimes twice, not often. The people in town, 9/10 of a mile away, when the wind's blowing, they knew what was going on out there right away. The trucks drive through the town of Margraten. There's a registrar stand where the drivers get out and get coffee, and then they log in how many bodies they think they've got, provide a name, then they get authorization to go out to the cemetery. There was a period of time in March 1945 after varsity starts that the quartermaster troops couldn't keep up with all the bodies being brought in. And the local people in Margraten, the mayor there said, don't worry, to Joseph Showman, the head of the head of the grave registration unit, don't worry, we've got you covered. And he told all the people there, go to your barn, get your shovel, walk out to the cemetery. And they stood shoulder to shoulder with the quartermaster troops and helped dig graves. So it's an amazing story because it is intertwined with the people that live there. And I'll mention this when we talk about the grave adoption program, but it's Dutch soil that's been loaned in perpetuity to the United States. The cemetery is run by our American Battle Monuments Commission, who manages all of our cemeteries. But those boys out there, they're their boys. Everybody that's adopted one of these soldiers out there refers to him as my soldier. And they're oftentimes the 2nd and 3rd, and now beginning the 4th generation of family members that have taken care of these boys for 81 years, just like they said they were going to. Think about any promises you all can have a personal experience with that have lasted 81 years. Half the marriages end up with, I do, I don't. People promise you, well, I'll call you for lunch. They don't, and you're not surprised that they don't. 81 years.
You know, if you go to Margraten today, or Sannavold, or Meuse-Argonne, or Normandy Cemetery, they're absolutely gorgeous. They're laid out in perfect rows. As a matter of fact, they were intentionally designed with the phrase e pluribus unum in mind. They're very American, and they're gorgeous. But that winter that you're talking about, it wasn't. You know, it's not far from Bastogne. It's not far from the breakthrough in the Battle of the Bulge. So, and everybody's heard about the kind of winter that was. What was that cemetery like at that time? Because we're all picturing this beautiful place, and it wasn't.
You go there today, and I've mentioned 8,300 gravestones, Stars of David, and Latin crosses on 65.5 acres. That same 65.5 acres in May 1945 had 21,000 bodies buried there. There were 3,000 Germans in a separate area of the cemetery. There were about 1,000 non-American Allied soldiers that were buried there, and then 18,000 or so Americans on the same amount of space. I mean, they buried them as closely together as they could. Clumps of mud, crosses, despite an effort to get them in the ground and have them stable, crooked. For those of you that are curious, they will never ever be crooked anywhere because there are concrete foundations with rebar in them poured when everybody's removed from all of the cemeteries, any of our cemeteries overseas, with posts protruding that the crosses sit on, and that's why you will never see one bent, leaning, or otherwise. It was a horrific sight that they tried to clean up as much as they could for the first Memorial Day in May 1945 by mounding the graves, so creating about a 1.5 foot riser in a rectangular area with some flowers on it. But again, you can always identify the date of the photograph because there's not a lick of blade of grass or flower. I mean, the flowers that are there are a bouquet that's been placed there. What was there in May 1945 were 40,000 Dutch people to say goodbye to so many of these boys that they knew. The towns around there have 200, 300. Margraten's got 1,200, then, today, probably forever. 40,000 people, no cars, no gas. They walked, they rode their bikes, they took horses and carts, but they were there. The New York Times said it was without precedent for foreigners to venerate Americans in such a way.
There's, we talked a little bit about the 12 characters that you selected, but there's one of the things that truly impressed me about the book was that there seems to be a 13th character, and that character's grief. It's not all focused on just the 12 men or women that you selected to talk about. Some of it is about the grief that the families had to deal with, or even the Dutch families had to deal with. And, in some, they either dealt with it or they didn't. I'm thinking of Moore or the Norton brothers. There's somewhere it shortened the life of some of the parents. Do you think that shared grief between the Dutch and the American families in there, you talk a lot about the mothers. Do you think that has to do with why Emily connected so well and made her so successful? When you talk about her tour here in the States, there was something that made her connect with people. And do you think that's that 13th character?
I think there's, we could say 13th and 14th. Khalil Gibran, the great poet and philosopher, said, if you want to know great happiness, then you have to make peace with knowing great sorrow, because they're the opposite ends of the same bed. You are right. Grief is omnipresent in the story. But the other end of the bed is gratitude, remembrance, and grace. And you can't appreciate the magnitude, this high watermark, in my judgment, of civilization, of the expression of that, now for 81 years, if you don't understand the depth of the grief that everybody was experiencing. The Dutch that knew a lot of these boys that felt like they'd lost a member of their family, and of course the American families. What ends up happening is this. In the cemetery receives the first body in November, the first one that's buried in November, 1944. And there are casualties, of course, but there's other armies have other cemeteries, so Margraten's not filling up with them at that stage. They're not behind the 8 ball. There are bodies to be buried, but they know with the spring offensive coming, get ready. And there's one civilian, a Dutch fellow, who's wearing a business suit, who's allowed out there on government grounds. And an officer from South Carolina, Captain Lane, walks over to him and says, what are you doing? Who are you? And he said, well, I'm out here, authorization of the Margraten mayor, because I'm fluent in English and we thought it'd be helpful to you all. And he said, well, in fact, it is. My cousin from South Carolina, Captain Lane, is buried here. And I was wanting to know, I've gotten orders to move out. Would you watch over his grave? And Joseph Van Laar said, well, it would be a great honor to do so. In fact, I will adopt him. He didn't mean it literally, it was just figurative. And some other soldiers were there looking at graves of their buddies, and they too had orders to move out. They went over and saw these two guys talking and asked Van Laar, who are you? What were you talking to the officer about? And he explained it, and they said, well, would you do that for our friends? Because we've got to go too. And he said, absolutely. And so in January 1945, after it's clear we've turned the tide of Battle of the Bulge, because the people in this area of the Netherlands, they're not too far. I mean, within 50-mile radius of this area of Margraten, we don't think of the, Tom Brokaw said this in the 75th anniversary of World War II. He said kind of the one undertold story about war is in the Netherlands. And so we tell it more in the context of battles. Well, consider this, within 50 miles of where we're talking about, you have Market Garden, the Battle of Aachen, Hurtgen Forest, and Battle of the Bulge. pretty big spot, and a lot of casualties. And when Battle of the Bulge starts, the people in Margraten, Maastricht, in this area are thinking, are you kidding me? Like, we were occupied for 4 years, 4 months, and 4 days. Then the Americans descend from the heavens and rescue us, and now the Germans are pushing them back. Are we going to be doing this again? Well, it turned out that they didn't. And the townspeople got together at the end of January, 45. We have 4 more months of fighting going on, and the spring offensive yet to be fought. And the mayor of Margraten, a guy named Ronkers, and the 7 or 8 towns council people in this little town got together to ask this question, how do we thank our liberators if they're not alive to thank? And they go around the room and they have ideas of special masses and parades and things like that. And then Van Laar speaks up. He says, I have an idea. You know, I've been promising all these soldiers out there at the cemetery that I'll watch over the graves of their buddies, and I've promised so many people I can't possibly do it myself. Maybe we could create some sort of program like that. Well, Ronkers knew a good idea when he heard it. And that's how it started. He assigned it to a parish priest who was 32 years old and was a good guy, but didn't have the horsepower to dedicate himself to this. So he's putting the word out here and there, and by the first Memorial Day, they have a couple hundred adopters. And then in the latter part of in the late summer 45, the mail service resumes between the United States and the Netherlands. United States and Europe. And Emily Michels van Kestik, who is the wife of the mayor of Maastricht, the capital city of Limburg, that's 10 miles from the cemetery going the other direction, west, and has about 50,000 residents. Her husband, the mayor, along with Ronkers and Margraten and all the mayors in this region, start getting letters from families in the United States, entrepreneurial families, wives, moms, dads, who have gotten the worst news possible. And they're looking on maps, and they can't find Margraten, but they know it's in the south of the Netherlands, and so they're starting to write mayors, just letters. And a letter arrives, a specific letter arrives at Town Hall in Maastricht that goes something like this. My name's Mabel Feil. I'm from Demopolis, Alabama. My husband was killed on his 25th birthday 4 months ago. He was my everything. I would be beholding to you all the days of my life, seeing that your town's near the cemetery. If you could take a photo of his grave and send it to me. Think about COVID. The one thing that we saw over and over in the paper were people saying, I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. They wanted something to grieve over. And there was nothing that Americans could do to go there or to have anything sent to them, and the War Department wasn't in the business of two-way communications with touchy-feely letters. The mayor handed this letter to his wife, Emily Michels van Kestik, a dynamo, who had been helping General Corlett and the other 9th, General Simpson. They were very friendly with him, helping organize dances for the frontline troops to try and give them some R&R. And she was, in a way, disappointed about the withdrawal of troops because she said poignantly, and I put it in the book, that her work doing that was the first time anybody had ever seen her as something other than Mrs. Mayor. And she had a sense of purpose and identity, and she was looking for a place to take that energy. And when she got this letter, she went out to the cemetery and took her two of her daughters and took a photograph. She mailed it to this lady in Demopolis, Alabama. Well, this lady, 26 years old, wow, what a woman. She copies the letter and copies a photograph and writes a letter to the editor to Life magazine and says, you know, there's this wonderful lady in Maastricht who did XYZ for me, and I know there's a lot of other widows and a lot of other moms out there that are hurting like I am, and she's such a nice lady, and I'm just sure if you wrote her, she'd be happy to help you too. And 3,000 letters show up in no time flat. And when the letters arrive, expressing as much as a human being can convey with words the sorrow in the homes and the transformation of lives that's going to happen as a consequence. Emily realizes that it's all well and good that we have this idea of adopting the graves of dead boys, but there's a higher calling. We need to cross the ocean and reach into the American homes and try and assuage the grief, especially where we knew these boys, where we spent time with them. We have photographs with them. We have letters that they've written home that they didn't address, that we want to get to the families. And that's when the program really transformed. Well, they tried to get the names and addresses of the next of kin from the American Grave Registration Unit, and they refused to provide it. So Emily, being the dynamo that she was, decided, I'll write a letter to the Chief Executive Officer of the United States of America. And she writes a letter to President Truman. I carry it around with me. And here's the grave adoption program in her words, she doesn't refer to it that way, summed up in a sentence. And she says, after apologizing for the impudence of a commenter writing the president, and now that most of the Army has gone back to the States and only your fallen heroes remain in our soil, we want to establish a lasting tie between their relatives and our people. That's it. That's the whole idea. Beautiful letter. Fantastic. President Truman sends it over to the Army quartermaster. He writes a letter back 4 months later saying, sorry, we can't help you. So Emily's fit to be tied. She exchanges letters with Maybelle Field, the widow that she wrote, who they commonly commiserate. And finally, after the second Memorial Day in June 1946, she decides the only way we're going to get these names is I need to go over there and hand gather them and try and raise visibility of what we're doing. So she gets on an airplane, the very first plane she's ever flown on. She flies from Amsterdam to LaGuardia Field. She spends 3 days in New York City. Then she goes to Washington. This part of her trip's planned. She meets different members of Congress, including a young guy from the great state of Texas named Lyndon Johnson, who sees in her the same sense of drive and determination that he had. And he tells her, young lady, if you want to meet people that are connected to soldiers' families, go to Texas. There's a lot of bases down there. And she flies, who can make this up, to Dallas, Texas, where I'm from. There's two families there to greet her at Love Field. One of them's lived 3 blocks from where I live. They fought over her. One was supposed to be there, the other one just knew she was coming and went there. So she had to divide her time between the two. And that set off 5 weeks of her traveling around to Mineral Wells, Lockhart, Fort Worth, all the way across the southeast, including stopping in Demopolis to meet Maybelle Field, over to Atlanta, up the eastern seaboard, every night in a different home of someone she did not know, someone that had lost a boy during the war. Sometimes these boys that had been killed weren't even killed in the Netherlands, but she was somebody to talk to, someone that would listen. She spoke at American Legion conferences. She did radio programs. By the latter part of her trip, there was kind of a Taylor Swift effect. There's telegrams arriving saying, I'm on a bus in Minneapolis. It's going to take me 20 hours to get to you, but I have to see you. Because it was all anybody had for someone to speak to. And with everyone she talked to, she told these families, and especially the young widows who were getting pretty close to the age of her oldest daughter, it's going to be 3 or 4 years before your son or daughter will come back if you elect that. Move on with your lives. Leave your boys with us. We'll watch over them like our own forever. A forever promise. And here today, 81 years later, they have continuously done exactly that.
Wow. Well, I know we want to get to Q&A, but I will take one last prerogative. I could keep going, but there's one last one, and quite frankly, because I love it so much. I'd like to turn to the so what part of this story. You've often cited a wonderful poem by Archibald MacLeish, where he makes the point that the fallen can't give meaning to their own sacrifice. It's not for them to say. What does he say in that poem, and is that the challenge to us? Is that really the meaning of this?
I think there are two meanings, but let's talk about Archibald. And I won't need any of my words because I'll just give you his. The poem is titled, "The Young Dead Soldiers Do Not Speak. Nevertheless, they are heard in the still houses. Who has not heard them? They have a silence that speaks to us at night and when the clock counts. They say, we were young, we have died, remember us. They say we have done what we could, but until it is finished, it is not done. They say we have given our lives, but until it is finished, no one can know what our lives gave. They say our deaths are not ours, they are yours. They will mean what you make them. They say whether our lives and our deaths were for peace and a new hope, or for nothing, we cannot say. It is you who must say that. They say, we leave you our deaths. Give them their meaning. Give them an end to the war and a true peace. Give them a victory that ends the war. Give them their meaning. We were young, they say. We have died. Remember us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Edsel. So Jeremy, I know we've got a bunch of questions, so let's go ahead and get started there.
Yeah, and Robert, thank you so much. And the audience, you know me, I like questions, not comments, but I'm going to take floor MC's prerogative and ask that one or two of the first microphone holders make a comment, because as I mentioned earlier, we have some of our guides who lead our tours overseas, and I know that they have some special connections. We're going to start with Edvin.
Oh God. What can I say? Clarence Fainert from Bexar County, San Antonio, Texas, 4th Bomber Mission, door gunner or waist gunner, 23rd of March 1944. He's one of 5 graves I adopt in 4 different cemeteries.
So we have a debt of honor. That's how I always see it. And these guys came over to liberate us. Not all came home. And it's something that we need to look after forever. It's one of the reasons why we adopt these graves. I'm very fortunate to adopt 2 American soldiers, one at Margaret and one at Henri Chapelle. Richard Walsh, Steuben County, Indiana, killed on January 4th, 1945, during the Battle of the Bulge. And Richard Bonner, who was with the 101st Airborne Division, killed near Bastogne. And I'm just now talking to Stephen, who has found the IDPF files for me, just now, just 10 minutes before this, this one. So, well, thank you.
Jeremy, let me make a comment first. I hope both you guys will come see me afterwards because I'd like to visit with you briefly. these men and women that are there, they weren't left behind. They are our eyes and ears to history. They are the sentinels of democracy. They are there to remind us the immense horrors of war and the sorrow that comes with it. But they're also there, I think, to underscore the importance of our relationships, of preserving our relationships with these allies of ours and other nations of goodwill. So for all these reasons and the passions and fidelity which both of you fellows have demonstrated, you know, I get a lot of very kind remarks about Monuments Men and Remember Us and the other things that we've done, and you know, my partnership with Brett Witter on writing those two books. And people refer to me as an author, and I'm really not. I really, really am not. I mean, I love doing the research and the writing, but I'm a messenger. I admire Rick Atkinson and Don Miller and Nick and so many others, because if it was 8 years of my life to write a book, I'd rather gnaw off my writing hand. But if there's a message, if there's a purpose, if there's a cause, I'm all in. I spent 15 years researching Monuments Men and the books related to that. And that work continues to this day through the good works of the foundation, and the museum's been a beneficiary of that work to its great credit with the Monuments Men and Women Gallery here. But I was pretty much done. I mean, I have a 2-year-old and, a second grader and a third grader, 7 and 9, at home watching. Hi, boys. Listen to your mom. And it's painful at 68 years old to not be with them all the time. And it's painful, the solitude that you have to spend, and I spent 8 years. When I got involved in this, Anna was pregnant with our first child. That's how far this goes back for me. But I didn't get into this because Walter Hutchhausen, the one American monuments officer killed during war, happens to be buried there. I knew, and I mentioned this at the end of Monuments Men, that there was a 19-year-old girl named Frida Van Skyke who lived in a town 5 miles from the cemetery, who wrote Harvard in October '45 asking if Harvard could provide the name and address of his mother, because she wanted to let her know that she walked 5 miles to and 5 miles from the cemetery several times a week to place fresh flowers on his grave. And Harvard, like many of the Ivy League schools, had war registrars that received a lot of inquiries like this, and they responded within a matter of a few weeks. Frida then became a pen pal with the Hutchhausens, and I knew that and wanted to include that as a coda to the story about Hutchhausen. And I thought I was done. And you all that know about my work on Monuments Men know I wasn't looking, when I sold my business and moved to Europe, I was looking for meaningfulness. I didn't know where that was going to take me. I just carved out the time for fate to tap me on the shoulder, and it did when I was crossing the Ponte Vecchio one day and wondered, well, if Europe was so beat up by the war, how'd all these works of art survive, and who are the people that saved them? And it was the absence of the internet and Google and everything that lured me in, because there was no easy answer. And then I realized, well, I don't think anybody's really told that story. I'll tell you what, that's what I'm going to do. And when I met Lane Faison, one of the Monuments Men, who told me, you know, I've been waiting to meet you all my life, 10 days before he died, I knew that's what I was supposed to do. And I thought I was done. But in 2015, when we organized the Congressional Gold Medal ceremony at Congress at the request of Speaker of the House Boehner, who wanted us to do it because we knew all the family members, we contacted, and we had 200 family members there for that august ceremony. And one of the people that responded was the nephew of Walter Hutchhausen, Jim Hutchhausen, who's still alive, a fantastic fellow in California. And he wrote me to say, by the way, I just got back from England. I had a wonderful visit with Frida. And here's a photo. And I thought, Frida, Frida, Frida. I don't know any Fridas. And there was this woman with this crown of white hair. And he thinks I know something. The only Frida I know of was that 19-year-old, oh my God, she's still alive. So I started a pen pal relationship with her. She married a British soldier after the war, which is why she was in England. And Anna and I went to England And we met with her by coincidence. We woke up one day and thought, geez, it's Memorial Day. It was Memorial Day 2016. She was 5 months pregnant with our first son. And Anna said to me, do you have ambitions for going to see her? And I said, ambitions, like what? And she said, well, like writing another book. And I said, no. Are you crazy? No. I don't even know what a book would be about. I mean, she was the last person to see Hutchausen before he was killed. I feel duty-bound to go talk to her. So I went there, and she was expecting me, bear-hugged me. She had all these photo albums on her table. Said, you know, you want to see the photos when the American tanks are driving past our house on September 13th? Yeah. I love photos. Said, you seem to know a lot about this. And I said, well, I know something. I said, you know, I'm familiar with the area. Have you ever been to the American Military Cemetery? And I said, you mean Netherlands American Cemetery? Well, we always knew it as American Military Cemetery. Yes, I've been. Are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure I've been. So you know about the grave adoption program? And I said, the what? And she said, the grave adoption program. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And she started describing it to me, and I said, so, well, did you do that? And she said, yeah, I was the adopter of Hutchausen. And I left there and came back, and I said, I need to go do some research. And then I went back over there a few months later, and I said, okay, now I know something about what you're talking about. Tell me all over again. Tell me everything you told me. And I realized we don't know this story, and we need to know this story. So the mission here was to write the book. But the bigger picture, and the reason I wrote the book and spent 8 years of my life, now 9, was we entered into the Monuments Men and Women Foundation, which exists to preserve our shared cultural heritage. This grave adoption program at Cemetery is a UNESCO designated intangible cultural heritage, preservation of a custom that is unique. We didn't need to have that, but it's a nice thing to be involved with the UNESCO-related project. So we entered into a joint venture with the Dutch Foundation for Adopting Graves that has managed these 10,000 Dutch adopters for 81 years. And we called it the Forever Promise Project. The 10,000 Dutch adopters are in contact with only 2,000 of the American families. Emily did a great job, but there's 8,000 American families that have no idea there's a grave adoption program over there. They have no idea there's someone in the Netherlands that has taken care of the grave of their loved one for 81 years, or families, successor families. They have no idea that there's some families in the Netherlands that have photographs of their boys or letters that weren't sent, or didn't have an address to send home. So we created a searchable database, foreverpromise.org. We didn't put it on the foundation website because we have so much content, we figured it would blow up our website. Foreverpromise.org. We have a searchable database of all 10,000 men and 4 women that are buried there. We're asking people to go there and see, do you have a relative that's buried there? If you do, a short questionnaire pops up, real short. What's your relationship to the person? Are you aware there's a grave adoption program? Are you in contact with your adopter? If you're not, would you like to be? Will you give us permission to share your contact information with our colleagues in the Netherlands? We have in 3 months, and we're just getting started, connected 400 American families with their Dutch adopters. It's just a game, it's a visibility, that's all it is. We're not going to go and try and find everybody. We're going to get people to find them for us and have them find us. And it's something that we can do and we should do. And it raises an even bigger question, and we are, as a foundation, working on this too. Why in the world do we not have a grave adoption program in the United States for our men and women in uniform taken care of by Americans, in particular younger people? And that's what we're working on now.
Connie has a question to the left, towards the back, please.
Robert, just thank you so much for, and I always express the opinions of everyone here, just the deepest gratitude for you bringing this so important and touching project that you're going through. Following up, for those of us that may have an interest in going to Margarten, and what would be the best way to get there? And also, when we get there, is there a way to interact with some of the local people to further express our appreciation for the just really wonderful work they're doing?
If you come see me afterwards, I'll give you a card, or I'll give it to anybody that's here, or make sure you know how to reach me. And anyone that wants to go, we'll get you an address, you write us, and we will make sure that the people that run the grave adoption program over there, my colleagues Franz Robrick and Ton Hermes, both of whom are adopters. Franz Robrick's mom and dad adopted they were friends with an American soldier that lived in their home from November until he went into Germany in March, and he didn't come back alive. And they were the first adopters of him, and it has stayed in the family now. They're on generation 3. So we'll get you a contact number, so if people want to go, you can contact them, and they'll have an adopter come out there and walk you around the cemetery and stay with you as long as you want to be with them, because that's how we're going. I've had people tell me, your vision's impossible, you'll never get this done, especially when I talk about a domestic grave adoption program. I don't like hearing that. No one likes getting told no or things are impossible, but it's fractional compared to what people told me when I had the idea of the Monuments Men. I mean, they were ready to cart me off to the loony bin then. And towards the end, I was about ready to volunteer. But we're not wrong. Are you telling me that in a country of 335 million people, 30 times the size of the Netherlands, we can't find enough people to adopt our own soldiers? I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. It just takes energy, it takes willpower, it takes vision, it takes stick-to-itiveness. But this is doable, and it's the right thing to do. And we have 17 veteran suicides a day. While we've been sitting here, somebody's shot themselves or killed themselves some other way, some veteran has. And this isn't the solution to it. There isn't a single thing that's a solution. But we've all seen these World War II movies, Vietnam movies. We never leave anyone on the field about it. The right thing to do. Not to leave them. But I don't really see the glory in whether we leave them over there and forget about them, or we bring them back over here and forget about them. It isn't where their body is. It's remembering them. And that is an opportunity for us to do what they've done in Margraten. They have turned that cemetery into a classroom. And you know who the teachers are? The 10,000 men and 4 women that are buried there. They take their kids out there and stand them in front of the graves. Whole classes, whole schools. Some of the schools are adopters themselves. And they tell them the things that they're thinking, the words they use to express their ideas and thoughts are the definition of freedom, a freedom they have that these boys and girls who are not much older than they are, had and gave up so that they could do it. That's it. Unfortunately, my boys are going to go up in the world. They're not going to be any World War II veterans. No one is around anymore that lived through the hardships of the Depression and knew what real hardship was like. We don't teach it in schools anymore. When we deal with public schools, we hear about, they have a day in March that they teach, that they talk about this. And I always ask them the whole day, and they say, well, no, that's to talk about Western European history. Well, how much of that's World War II? Well, I don't know, hour. So I had a journalist a few weeks ago say to me, are you saying that we as a country are kind of drifting away from our roots here and understanding all this, losing what Tom Brokaw refers to, rightly so, as the connective tissue between our military and citizens? And I said, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. We're not drifting, we're in full sprint. And if that alarms you, if that is a problem for you, help us find a solution. And the only solution I know, but I'll get behind anybody else's, is let's bring life back to our veterans that are buried in this country and engage and challenge our young people to take a field trip, not involving this thing, but involving your feet, and go out and find a soldier, adopt that soldier, and get them engaged in a program. The Dutch have handed us the template, and they did it for 10,000 soldiers of ours. We can do this. So anyway, that's what we're working on.
Actually, if I may, Jeremy, real quickly, this is because you teed it up perfectly. You know, the discussion about education, and you know, I often say that any museum worth its salt is at first an educational institution. And I'm very proud of the fact that the strategic plan that this museum announced last summer is mainly focused on education. And our teams are doing fantastic work, not only in higher education, lifelong learning, but really a focus on kindergarten through 12th grade education. We have completely redone how we do field trips to make them more meaningful, more impactful for these students. And we're going to be doing a lot more of that. And not only for students here, but reaching out across the country. Sending out what I call mobile training teams, but sending out master educators around the country to work with teachers around the country, and then also an online presence. And I'm proud to be part of an organization that takes that part of our mission so seriously, and that's one of the things that this museum does. We should be very proud of that.
It does very well.
Next question's all the way in the back, standing next to me.
Hi, thank you. Fabulous talk. You mentioned at one point that there were 4,000 German soldiers buried in that cemetery. Are they still there, and who takes care of them?
Good question. No, I said 3,000, and if I said 4, apologies, it was 3,000. So they had them in a separate area, and our quartermaster troops bury those soldiers also. There's a cemetery in a Dutch town named Eiselstein, which is not too far. It's an hour or so away from where Market Garden, about an hour from where Market Garden and Margraten are. And they have, by coincidence, about 65 acres also. And on their 65 acres, they have 30,000 gravestones of German soldiers. There are some from World War I. Most of them are World War II. It is worth a visit. I drove up there really not knowing what to expect. It's not manicured like our cemeteries. It is taken care of. There are some grave markers that are chipped, some at an angle. It's not kept, there aren't attendants out there every day, but it's organized. And they have a beautiful visitor center. And that was really interesting to me because I thought, boy, talk about an impossible needle to thread. How do you, as Germany, having accepted your responsibility for what took place during World War II, how do you present that message at a cemetery like this? And I'll tell you what, I take my hat off to them. They did a great job. It's a very moving film that they've put together. There's no whitewashing of history. There's no hagiography of any of it. It just presents to you just how horrible war is, and well worth a visit. So if you're there, I'd drive up there and take a look.
It's also, if you're in Normandy and have the time, it is definitely worth, because they're not that far apart. The American cemetery, the British or Canadian cemeteries, because there are a couple of them, and then also the German cemetery. And you will, it's good to see all three of them kind of like on the same day, because they are very distinct and reflective of the cultures of the countries that they represent.
Next question's going to be to your right, gentleman, with Frank.
That was a very inspirational talk and presentation. It moved me to think about an American serviceman who I occasionally remember, but he was slightly obscure. He's buried in Plot A, Row 3, Grave 38 in the American Normandy Cemetery. His name's First Lieutenant Eugene Rosner. And he says his state, Pennsylvania, doesn't show a unit. The reason it doesn't show a unit, it says date of death, 9th of July, 1943, because on that night, just before 2 o'clock in the morning, he was at the controls of a British Lancaster bomber that was shot down that night. I only know about him, partially courtesy of the World War II Museum, because on that night, the night he died, one of his fellow members of 106 Squadron was one of the boys from Aldbourne, which is, of course, the base from which Easy Company were based in the UK. And when you said that poem, I immediately thought of the words of our promise to remember servicemen, which goes something like this. They shall grow not old as we that left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Thank you, Frank. We're going to stay to the right as soon as the microphone makes its way down the aisle.
Thank you for such a moving.
When we're done.
Thank you for such a moving presentation. It was marvelous.
Thank you for being
Is Emily's family still involved with the graves?
You said Emily?
Yes.
Yes. One of the great joys of my life. Well, before I met my wife, my mom said, "You need to date." And I said, "Well, I do." And she said, "No, you need to be around other women." And I said, "Well, I am." She said, "No, someone that's not 90 years old." Emily's oldest daughter, Jenicky, is still alive. She's 94. She's one of my dear, dear friends. I knew Frida for 8 years and delivered Frida's eulogy 2 years ago when she died in the summer. Jenicky I was with a couple of weeks ago in the Netherlands. I see her several times a year. She was the third child. The first daughter, the first two children were twin boys. And she has been my, such a critical access point to all of this data and information that we had access to. And she was an adopter. She was 13 then. We have photos of her out there at the cemetery. Emily died in 1970. The war killed her. She, like many people in the Netherlands, many people in Europe, she died as the consequence of twisted kidneys and malnutrition during the war that just finally caught up with her and her body couldn't do it. But until the day she died, like Madame Renaud, families that went there would contact her. She would arrange for lunch at her home. She would have already been out to the cemetery to place flowers on the grave and take them out there. So she was a remarkable, remarkable person.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Edsel and Pete Crane.
Robert, I think Robert had
Oh, please.
Let me just appeal to all of you all before you head off to the men and ladies room, and I will stay here. I'll be here for at least an hour and sign books and all that stuff. If you believe in the mission here, the Forever Promise thing, help us. If you have people that you know of that have genealogical experience, of course, that's great, but we don't need that complicated degree of help. In your communities, if you have neighborhood groups, go to the list and see. You can search it by the city that you live in or the town. If you have someone that you know that had a relative die in service in Europe in World War II, ask them to check our website. If you have friends or relatives that are journalists, local media, national media, put them in touch with us. If you have financial resources, we need help with respect to the magnitude of the challenge that we have here. But there is a way for everybody to get engaged and help. And we would appreciate your help because this is something that we can do, and we are determined to help 81 years later finish what the Dutch started and make that the one place in the world that every grave adopter is in contact with the relative of the American that they take care of. And I thank you in advance for your help.
Thank you, Robert. I'd also like to thank our friend Shelby. I'd like to thank Anna. I'd like to thank our friend Seth Givens, who works with Robert on his research. Sorry they couldn't be here with us. Robert invited you all to come see him, but I'm going to invite you to go see him at the book signing table so we can clear the table, clear the stage. We have about 30 minutes, but we need to get you back here at 3:45 for the final session of the day. And a last reminder that tonight's special dinner and screening, we have a few, I think only 10 seats available left for Frog Fathers 2 Okinawa. That's $115 a person, and they must be purchased at the travel desk. And at the travel desk, you can learn about our tours where you can visit some of these grave sites. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back at 3:45.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
In February 1945, the Japanese Empire was being dismantled. But even with its decimated fleet and shrinking defensive ring, Japan still posed a serious threat. Perhaps no other battle demonstrated the existing threat than the seizure of Iwo Jima. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As American forces pushed forward into the Central Pacific, the Army and the Marines secured the Marianas Islands to base the Army Air Force's new B-29 Superfortress bomber. With airfields on these captured islands, 21st Bomber Command began making regular raids over the Japanese home islands. But in their path lay Iwo Jima. With the island's 2 airstrips, Japanese planes could harass the American airfields and give early warning of incoming bombing raids. Capturing Iwo Jima would give the bombers the element of surprise, provide a home base for escort fighters, and serve as an emergency landing place for any planes returning home. On February 19, 1945, 2 Marine divisions stormed ashore on the small volcanic island in the shadow of Mount Suribachi. Japanese defenders held their fire as the Marines landed and struggled to get off the beach. As the Americans moved inland, the Japanese forces pounced with well-laid kill zones and interlocking fields of fire. Japanese General Tamadichi Kuribayashi avoided using suicidal banzai attacks and instead built an intricate defensive tunnel network. His plan was to use his 22,000 troops to kill as many Americans as possible. The U.S. Marines made slow progress fighting Japanese troops hidden in caves, tunnels, and ravines. But the island was secured by March 16th. In all, 30% of the American landing force became casualties. Most of the Japanese garrison was killed. As a testament to the Americans who fought on the island, Navy Admiral Chester Nimitz remarked that uncommon valor was a common virtue. The battle for Iwo Jima produced one of the war's most iconic photographs. Days after the initial landings, 6 Marines raised the U.S. flag atop of Mount Suribachi in the now famous photograph by Joe Rosenthal. The iconic image still resonates with Americans today and serves as the basis for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Washington, D.C.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, It's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
Well, it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who've been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
I shall return. That was the promise General Douglas MacArthur made to his men and to the public after he was ordered to leave the Philippines in March 1942. In October 1944, that promise became a reality when MacArthur made his dramatic return to the islands. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley W. Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. General MacArthur was one of the country's best-known Army officers. He was in charge when the Japanese attacked the Philippines, first by air and then by land in December 1941, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese invasion forced MacArthur and the troops under his command to retreat from Manila and to take a stand on the Bataan Peninsula and the fortress island of Corregidor. In February 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt ordered MacArthur to leave the Philippines entirely and establish a command in Australia. The idea was to keep this famous general from being captured by the Japanese. But for MacArthur, it felt like he was being ordered to abandon his men to an uncertain fate. MacArthur and his family made a daring escape of more than 500 miles by sea, dodging Japanese patrols all along the way, and then by air to Australia. After setting foot on Australian soil, he made the famous vow to return to the soldiers and civilians he'd left behind. But back in Bataan, the fight was not going well. On April 9th, the remaining troops on the peninsula surrendered. Corregidor surrendered less than a month later. Thousands of survivors would be subjected to what became known as the Bataan Death March, and most would not live to see the end of the war. MacArthur never forgot his vow. He kept pushing to return to the Philippines for the next 2 years. In October of 1944, the assault on the Philippines itself finally started with the Battle of Leyte. It was there that MacArthur famously waded ashore with his men in one of the most iconic photos of the war. And just hours after arriving on Leyte, MacArthur made a radio broadcast in which he proclaimed,
"People of the Philippines, I have returned."
By March 1945, MacArthur's troops had recaptured Corregidor, cut off the Japanese in Bataan, and recaptured the capital city of Manila. MacArthur had kept his promise and returned, but by some estimates, only a third of the American and Filipino soldiers he commanded in 1942 were still alive to see it.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation. bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower, Thorpe Abbott, with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at. And you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war. You're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with historical and intertwines them.
In February 1945, the most vicious urban combat of the Pacific Theater took place in the Philippines. Japan's assault left over 100,000 civilians dead. This is the story of the Battle of Manila, and this is World War II and II. In October 1944, General Douglas MacArthur made his triumphant return to the Philippine Islands. After tough fighting on Leyte, MacArthur set his sights on Luzon and the liberation of Manila. In early January 1945, the 6th U.S. Army landed at Lingayen Gulf in northwest Luzon. Later that month, the 8th Army landed more divisions south of Manila. But Japanese Army Commander Yamashita, with nearly 270,000 troops, divided his forces and sought to use Luzon's most rugged terrain to delay the Americans and trap them in Luzon's Central Valley. In Manila, however, the Japanese Navy had other plans and resolved to fight for each block and building with no surrender and no survival. The result was a bitter month-long battle that destroyed most of the Pearl of the Orient and decimated its population. MacArthur had hoped to take the city without airstrikes and heavy artillery fires, but enemy defenses left American ground commanders with few options, while Japanese forces systematically tortured, raped, and murdered Filipino civilians. Every structure and ruin had to be searched and its Japanese defenders rooted out. Infantry squads relied on grenades, explosives, flamethrowers, machine guns, and tanks. The air was filled with deafening concussions from incessant explosions and collapsing buildings. Roaring fires lit the sky, and at times the mixture of smoke, heat, and dust made it almost impossible for soldiers to move forward. In some places, the Japanese defenders fought building by building and from room to room without surrender. At one point, the Americans broadcast a plea for the Japanese to surrender, or at least to evacuate civilians to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. No answer was received. On February 28, 1945, MacArthur reestablished the Commonwealth government in Manila, ending his address by saying, "Your capital city, cruelly punished though it be, has regained its rightful place, citadel of democracy in the East." Even as the fighting continued, teams began collecting eyewitness and documentary evidence of Japanese atrocities. Resistance finally crumbled in March 1945. More than 1,000 Americans, 16,000 Japanese, and over 100,000 Filipinos were killed in the battle for Manila. For some American leaders, the experience raised concerns about what urban combat might lie ahead in the planned invasion of Japan.
So you are in this building right now. Oh, okay. So, okay, you want me to walk you through it? Yeah, yes, I got you.
So I'm from Covington, on the North Shore actually. So every Sunday I make the hour commute across the Causeway Bridge and such to get here, but it's always been worth it. So I kind of stumbled upon the World War II Museum by accident actually in middle school, but I was just awestruck by the planes. You know, kind of ironic that we're in here actually. Was just awestruck by the planes, and so we ended up staying at this new museum the whole day. And by the end of the visit, I had just completely fallen in love with everything the museum had, and just really touched by how inspirational it all was. And so fast forward a couple years later, I kept going to the museum, coming back every chance I could get. And when I turned 16 for my 16th birthday, I asked my parents if I could start volunteering at the World War II Museum. And kind of surprisingly, they let me. So that's when I became a volunteer.
Interested, you can read a little bit about the silent service right there in the wall.
I have my red scar now, so I think that's 1,000 hours. I think it's 1,000 hours, and I've been a volunteer here now for 3 years. I've wanted to serve in the military really my whole life. I guess I kind of also discovered it as I spent more and more time here, meeting with the veterans and just hearing the stories echoed throughout the exhibits every single day. I really was just inspired by being American and serving something, being a part of something larger than yourself. So all of that really kind of culminated in pushing me to want to serve in the military. So I'm actually going to the U.S. Naval Academy next year. I want to fly, so I want to fly fighter pilots. And I definitely say that the museum is what inspired me to want to do that. I think World War II is just a very integral part to society and how we function, even if it's just so simple as reminding Americans to be patriotic, to love our country. And I think it should inspire everyone who comes to visit it to just hold their head a little higher and to be proud to be American.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your seats and do find those cell phones. I heard a number of dings.
You're going to see it up front. All right, so in anticipation of our open house this evening and wrapping up today, we have an opportunity to hear from Dr. Nick Mueller, Steve Vogel, Preserving the Legacy, Creating the National World War II Museum. A couple things before we dive too far into it. One, I do want to give a shout out. Our team is, Robert mentioned Adam Givens. He had been our POWMI Accounting Agency Fellow here at the museum. We do research to help bring home or closure to the 72,000 Americans still missing in action from World War II. And so that mission continues. But to this piece, kudos to Nick as the founder, president, CEO emeritus. An opportunity to tell the remarkable story about the founding of the National World War II Museum. We're in for a real tour de force with that. But joining Nick on stage, many of you don't know, is Steve Vogel. He's the principal editor of Nick's book. As you can imagine, Nick's book was probably 7 times longer than it originally was supposed to be.
At least.
But no one better than Steve, veteran journalist, Washington Post reporter for 2 decades, really has a sterling reputation for his coverage of military affairs, overseas conflicts, treatments of veterans. My hat's off to both of these gentlemen. Steve's previous books, Betrayal in Berlin, is a story of the Cold War espionage, but Perilous Fight about War of 1812, The Pentagon of History, which is a page-turner for us who've served in the Pentagon, probably to no one else. And then just recently, tied to our last panel, a task force called Faith, the untold story of the U.S. Army soldiers who fought for survival in the Chosin Reservoir and honor back home. And so, tied, many of the themes that Robert just talked about. But, so Nick, I know you want to start the session, and then after that, we'll turn it over to Steve. But Preserving the Legacy, Dr. Nick Mueller and Steve Vogel.
I just wanted to thank Steve Vogel for cutting out those 400 pages. That a lot of that, though, that's left on the cutting room floor ends up being of value to the National World War II Museum, because nobody else is ever going to write it, I don't think. And I'd also like to thank Taylor Doherty and Jason Vann and Marissa Primo in my office before I retired, who did a tremendous amount of work. So having said those thank yous, Steve, it's all yours.
All right. Well, Nick, I was glad one thing we left in the book was the story of how this crazy idea for the museum came together, and that, as you write, started with your traditional glass of sherry in the backyard some 35 years ago. And I was just wondering, I didn't ask this directly at the time, but were you guys crazy? How much sherry did you drink?
I guess it looks like quite a lot. So 34 years later, here we are. So, but it was a small idea at the time, and some of you, many of you probably know the story. But in any event, we were best friends, and we got together 2 or 3 times a week after I was in administration then. And so we get together, drinks at my house or his house, and scheme our next project. And there were a lot of that we had done before, and we trusted each other, and we enjoyed those afternoons. And whether it was a camping trip or a sailing trip or buying a sailboat or starting his D-Day to the Rhine tours, we cooked up a lot of things together, and that's what good friends do. But he said to me this. He said, "Down, Nick. This was serious." I mean, he said, "You just now taken over the head of this research and technology park. It had nothing but land on the right there. You can see it on the Lake Pontchartrain across from the UNO campus. Those were the beaches that Higgins tested the landing craft." And Eisenhower, he said to me, one point back in the 60s, said that Andrew Higgins is the man who won the war for us, because he built those boats and got us over open beaches, and not just D-Day, but the Mediterranean and the Pacific, and the man who won the war. Steve never forgot that, and he thought that this man needed to be honored in the city that he built those some 12,000 landing craft, another 8,000 others. He was an inventor and an entrepreneur, and just a kind of a wild bill pirate too, but a colorful figure. And he says, "And I've got 600 oral histories of the guys on D-Day, and I finished recording them, and they're all transcribed, and I'm still doing some more, but they're from my book coming out in '94 for the 50th anniversary." And he said, "We're going to open a museum in your research park, because it's got to have some research relationship, and my oral histories are that. My book will be out. It'll be a bestseller." And he said, "It's just going to be an easy thing to do. I need you. You want to do this?" And I said, "Man, it's the best idea I ever heard." He said, "Good. That's good. We're going to do it. It's going to only cost $1 million. I said, "Steve, you're so naive about those things. It's going to be at least $4 million. Come on." And, "Oh, God," he said, "we could never raise that much money." But it was just going to be in that small little research park out by the lakefront by UNO. And he wanted to take care of those oral histories, and wanted a museum to support and ensure that the revenues would be always there, because UNO was always in financial difficulties, and he wanted to preserve them. So we were a little bit cocky, I would say, and a little bit out over our skis, because neither one of us knew a damn thing about building a museum. So, but anyhow, it didn't seem like, it seemed $4 million was doable. And then he said, well, okay, you go out and raise the money. I said, no, see, we're going to do this together. You know, you're the big star. And so everybody knows you, Brokaw, you meet with presidents, they have you speak in Congress all the time, you're everywhere, national star, America's historian. I said, so, okay. So he says, I'll do it. But then he said, we got to figure out how to do it. And I said, that's right. So we invited in the presidential directors of about 5 presidential libraries, including the Eisenhower Center and a few others. And they said, this is a great idea, but you're never going to get anywhere unless you get some federal money. So Steve runs up to Congress and asks our legislator, who is Representative Bob Livingston, who just was on the screen a moment ago. And because we both knew that bar dreams are just hallucinations unless you have money or resources to execute them. So he told Bob that story. And Bob said the same thing I did. Best idea you ever had. And he says, I never hear an idea that good come into this office. So how much do you need? Well, Steve wasn't ready for that one, but he blurted out $4 million. He calls me up, he says, we got it. And I said, how much? He said, $4 million, all we need. I said, where'd you get that number? He said, from you. I said, see, that wasn't a feasibility study. That was over too much sherry. But anyway, that was a moment of creation, though, is either his backyard or mine and too much to drink. So,
okay, so you got Steve, of course, has this national reputation. You know, Mr. D-Day, he's going to be known as that. What did you bring to the table? You're a historian, but what was Steve looking to you to provide?
Well, first of all, it was a team. I mean, we trusted each other. We had a lot of confidence in each other, as friends do. He was my best friend for the last 10 years. And I had started, you know, we both, like you see a picture of the UNO summer school I started in Europe. Boy, he liked to get students out on the field of the Civil War battlefields. I was a European historian, and to get my students out on the fields and into Europe, I had to create a summer school of 200 students to go over to Innsbruck, Austria for a 6-week summer school with 20 faculty members and make money on it. For the university, said they didn't give me a dime. They said, if you can figure it out, you can do it. And so we both were into creating historical experiences and adventures in learning. That's one of the things that bound us together. And so we just always were eating the leaves off of each other's trees. And I was kind of getting known because of that summer school, which is now, if you can believe it and know how old I am, it's now next summer is the 50th anniversary and there's over 12,000 students. So I was sort of the designated startup guy at the University of New Orleans. As the only faculty member could figure out how to make any money on a new program or project without any money to start with. And so Steve needed that, and I had some staff, and he had some staff in the Eisenhower Center. And he got the $4 million, and we, getting ahead maybe of your questions, but we created a nonprofit 501c3 board because the money from Congress, they didn't want it to go to the university. They wanted an independent board. So that was a shift. I mean, so it wasn't, Steve and I were still employed. We were on the board, but it was not, the board now, business leaders, about 23 of them, were kind of running things. So anyhow, we were just a good team. And of course, he was the founder, the creator of the visionary who came up with the idea. And sometimes it was my idea, and he was on the other side of it. But anyhow, we just did a lot of things together, and that's how it started.
Partners in crime, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know, this book is really not just an institutional history. I think it's a lot more than that. It's not a case study. How would you describe it?
Well, several ways. I mean, the simple way to think of 34 years of trying to tell the story about what happened during those years is why we did it, how we did it, which is sort of raising money and mobilizing. I mean, I was sort of the organizer and communications guy to donors and board members and so forth. But that's sort of the how part. What we did has to do with choices about what we remember and what we choose to forget, at least forget as far as our permanent exhibits are concerned. And then the meaning of it all. So you have to, at the end, our exhibit designers later on, 10 years later, when we started the World War II Museum, transformed into that, said, what the hell does it all mean to somebody a century from now that you guys built a little museum down here? So the meaning of this museum and why telling that story about World War II is so important to us. And we had to answer that question to every donor and every government leader that we asked money for. It's also my story. So it's sort of a memoir history, I would say. And you know, it's the biography. It would start off as a D-Day, the National D-Day Museum. That's the biography of a single day. Arguably the pivot point of World War II, certainly in Europe. I mean, that had power. And I sensed that even through that few drinks of sherry. Steve, just like your book, this is a powerful idea. But we had to surround it with other elements of the war. And, you know, Steve was the American historian, Midwestern. I had family roots, went back to Germany. My parents were immigrants in 23, 24. My dad was a rabid anti-Hitler. He'd read Mein Kampf. We had European roots. I was over there at the age of 14. I was walking in the ruins of Hamburg, which hadn't changed much since 1945. And so we had different perspectives, and I brought more of the longer perspective, some 5,000 years of history, going back to the beginnings of the Greek city-states and the epic war that Herodotus, the father of history, tells us about the mighty Persian Empire, the barbarians, the evildoers who were coming to crush these small democracies. It's a David and Goliath story, and it's just a fantastic metaphor. And I said that, Steve, our guy's going into those cliffs of Normandy, and it's that same kind of epic story. So, but it also has a fountainhead in our own history and our American Revolution, and we're now approaching 250 years. So we may come back to that later on, but so that's, in a nutshell, what I was trying to achieve. Tell the why, the how, the what, and the meaning, with that overlay of my own memory of the ups and downs during the course of those 34 years. And I can honestly tell you, I had no idea I was going to be having any leadership role running this museum for the first 8 years. So that is another story.
Indeed. So you have these lofty ideas and goals. You're expecting, the plan is you're going to have this little museum open by D-Day 1994. You didn't quite make that, did you?
We weren't even close. We knew by 1992 we weren't.
You were broke, right?
We just had free land, and we could spend them federal money on consultants and architects, and but the board decided. It's again, we weren't the decision makers. The board decided they didn't want to hire any staff. They were relying on some of my staff and some of Steve's staff. But we were not very good at raising money, and so we hadn't raised much at all by 1992. So he said, in 94 we'd planned, okay, let's just have a big reenactment on Lake Pontchartrain on those beaches. And we're all going to Normandy because Steve's book was going to be out then, and we produced a film. Charlie Guggenheim, one of the great documentarians, had won numerous Academy Awards, and he was going to create the film that was going to be in our exhibit. So it's an exhibit film, and that would be done by May of '94. So we were going to have a premiere of that. And then we were going to go all off to Normandy for the 50th anniversary of Normandy. Charter a ship from London to Caen, to Normandy. And so that anniversary was sort of our point to the future. That we were going to get 500, and we did get on that ship. It was an amazing time, but with no money, we had to do something to keep the momentum going, and that was it.
So that experience at Normandy in '94, I mean, that turned out to be a lot more than just a cruise. I mean, it was you were pretty moved, and I guess saw this goal as taking on a whole new meaning based on what you experienced over there. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Well, for me, I was Steve's pal. We were going to do this museum. I thought it was important, very important. But being at the Normandy Cemetery on that day, Steve Ambrose was under contract to NBC with Tom Brokaw and Katie Couric, and all day long I was standing there. There must have been 10,000 World War II, mostly D-Day veterans, pouring by us. And it was just, I said, this is daunting responsibility now. This little museum in the research park at that time, and I said, man, talk about what Robert Edsel is and what we are charged with trying to remember and preserve the story. So I write about that there because it had such a profound influence on me, and Steve, of course, felt the same way, and he was talking about the museum all day. Every time Brokaw would give him a chance, he said, we're trying to do this little D-Day museum down in New Orleans. He didn't say little, but in any event, Steve was front and center there, and it was just a powerful, powerful day. And we had David Montgomery. We had, I think John Eisenhower was on that tour, the Sons. I mean, it was very meaningful to me, but we thought, this was the first of many times, we thought that, boy, we are there now. We are going to go back, and people are just going to start throwing money at us, and it's going to get that museum built. But just like a lot of the other times, it was just sort of like a Roman candle. I mean, after about 4 or 5 months, no more talk about it. We were back in the trenches trying to find ways to raise private money. We always had more success with federal government, and then a little while later with the state. But that was another big disappointment, and we were just kind of in this lull for a couple of years.
Yeah, so you basically come back down to earth. When
Yeah, literally.
You're back, literally, and
yeah.
You find yourself in a pretty bitter struggle over exactly where this museum is going to be built. I mean, you and Steve thought, well, naturally we're going to build it out at the UNO at the lakefront property, but not everybody saw it that way. And can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, we even did the master plan you're looking at there, and if you're looking at the far left side, you can see the D-Day Museum was penciled in there in the architectural plan. The board was bitterly divided, and Steve lost, it says later in the newspaper, some years later, I lost a lot of friends over this, but half the board wanted us to be downtown because that's where the tourists were. What Steve wanted and the chancellor wanted, my boss and my best friend, I was head of the research park, supposed to get buildings into the park that are museum and research related. But the board, half the board, these are top business leaders. They said, we're not going to succeed out here. We're 5 miles from downtown. We need to be right in the heart of the tourist area. Well, we had a consultant that came in 92 or 3. And so I saw the handwriting on the wall. She said, you've got to decide whether or not you are a research center that happens to have a museum. And that's fine. You can raise a lot of money for that, education, grants. or you're going to be a museum that happens to have an Eisenhower Center, research center, in which case, however you decide that will determine the location. Well, I knew when she said that we were going to end up downtown sooner or later, because this museum wasn't going to receive any university support for operations. It had to sustain itself. And so that ended in 1995 when we found an old warehouse downtown. Somebody on the board did, and it coincided. It was a perfect storm in a way, a change that changed our history and our trajectory, because somebody discovered, looking at the fine print in the government grant, that $4 million, that we had $1 million left. We could only spend it on capital projects, and it was going to be gone back to Washington, D.C. if we didn't spend it by 1997 on something. Well, we spent the last $1 million to buy that warehouse that you're looking at here. And that thing on the side is a loading dock. It was a freight forwarding warehouse. And 4 years later, I was told that that's where we're going to have the opening. Oh my God, we're going to open up in a loading dock. I said, that's our grand entrance. So that's another story. But for $1 million, we bought that all property that's on the corner where the Higgins boat is, and the lots on either side of it. So that ended the controversy, and we moved the Eisenhower Center down right next to the museum right after that.
Mm-hmm. I guess there was another pretty big change around that time based on what some of the consultants were telling you. I mean, your idea, Steve's idea, was this is going to be primarily a repository for the various oral histories, some personal artifacts, but you kind of got a slap on the face around that time saying that, no, you needed to start collecting some major artifacts.
Well, yeah, we never dreamed we could be a collecting museum. This is very expensive to accept artifacts and care for them. So even when we moved downtown, the design of the architects was a small vault where we had some precious artifacts that related to the D-Day story, and we had a number of them. Many veterans who gave stories to Steve sent their knives or belts or helmets, and we were also collecting. Some people sent us artifacts from the Pacific as well, and we bought a museum in St. Lo that was closing. We bought the whole thing lock, stock, and barrel with a lot of German stuff, but all came off the fields of Normandy and the Normandy invasion. And one of our board members paid for that. So we had a collection, but we didn't think it was going to be a never-ending process, because we just thought we were not going to ever have that kind of money to support the collecting. But that changed as well, but we didn't change the size of our collection space. We had one curator the last 6 months before we opened, and that's up until then, we didn't have any staff. So it was a big strategic change.
Do you have a favorite artifact?
Well, that one is from, it's one of my favorites, Leo Scher, who was a corpsman, and he wrote me a letter saying that he was in a Higgins boat. He said, my Higgins boat blew up, and I had to swim to France. But he said, those bandage packs around there, they got all soaking wet on the way in, and they were not useless to him as a medic to help out. So he went to guys that were dead on the beach, and every soldier had one bandage pack there, and he took it off of dead men on the beach so he could start helping others who were wounded. But he said that he carried that web belt with all those bandage packs through the bulge and all the rest of the war, and every time he used one, he saw the face came to him of the dead soldier Omaha Beach. And so he sent me the web belt. He said, you ought to have this. And when opening day, he was standing right next to it in his uniform. Leo Scher.
Amazing.
And then McElhenney, that's another one. It's in the Pacific. First lieutenant in the 1st Marines in Guadalcanal, and he was at night surprised by Japanese. And the Japanese, they both couldn't see each other until they just ran into each other. And he pulled out his pistol, and the Jap was pulling out. He couldn't even get the saber out, so you could see that. And he slammed it down on McElhenney's head, knocked him unconscious, but McElhenney shot him, and they were both lying there on the ground. And his squad came up, and they found him. They thought they were both dead. They put McElhenney and these artifacts on the stretcher. But McElhenney had just been knocked unconscious, and so when they got him back into the hospital tent, field tent, he came to. So, look, but that helmet has a dent in it right there where that saber comes down. So that's what we like, is these personal, and Steve loved them, these personal artifacts that have a story to them, and they link up to the personal accounts of the veterans that we have. There is nothing more powerful than having the story and artifact, which is the tangible evidence of that memory. And that's been at the heart of this museum forever.
I knew you wouldn't be able to keep it to just one artifact.
I know.
So I guess another big surprise came in 1998 when you were just minding your own business, walking to the museum office one day, and you got ambushed, and they said, surprise, you're now going to be the chairman and CEO of the museum. That was a tough decision for you.
It was. I mean, it took me 5 or 6 months. I was on sabbatical at Steve's encouragement, and I entered the 5-year retirement plan for the University of New Orleans. And Steve and I had other plans just 2 months before this, and I was going back to teaching. I'd been kind of hijacked by administration and doing research parts and all the other things. And so Steve was there with General Livingston, the chairman, my predecessor, and my Chancellor O'Brien, and it was a cold day in January, and I was freezing. I couldn't figure out what they were doing standing out there on the cold. It was like 30 degrees, and the wind was blowing. It was a clear day. They grabbed me and said, Nick, we want you to be the next chairman. And that's Medal of Honor recipients from Vietnam. He's telling me that. Stephen grabs my hand and said, Nick, you got to do it. You got me into this. You got to get me out. Well, we were broke again, and so I was wondering there why none of these other business leaders wanted the job, because they had resources, they had friends. The reason we were broke again is because we weren't raising much private money. We had a little state money to renovate the warehouse. And then the chancellor says, Nick, I'll cut your load by 75% so you can work on this for the next 2 years and get this open. I said, well, I was only teaching 2 courses, so I didn't know how I got 75%. He said, well, you'll teach 1 course. I said, oh, okay. So in any event, but I had to really think about it. And right before I decided, I got a letter from General Livingston. I was with Steve at the time up in Montana trying to think about the decision. And the election wasn't until September, so it was 9 months before the election when they asked me to be chairman. At that time, there's still no staff except an administrative assistant. So a letter comes in and says, Steve, tell Nick he's got to decide soon because we're broke again. We can't make payroll. We can't pay contractors past the 1st of August. We got $170,000 left, and we need to know. So, and well, I did say yes. And I said I'd give it 2 years. But it was not it was a tough time for the board. I mean, and generally speaking, it had been 3 years since 1994, 5 years almost, 4 years, 5. So we were dead on arrival. Basically, the board, a lot of board members were resigning. That's why they chose me. And the newspaper had been kind to us up until, I mean, in August, James Varney, who was a writer for the Times-Picayune, he wrote, at that time, since the high point in 1994, the museum quickly foundered like a Higgins boat strafed by Nazi gunners. But the museum's fortunes are brightening. Private Ryan and Ambrose deserve most of the credit. I mean, so that was the moment that before I took over as chairman. With the general told me you only got $1 million, Nick, to raise. And I said, well, we'll see what it is. It turned out to be about $12 million, but I had to do it in 2 years, and we had only raised $8 million in 8 years. So it was a tall order, but that was how I got into the saddle, and it was a pretty intense 2 years. Just had to give kind of body and soul to it, and but had a lot of people helping, and we had a lot of board members who weren't giving any money, and or getting any money, and I had no money to give. Steve was generous. He'd already given $750,000 from his book royalties. So he was there. He was steady. If Steve had ever stepped down, and he was retired already from '96, but if he had not continued, I think it would have all fallen apart at that time. I mean, that was, Steve he promised me, he said if I took it on, and he said, I'm staying with you through the end. So, but it was tough. So that was a decision made, and the next 2 years were.
Right. Who were some of those unsung heroes, key figures that kept the ball moving, so to speak? And there's also some others that were pretty well sung, pretty well known folks.
Yeah, well, we were a little bit lucky, despite all the depressing news about the financials at the time. Saving Private Ryan came out, and Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks wanted Ambrose to kind of bless the show, and he offered not only to bless it, but he thought it was the greatest war movie he'd ever seen, especially on World War II. And he said, "I'll do better than that. I'll come and I'll help you promote it, and we'll get veterans out in every city we go to." He said, "I just got one thing to ask of you, that you guys show up at the grand opening and make a contribution." And they both did, and you can see them there on the screen 2 years later. And they didn't by any means solve all the problems. Governor Foster was one of the great heroes. And the Louisiana legislature, they put up $4 million to get rid of that loading dock and to put up the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion in record time for state money, and I had to raise a lot of other private money. But Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, they were committed to Steve Ambrose, to this museum, and Tom Hanks came to every grand opening to the last. This was an opening that anybody who was here in the city was present for. There were 200,000 people on the streets. We had 80 trucks with about 15 to 20 D-Day veterans, not just from Normandy, but from all over the Pacific and the Mediterranean. These crowds came spilled out of the office buildings, and all they said was, "Thank you, thank you." And it was emotional, just even thinking about looking at that picture. So that was the "we did it" moment. Yeah.
So just 2 years later, you lost Steve, and what did that mean for the museum? What did it mean to you personally? This is your best friend.
Well, before that, just to finish, there was a couple of shots up there.
Sure.
Governor Foster, Senator Stevens. Before we get to the funeral or services, go back to, if you can, Yeah, Senator Stevens, General Livingston, Bob Livingston, who helped us, and there was another photograph there, I think, with Governor Foster, who got us the $4 million. So these are the champions. Steve is the #1 champion, of course. Governor Foster with the beard there. One meeting, I said I need $4 million, and that was in the fall of '98 to build the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion. And basically turned it over to his chief administrative officer, who said, we're going to do it. Jackie Clarkson was on our board, a representative. And I tell you what, it's the fastest building ever built by the state. So they were champions. There were so many. Look, this is if I had any skills at all, I think it's Ralph Crump, merchant marine guy, told me once, Nicky, you're the organizer. Well, it's maybe, I guess I have to confess to that, but it's organizing people, resources, and communicating and building relationships. And so that's what we did, and everybody was pulling together, and we had the best day of that opening day, June 6, 2000. So we'd made it. And then we had D-Days of the Pacific opening because we had Senator Stevens and had already appropriated some money in Congress for that. And that was December 7 of 2001. And that was another big grand opening. It was not quite as spectacular as June 6, 2000. And that was about 8 months before Steve died. And so he was still in good shape there. But in October 13, 2002, he passed away. So that was a hard moment. Tom Brokaw immediately said, Nick, what are we going to do? And people came from all over. And that's his son speaking, Hugh, who was sort of helping with Steve's research. And so the board started asking, so I tried not to take offense. They said, what's Nick going to do without his pal? So Boise, who was chairman at that time, said, people are wondering, Nick, you're going to hang in there? I said, well, I got us this far. I said, with your all's help, I said, we're going to keep going. And we were in the middle of the master planning process, which you'll get to probably in a moment. But in any event,
right.
That was it was really hard. It was shock, national, international news when Steve passed away. And of course, we knew he had cancer, and he learned that end of April of 2002. So.
At the same time, and Steve was involved in this before he passed away, but there was this stunning development even before you opened up in 2000, where there was a decision that was made pretty boldly, pretty suddenly, to transform this into a D-Day museum, into the National World War II Museum.
Yeah, well, that happened about 3 days before we had the grand opening on June 6th. Senator Stevens was in town, and he couldn't stand. He was a huge fan of Ambrose and had him up to his fishing camp in Alaska. His most powerful man in the Senate. He was the chair of Defense Appropriations and the Appropriations Committee, and Republicans were in the majority. And Danny Inouye, Medal of Honor recipient, Democratic, he was in the ranking. He was the two of them. He says, we always vote together. And it took me and Steve into my office after touring the D-Day exhibits and basically said, if you guys will do the rest of the war, because I was in the China, Burma, India theater, and Danny Inouye was in the Mediterranean, and this is D-Day, and it's the greatest museum on World War II in this country, and but it's not my war, and it's not Danny's war. But if you talk to your board, figure it out, take on the whole thing, I'll help. Steve was exhausted. Probably his health wasn't that good already. I didn't know it. But in any event, we said yes. And he did help. He got us $4 million a year for the next 3 years to buy all the land where that master plan is. And 4 years later, we had this master plan, a $282 million campus. And here's the warehouse across the street. When we announced that we were going to do the World War II Museum, you see another one of the Higgins boats, the one without the ramp, that we restored, poking out of that warehouse that's now gone, and it sits where the first building is, where the big theater is. So, yeah, so we're off onto a much bigger and larger mission, and well ahead of over our skis, I guess, again, because, God, I mean, you thought we were crazy in 1990, but here we just had taken 10 years to raise $30 million, a little under, $25 million. And the museum was a roaring success from the day it opened. I mean, the visitors were just pouring in, but still, $282 million. We were really crazy, I guess. But Boise Bollinger was a great leader, great CEO, Bollinger Shipyards. He's sort of the icon of, and sort of the Andy Higgins of the last 40 years here, 30 years. He always said, I'm more comfortable now that we can build a $282 million campus than I was that we'd ever open the museum when I came on the board in 1996. So I, at that time, had transitioned to president and CEO, and he had become chairman, and he was chairman for 4 years. And that was a big support to me, and Steve was encouraging right before he died to do the whole thing. And so we went to Washington with a big fanfare, and Tom Hanks agreed to be the honorary chair of the Capitol campaign, and Steve was gone, but we were riding high. It's another one of those Roman candles, though.
Right. I guess this brings us to summer of 2005, and of course, Hurricane Katrina hits, and that poses an existential threat to not only the city, of course, but also the museum.
Yeah. Well, as Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. We got a punch. I mean, here we really felt good right before this, but now there's nobody going to be in the city for a year. Nobody. The whole city was evacuated. So it was a gut check, and we went to Dallas to have a fly-in meeting, and I present 3 or 4 scenarios from crossing off everything that we were going to do and just go back to the D-Day Museum, or doing everything that we ever planned. I chose something in the middle to try to present it as cutting out some of the buildings and eliminating 55% of the staff. We only had 65 staff, so we're down to about 26. Just enough to, I said if more than that, we would have had to go back to the D-Day plan. But in any event, that's, the board decided to support that. We had no income except the revenues that Stephen Watson was already starting to generate from our direct mail campaign and building our national membership up. So we went from 5,000 to 100,000 in a few years by that time. And that was going to kick in maybe 300,000-400,000. But we had to use the rainy day fund that we had put away. One of the board members said, what if we have a real disaster? What are we going to do with that rainy day fund? I said, if this doesn't count, I don't know what does. So that's how we balanced the budget. We didn't actually have to use it, but so we just kept going. But it was hard. And Governor Pete Wilson became the chairman after that, and he used to deal with disasters out in California with earthquakes and things. So he was a great chairman. And David Velker, we had just great leadership. But that set us back. So we didn't open anything more till 2009. So.
Mm-hmm. I guess Katrina was kind of a wake-up call in another sense, where you had sort of a eureka moment where you realized that you were missing what should be a big part of the museum mission?
Oh yeah, I mean, I felt really stupid. I mean, I was vice chancellor at the University of New Orleans, and I was in charge of distance education. And so as soon as Katrina happened, I'm thinking, how do you fulfill your mission? You got nobody in your city. It's like you're living in the desert. The city's filled with water. Nobody's going to be coming to town for a couple of years. So distance education was something I'd been in charge of for the University of New Orleans, and set up regional campuses and TV courses. And I said, gee, why didn't I think of that? So we kind of realigned our master plan at the time. I mean, it was always going to be focused on education. One of the buildings we cut out was a Center for the Study of the American Spirit, a library and a conference center, and there were some distance learning components in there, but nothing big. So now, together with the staff and Steve Watson and all of our senior staff and board, we decided we're going to make a major commitment to digitize everything in the museum. And that was the big, it was a $10 million commitment at a time. It was increasing the capital campaign. So we're going to have to raise the money, but we got to do it. And that led to the Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, our media center, a library, and education, and digitizing all of our collections and oral histories. And so it was a major investment. It was a big risk. But we did it, and the board stepped up at a very tough time. I mean, you're coming right after Katrina, 2 or 3 years, and deciding that's what we're going to do.
I wanted to talk a little bit about some of your ideas about how you wanted to communicate public history with this museum. So I guess you had some thoughts on that from the start. What was your vision for how you wanted to do that?
Well, it's pretty abstract, but foundationally, when you think about squeezing all of World War II into even the size of campus we do, and the choices you make, and what is that creative process? You are in a museum. It's about visual memory. It's creating environments. There's as much art and graphics and media and sound and oral histories, and all of it has to work together. So you're starting from ground zero. And in the preface of the book, history, in a way, is like art. It's concerned with the performance of factual content. The best history museums tell stories visually. In addition to historical records, they rely on art and design to move the audience to the heart of the historical experience, to make it personal, meaningful, and authentic. The National World War II Museum and this book aspire to the highest levels of that performance. So since the beginning of civilization, since the word, since writing, communications, everything's about performance. But now you have to do it in a compressed way, and you have to make that experience beyond all boundaries, beyond anything anybody can imagine, until they come in and they want to say, I had no idea. And it has to just work seamlessly and in a profound way. And it's a challenge, and it took a lot of people. It took the presidential council. I brought the best World War II historians to the table, best museum leaders, and it said, help, let's figure this out. And so it took a lot of people, and we're fortunate to do it a building at a time, because we all learned as we went and as went along. And we had a goal, and I had a vision for where I wanted to take it. It was America's museum. We changed the mission to tell the story of the American experience and the war that changed the world. Why it was fought, how it was won, what it means today. So that all future generations will be inspired by what they learn here. That's a daunting responsibility to achieve that mission. and puts a lot of pressure on me and everybody on our staff and our exhibit designers and our counselors. So that's what we tried to do, and always the DNA of this museum has always been on the personal stories. That's where Stephen had the formative idea, and we never left that. That was determined, that was always going to be at the core of this sort of almost a ground-up story. You get the big story too, but it's the personal stories in those individual exhibits that really make this accessible experience. It's public history, it's public memory. It's not like reading a heavily footnoted manuscript.
You write about John Steinbeck, for example, some of the great war correspondents.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the war. I mean, we went to war with a segregated military. We incarcerated the Japanese Americans. We didn't do everything perfect. But in those exhibits, in the Liberation Pavilion too, we make people look at the war and see what the war correspondents, and Steinbeck was one of those. And I read it here, and he says in the New York Herald Tribune, he was in Italy, and he said, a small Italian girl in the street with her stomach blown out, an American soldier standing over a twitching body, crying and smelling the sharp cordite in the air and the hot reek of blood. And so his description is what we're trying to achieve in some elements of our exhibit. And you realize the war isn't just about strategy and tactics and generals, but how very fragile life is, and finding a balance between that big picture and what our veterans and soldiers and sailors and airmen experienced.
The title that you chose for this book, Preserving the Legacy. This is something I think probably comes into full expression in the final pavilion of the museum. What do you think the legacy is of World War II? What are the legacies that this museum tries to preserve?
Well, you just saw some images pass by you there that those, we want to remember the sacrifice. We want to remember what Eisenhower said to the troops and the media when he uncovered the atrocities in the first concentration camp, and he brought everybody in to document it so nobody could deny the Holocaust, the first encounter with it. And he said, Americans might wonder what we're fighting for, but now they're going to know what we're fighting against, which was fascism and racism in both Germany, Nazi Germany, and Japan. So that's part of the memory that we preserve here, especially in the Liberation Pavilion. And museums have a responsibility to try to convey what people remembered in World War II and after about the war, and what the meaning of that war was, and why they fought, and why we sacrificed more than 400,000 young boys to that conflict. And so the theme and the legacy, the principal theme, and the board and I and presidential counselors came to this together. Finally, they said it's about freedom. We were fighting to defend our freedom and our democracy. And it took, as Eisenhower said before D-Day, we're going to throw everything we have into this fight. And we did. And that is the public memory that we are preserving. And it was contested memories. So you look at those book covers. There's all kinds of literature that's been coming out in the last 20, 30 years about why we fight, moral combat, looks at the war between good and evil. Tom Brokaw talks about the greatest generation. Other people criticize that. We come down on the 4 freedoms that FDR proclaimed 9 months before the war in the State of the Union address. What Americans believe, we weren't even in the war yet. It wasn't Pearl Harbor until December 7. This was in January of 41. And he said, Americans believe in freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom from fear and freedom from want. And at the end of each proclamation of our beliefs and values, said for all peoples of the world, these values are good for all peoples. He's setting a framework and a vision for what America will do after the war in the peace when we begin to advance freedom and democracy and human rights. Yes, as an ideological counterpart to communism and to fascism. We didn't have that kind of a dictatorial foundation for American ideals. Freedom. And we felt, and he felt, that freedom and allies and democracies, and more democracies in the world, the more we are going to have allies who will defend against the age-old struggle between authoritarianism and totalitarian dictatorships. Freedom and democracies are the enemies of totalitarian, communist, or fascist regimes. They always will be. This is nothing new. It was true in the American Revolution. Why do you think we rebelled against King George III? What did they do in the French Revolution? Inspired by us. So the sacrifice that we experienced and had to grieve over was really about those who had died so that we can be free. And if you don't think America believed that what we were fighting for, the Norman Rockwell posters of those 4 freedoms were in almost every home in America. And 16 million of these victory medals were given to every single veteran. And what does it say on the back? You can see it. Freedom from fear and want, freedom of speech and religion. So this is the public memory of the war that we have documented and what came out of that. The Declaration of Human Rights, advances throughout the world of alliances, NATO, civil rights, women's rights were advanced, great advances in technology because of the GI Bill and the science and technology that was stimulated by National Defense Education grants, a great explosion of higher education as these 16 million veterans came back and went into universities. And so the 80 years, I think, that we document in the Liberation Pavilion really, I think, is a documentation of that theme of freedom, whether Republican or Democrat, through 80 years. It kept us out of World War III. And I think Steve Ambrose would say, created America as the richest and freest nation in the world. And this museum is a love song to democracy. So if you believe that, raise your hands.
Thank you, Nick and Steve. Questions, please raise your hands. We'll bring the microphones to you. Connie's going to start. Center aisle, about halfway back, gentlemen.
Nick, in the Pacific Pavilion, there is a photo of a young Marine. It's flag-covered remains on a stretcher, and at the end of the stretcher is his father, Colonel Fenton, praying over his son, Thomas Fenton. Thomas Fenton was a graduate of my high school in Baltimore.
Wow.
Thank you very much for preserving his memory.
Wow, thank you.
Next question's going to be in the front row with Deborah.
Thank you, Nick. That was really, really exciting. But I would imagine there's many of us here who've been coming to these conferences for 18 years. Would you give us some insight of how y'all get it started and how you come up with the different topics every year and stuff?
Well, the master planning process in 2000, after Senator Stevens kind of gave us the mandate to go forward and figure it out, and the money to figure it out with, that was important. We brought in Lord Cultural Resources, and I brought in a charrette of top historians. Don Miller was there. Steve Ambrose made it to one meeting. And about 12 of us, even one of the Disney Imagineers who were great at creating experiences. And we hammered this out for 18 months, and tried to figure out what to keep, what not to do, what the story was going to be about. This museum is about the story. The story is king here. So whether from the ground up or even the generals or whatever. And so we finally put it together. But then we had that whole master plan that was based on all that work that you saw, that beautiful first rendering. And as you can see, we stuck to that master plan for all those 23 years. I retired in 2017, and Stephen, as you saw him with a veteran there, Watson, he finished off the Liberation Pavilion. And that was the last pavilion that I told you earlier, that the exhibit designer said, after we thought we finished everything about the war, we were in 1945, and then he said, so what? So what? You got to 45. Well, why does it make a difference to anybody that you have done this museum about World War II? That led us to another couple of months working on liberation. And the board, as those of you board members here know, that we had to reinvent liberation several times during about 8 years later, because we were tired, and so my initial idea was, well, we'll just do liberation about what it meant to America in terms of technology and science and medicine and space and Marshall Plan is international, but GI Bill. And then 10 years later, I'm thinking, we were a superpower. This is a global power. So the meaning for America is no longer just about what happens in America anymore. It's America's footprint and presence in the world as a champion of freedom and democracy everywhere. And so we have to find a way to tell that story thematically. So so it's an evolving thing as each pavilion came out of the ground and the exhibits within it, and we had to go back to the presidential councils and engage the board. I want to tell you, this board looked at every concept plan that we had, and I wanted them to. I wanted them to own the exhibits, the plan, the stories that we were going to tell. And boy, they got into it, and we had some controversies along the way too. So anyway, that's how we did it. I don't know, I wrote, it's all in the book. Read the book.
And Nick, to Deborah's other part of the question, how did the conference start? I think it was a bunch of historians drinking again.
Yeah, that was Don Miller and I were up before Katrina, right after the big kickoff of the World War II expansion in Washington. I went up to Easton, Pennsylvania, and we went to see Lou Rita, the filmmaker. We were sitting on the floor and brainstorming about different things. And we didn't know Katrina was going to knock us in the ditch, but so we started thinking like Ambrose, and that's one of the ways we kept things going in the 90s. We had conferences, and Steve was putting out books with the Eisenhower Center. Let's do the best and biggest conference that we can do. We get the best historians. We'll have controversies. We'll have everybody excited. We'll get veterans in there. And Don says, that's a great idea. Let's do it. And so we started talking about Rick Atkinson, Max Hastings, Victor Davis Hanson, and Medal of Honor recipients. And we started calling people. We had probably 20 speakers lined up by the end of the day. And so we had a plan for 2005 and then Katrina, and so we moved to 2006. And if anybody was there, I mean, we had the World of History, which are all the historians in the Louisiana Pavilion, and next door we had in the Contemporary Art Center, we had a connecting door, World of Memory. We had Japanese veterans, we had German veterans, we had American veterans. I mean, and you can still get a DVD of that at the museum, the whole collection. It's the only time we ever created a DVD. It was so exciting, and you could have shot a cannon through the museum because there's nobody in town. We had no visitors at that point, and that place was steaming and packed. People were going back and forth, and Governor Wilson came up to me and said, Nick, never do this again. We can't decide which session to go into. You can't have concurrent sessions that are this great. He says, just one session. I said, well, we'd have been here all week if we'd had just one session. So, but it was exciting, and the exciting thing about it is that it was bringing the museum back to life after Katrina with education. And the education that this museum and the exhibits tried to do had to inspire people to go forward and to continue to help us. And so we built our community wider. But education was a major milestone because it's all we could do. We didn't have any visitors. And then the next week, there was nobody in the museum again. But you know, education, and Pete Crane mentioned it at the end, and that's part of the ongoing strategic plan because Stephen Watson and the senior staff, after I continued that commitment. And my belief that the purpose of learning is to free people. And an independent, free country is the only place that can happen, democracy. So learning empowers people, it frees people, and that's what we want to have happen in our exhibits, and we want it to happen here with all of you every time you come here, back here. So many of you have been here again and again, 8, 10 times. This is the 18th, I think, isn't it? 18th conference. Some of my professional friends in the history department up there said, I've never seen anybody more than 50 people come to a program on World War II downtown back in the 80s and 90s. More than 50. And if you're going to charge them, you'll never get anybody there. And now you all are part of this future of this museum. It's your museum. It's not my museum. It's not Steve's museum. Steve Ambrose's. It's your museum. You're all part of who carry this torch forward by your presence here and your loyalty to this institution.
We have a question to your left with Connie, please.
In the early days of your museum planning, there was a pretty major push to get a national memorial, World War II memorial in D.C. Did that in any way indirectly compete with your fundraising efforts, or in other words, cause any confusion about where to give?
There was a little bit of confusion at the beginning, but Steve was on the committee in Washington to decide on the architecture. I always felt, and Steve did too, that monuments are a place you go to remember. Museums are a place where you go to remember and to learn. So monuments have their role, and they convey certain pieces of memory about how you present that monument. And Keith Lowe, who's speaking at the conference, is one of the great historians on memory and monuments and museums. And so I don't think there's any conflict. There was some tension between some of the people we were trying to raise money from and people who were giving, including Tom Hanks, who was giving money to the memorial. And it opened in, I want to say, 2004. Is that right? So a few years after we did. But there was never any conflict. I thought it was, you know, and 34 years ago when Steve had this, or 35 when Steve had the idea to do this, he said, Congress is not interested in doing anything about World War II because the World War II veterans don't want it, don't demand it. They don't want to talk about it. We all have stories of how they did not want to talk about it. I mean, some because of the traumatic, some because their wives and friends wouldn't understand what they went through. And this museum gives them permission to talk about it, I think, in their later years. And so Steve just said, screw them in Washington. They're never going to do it up there. They tell me they're never going to do a museum. They weren't even going to do a monument then. And so he just said, hell with them. Andy Higgins was here. We're here. We got these oral histories. We got a historic site. We're not at that historic site, but that's how it started. And so you start one way and kind of take a left turn and you're downtown.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Vogel and Dr. Nick Mueller.
All right, some quick housekeeping before everyone leaves. Otherwise, you're going to ask me the same questions that I'm about to announce. Thank you for everybody here today, our audience, our speakers. Yesterday, we had 9,000 people online. So thanks to the people online as well. Open house across the street in the museum, Nick's Museum, as just described, from 5:30 to 7:30 this evening. So soon after this, go over there. There's hors d'oeuvres and drinks in Louisiana Memorial Pavilion. There's musical entertainment by the museum's Victory Band. There will be 2 screenings of the newly refreshed Beyond All Boundaries, one at 6 p.m. and one at 7 p.m. Those are first come, first served. You can enter through the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, the main entrance, or you can enter through the firehouse, the red doors on Magazine Street. Speakers, we'll meet in the Patriot Circle Lounge downstairs by 6 p.m. tonight. I said it. Breakfast tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. right here on the terrace, and our first session will begin tomorrow at 8:45. Thank you to all of you. Thanks to our speakers, the great ideas, and Godspeed this evening.
And take your stuff with you because we will bust the tables tonight. Thank you.